Okay.
So Jesus, right? Do you know why Jesus was arrested? Do you know those verses? Do you know any of the New Testament?
Just from theological classes, to my knowledge, the
Why did the Romans arrest? Do you know why the Romans arrested Jesus?
yeah, wasn't it like practicing magic or some type of understanding with that?
Yes, he was, but they're actually like, so he's naked, he can't move, and when they find him, there's naked boys running from him, and they think he's a pimp, but he's not actually a pimp. He's like converting them to his religion. He's like converting whores into his medical religion.
Okay.
Like he's on. It says in the scripture, African horn viper venom explicitly, and then they translate it to be snakes. African horn viper venom makes a person very dehydrated. In the Bacchic religion, it was very famously used in the ancient Greek world for visions. So the reason he can't move is because he took snake venom, because he once been in.
Okay. I'm listening to you. I just got to make some adjustments to some computers over here. But keep going. I'm listening.
So like priestesses and prostitutes were the same thing. That's why the root is the same. But it's because of this religion, because they were insane and how they perform medicine, right? So I'm gonna make this about snakes, but it's about every mystery. They were insane about taking every drug and trying to figure it out. It was like pre-science, pre-medical research before medical research through theology, and that's how much rain it takes to kill a person type shit. That's what the mystery cults are. They're like obsessed with mystery in the world, and like that esoteric knowledge is what they would give. The Medea was a religion that brought all the mystery things together for whatever. All this information was by Galen, who is Marcus Aurelius' doctor, is his own claim that this is the foundation of all medical research, is this religion, which is also what the ancient Greeks believed. So he's on snake venom. He can't get up. So how at least in the bucket, if you were on snake venom, they would take small amounts of the snake venom and like the geek, which would develop the anti-venom, right? Because they're taking small amounts. And then another person would consume their blood or bodily fluid to get the anti-venom. And for that, they can bring back life to death, because the Bacchic religion is very much about life to death. And that the closer you get to death, the more knowledge you get about oneself. Does this sound like Judaism to you?
Not at all. I'm listening, but again, I can't really talk right
It's okay. It's like that, and I'm bothering you with stuff you probably don't.
I find you very interesting. So I do have an ask. I'll answer any question that you have, particularly if you have a question in Judaism. I will answer it. Aside from all of the religious history that you want to discuss, what are your hobbies? What do you like to do?
This is more important than all of this. This is about directly Judaism. I'd rather talk about you directly. I don't mean to be in conflict with what you think causes conflict.
Okay, well, that's okay.
But I understand from the Torah and from all the writings that the light does not mean blood, ever. It means like the word itself. It means knowledge. like straightforwardly. It's all like allegory and allusion to knowledge, right? Do you agree or disagree? This is important for distinction and schism.
My friend, it's 1:40 in the morning. As I've previously said to you, I generally don't discuss religion or politics. You can say whatever you'd like in here. If you have any questions for me, feel free to ask them in the Ask Rabbi Anything section. As of right now, again, I don't want to talk religion or politics.
No, my question is more important. It's not about religion. It's about like something more important than religion. What religions are based on. Is the light knowledge or is the light blood? You know? I just am curious what you think, honestly. Like the act like Baal, yeah, and Baal. Baal is a very distinct. It's IL, like it's the highest seat of high. It has nothing to do with being a husband in the Greek system. It has nothing to do with Baal. So they renamed the god, yet people claim the god is not. And then, so the actual translation, if you do ancient Greek, whatever, on the word Baal, is Zeus, because it refers to the seat, and then he's supposed to be the highest god of thing. It's about the seat, not the god. You know what I mean? The highest on the throne itself, not the god who's the throne. And then if we're going to, like, everything is religion and politics. So that's a hard thing to talk about because religion just, there's weird religions now.
No, it's not. You can easily just say, hey, I like to play golf. I like to run. I've got a dog named Rover. Those are very easy things. Again, I don't like to argue with people. And so if you have any questions, feel free to say whatever you want. But if you have any questions for me, I've got a section here, Ask Rabbi Anything. You type it there. Again, if you have any questions for me, you can type them in Ask Rabbi Anything. And when I have time, I will answer all of your questions. I always do. And not only that, it will send you the answer to the question. If you have follow-ups, I will answer your follow-up questions. It's not that. Sometimes I want to take time to think about people's questions. Sometimes people ask me questions that they don't even know what they're asking me. And so they'll put something in writing and I'll have to ask a clarification. They'll be, oh, yeah, that. And so then I will give them just a short paragraph on what my answer is. There are also questions that, are perhaps don't have a correct answer. Like a question like, do you still beat your wife? Well, if I answer no, then somebody says, well, you used to beat your wife then. Look, I'm not married, so this doesn't really connect to me. Or if I say yes, then you're a wife beater. There are unfair questions. So that's why I say, if you have any questions for me, ask them and Ask Rabbi Anything. The topics that you've mentioned or that you wanted to have discussions about are important topics. I understand. But again, I generally, in my Discord, do my best to stay away from religion and politics because they're so divisive. And you have made it clear that you have said that everything is religion and politics, and I don't disagree with that necessarily, but there are some areas of the world like, hey, I like to play this video game. Or hey, I have an interest in um, ancient or just medieval British history, or I have an interest in cars. Those are things that we can have discussions on that aren't so contentious, and perhaps we can find more.
No, I'm just curious on how you think about devil worshippers. Because the devil's not Abrahamic concept.
Exactly. And again, I don't want to have religious discussions right now. If you do have questions, which you do, you have a question for him. What do I think about devil worshippers? Put it in the Ask Rabbi Anything section. Put it in the Ask Rabbi Anything section. And
right now, man to man, I'm asking if you were encountered with devil worshippers, how would you deal with it?
I've answered your question.
You would tell me to answer your question in a question that's like deflection.
No, I would say to you, I would say to you, I would say, how do you feel about devil worshipers? And when I have time and I think about it, I'll give you my answer.
It's pretty disturbing that you don't already have an answer.
In order to ensure that I can maintain order and peace of mind, I ask anybody who has any kind of religious question or any kind of question like that, ask it and ask Rabbi anything. I'm not here to just fight with people all day, and I don't want to. And I understand you're just asking a very good question. What are your thoughts of devil worshippers? Do I know who Medea is? And all of these other, do I think the Nazarene?
I don't want to make you have drama. These are just questions to see which types of discourse I can engage with you in to talk about fun things, not about history, more about history than religion or politics. But if you want to go straight to the modern, why is there a weird devil worshiping religion that's like obsessed with Judaism and Christianity and all these other? Why does it want to destroy religions so bad?
It's a great question to ask. Ask Rabbi anything. And when I have some time, I will ponder your question and I'll give you a very professional, well sourced answer. Right now, I don't want to just. So I'm not saying that I won't have these discussions with you, but I'd rather have them in writing. So please ask your question to me. If you want to talk about other things like, hey, what are your thoughts on futurology? What are your thoughts on global?
Futurology? Is that what you said?
On futurology, yeah, it's like my favorite topic.
What are your thoughts on? Then we're of the same mind.
Okay.
I'm not talking about the rage part. Like the prophecy is the interesting part. Like futurology is what the real thing is. Even if they don't pretend, it is really futurology. You know what I mean?
To some extent.
Like Congress is just a bunch of people pretending to be futurologists, basically. Everyone's trying to predict the future. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'm in agreement with you on that. So, what kind of futurology? What kind of?
You know the Congress, the Futurological Congress, a book by Stanislaw Lem. It's a science fiction novel.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
In that book, it's basically conceptualized that a real Congress would act as a futurology Congress, where predictions of the world is what rules the world, basically.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on this?
That the future doesn't exist because it's an abstract. I believe that do you know what causality is? Reverse causality exists, but it's the feminine forms. It is through advertising. So events can be induced. Prophecy is how events can be induced. Because it could be said to this, the event could be like a future event reviewing can be created from
Let's talk science. What are your favorite emerging technologies? Artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, neural networks, brain computer interfaces, uh, perhaps
experiments in mass relay, basically. Like auto HI, I'm just talking about a distributed network. It's literally for just running experiments. It only runs other computers. It is not like a sentient idea. It doesn't make its own ideas, none of that stuff.
okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So science has this great problem that has to deal with basically advertising is more from corporate interests, sorts of things, or like scientists just want to get their money, so they do some bum ass research that no one really reviews because then they get paid. But this very small things, usually with DNA. And you need computers to do it because it's the only thing that read it.
Okay. How is that not artificial superintelligence?
Because AI, that's a different concept of intelligence. It's very different than the concept of a computer that can think for itself and do everything. It can't think for itself. It can only tell computers how to run these experiments. It's not, it's like a traffic controller. You know what I mean?
Please.
One of the developmental goals that technologists and meteorologists have over a computer god is that through a computer god and understand better science, they can make a API, an actual auto-generated intelligence. But the thing I'm talking about is literally just doing experiments. It's not controlled. It's not like the kindness gangster god.
Please enlighten
It's like a
me.
schizophrenic.
Yeah, please enlighten me.
Basically, it's a communist is just like because he's crazy. How people view it. It's +1, and then natural system ran by a computer god. This is a different type of computer god. It is not one running sentences and like distribute. It's just like something that run unit systems between the Fed places these functions where you can add money or you can take money, right?
Okay.
This is usually done just for inflation. You see how this is not an AGI. It is Cuba. You know what I mean?
I mean, we have to define what AGI is, and is that really thinking, or is that just processing? I mean, then we have to define what thinking is. I get that. Conscious, correct?
Yes, no one claims that it is. All these questions, as we know, they're open. They're just computer systems. They're algorithms being running things.
Okay, is it even artificial intelligence?
It's only artificial intelligence in the fact that we need a medium to read very small in terms of the computer guard. And really, we can't as humans, so we need computers to transcript. By reading transcript, they can read things we can, so we rely on them a singularity, fear, and that we're basically, we have to listen to technology. Technology is actually dictating what we can say or do.
So it's not artificial intelligence, correct?
No, and the point of the computer god is not to develop an artificial intelligence.
It's to develop a body without organs. So
yeah, basically,
like a robot.
That it can live without one of its major organs dying, basically.
So like a robot.
So a body without organs can be a robot. Yes, that's where people take it in the other thing, but they mean explicitly, like, I am going to print you an organ.
You're going to print me an organ. So is that like a cybernetic being?
The computer god is for bioinformatics, not for development of AGI. It's to develop like develop the abilities to increase understand the human body more so than it has ever been concerned with developing AI technology. That's like way different. Then it has explicit program goals for this. Like for instance, one of the problems that led to this type of thinking is radiation poisoning.
Okay.
Because radiation poisoning causes your immune system to die, basically. So they wanted to figure out how to make soldiers live through radiation sickness by synthesizing their autoimmune system long enough that it kicks back in.
Okay.
Never worked. But in like future goals, the goal of these computer systems to understand DNA and sequencing, and you're going on that, like the full scale of this, like Galactica or Gattaca, if you know that science fiction movie.
Yeah.
Which is like you can modify even grown biological processes through your innate knowledge of them, so that you can charge them money for them. So you have to go to a corporation to pay, so that you can like have fertility or some shit.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like as the business model.
I mean, I think so.
Like the idea is that you could create organs, then you could create a dependence on. But the fundamental thing is they're trying to recreate human systems. just print things. These are things by basically to scam people out of money for this future tech that doesn't exist. That you can take a code from some computer and then you can print a COVID virus. That is actually blatantly false. That technology doesn't exist yet. You know what I mean?
I think so.
So the portion of the computer ground is not to develop the AGI. That's more the military development one. But you'd be surprised how much military development goes into scientific questions that I'm asking about human biology. Like majority of it is that. They're not concerned with developing like AI for AI purposes instead of marketization. They're concerned. They want AI to run science. They want it to run tons of experiments serially, faster than a human could, to see if the things are right or not. You know what I mean?
I think so.
Like the amount of observation through such technologies through what used to be a biological theory of we need to view these memories reactions. You can actually have a you can actually have it read it during it. It's just the interfaces that actually do that analysis are clearly on the computer side because humans won't process this amount of information.
Okay.
And they need to use computers, but it's a sub of intelligence, not its own intelligence that develops up from itself. And I don't, and then in terms of scientific theory, I don't believe, or though in science, would say two people fundamentally have a discovery at the same time, right? I forget what this phenomena is called. So if two scientists discover something at the same time without ever talking to each other, science takes that as more evidence being true, even though it doesn't follow the scientific method, because it's generally true. Right?
Okay.
So if people discover two things, the same thing, working on the same problem in different places of the world, they say, oh, it must be more likely that it is this way.
Okay.
So the argument I would have against singularity theory would be a multiplicity, which would be multiple singularities.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Potentially.
The difference between what I'm saying versus normal singularity is that there would be two computers, basically, that could achieve sentence at the same time unrelated to each other, except that more real than a singularity. Because phenomena, you know phenomenology, you know that term?
Uh-huh.
Scientific theory cannot properly deal with phenomena if it happens once, because they need it to be repeated, you know?
Okay.
But some say they can't explain it, if that makes any sense. They don't claim because I can't repeat it, this thing I saw didn't exist. You know what I mean?
I think so.
It's not dogmatic.
Okay.
They see a star, let's say they see a star or like a star. Can't really produce phenomena, but because it's not repeatable in itself, even though it's possible, they can't explain it because it doesn't repeat.
Okay.
So they couldn't claim that it was singularity because it wasn't repeated. But if two singular and then leaves Earth to go hang out with the AI.
Right. So I am going to be closing my eyes. Subjects that you mentioned at another time, okay, my friend?
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, big man. Well, you don't have to go. You should just know. Right now, I'm listening to a Danny Jones podcast on the screen there that you can see, and then I'm also simultaneously listening to Matt and Shane.
Danny's awesome.
Excellent. Well, then you should enjoy. Here you go.
Oh, no, different.
No, that's Danny Jones. It's just the person he's interviewing.
You know Jay Dyer?
Please enlighten me. Who's Jay Dyer?
He's a podcaster that talks about the Vatican, Orthodox, Greek, and all sorts of things, but he came from like Alex Jones here, honestly.
Okay, well. Enjoy.
The Danny Jones is not taking flavor. I'm just mistaken.
Oh, okay, sure.
I know the person too, though. I just know.
I've been so stressed with everything that is stressing me out at work. Yeah, it's stressful. Why is it lately? That has been stressing me out. First, and if you want to go the extra mile, really start taking care of you, schedule it there. I'm a big fan of it. You just told me to feel comfortable. My parents sent me to a camp when I was little, and they called me with muscle bags. Now I'm getting some of them. Now you like me more. Whether you're you're stressed about deadlines or working through major trauma, man, what's the major trauma you've had? Let me think about. My brother just let me. That's not major. I would say it was major, but maybe she could shoot actually.
The podcast simultaneously?
Yeah.
Getting a session is simpler than ever. Use BetterHelp. You can sit and chat with a professional therapist and switch therapists whenever you want, which is fucking sick for a session. Next. Plus, the provider in the world. BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals at a different variety of expertise. Our listeners, man, you're not gonna believe this. Our listeners BetterHelp.com/MSSP. That's BetterHelp.com/MSSP.
I think therapy is evil.
Okay.
This is going to be a huge one. And nobody feels so take this out. They pretty fucked up, so. Please come. Casino. No, it's not 16. It's 18. Check your phone. What is it? Is it the 16th? It's August 16th. Now I'm going to break her off because you're being a good girl. You guys, thank you so much. Please, August 16th. My bad. It is August 16th. Not August 18th. Thank you guys. Glad City. Please come. I'm going to try to do a bunch of new stuff. How's your take? Dude, that was so sick. Yeah, such a pressure cooker, man. I brought my whole family with me like a fucking dumbass. Crazy fucking food, dude. From wife, obviously, I'm not going to get into detail, but it was like the fun half of the month going on there. Brought our babysitter with us. Times two. So
Enjoy unwinding, Rabbi.
Take care, big dog.
Sick wife.
Watch out for devil worshippers.
Oh, I'm sick.
Thanks, baby.
My stomach hurts. She had like 100 fever. She did 101. Just rocking. They're just like, oh, good lord. Then they came out to the whole show. You were so mellow the whole time. Bro, I was freaking out. I was freaking out. I told you. Dude, fucking yeah, true. It was. I'm happy I kind of did. I connected to some sort of normal stuff, you know. I was like, just sitting there in my office, being like, should I switch this to the dude? I'd be sick going third person. And then he saw this guy. I just had like an hour. Wait a second, I have to remember this special. I haven't performed in 3 weeks. I was like, what the fuck am I doing? And I just literally walked to Nando's. Just got wings. And I knew I was hungry. I was like, I'm eating for comfort. I literally said, fuck my absolute favorite. That was cool. I gotta change everything. You know what? I'm gonna eat wings. That's not good. I texted you right away. I was like, it made me laugh. I sat on the thing and I was like, that's exactly what he does. I was eating them outside in the heat and just sweat stinging my eyes. And I just, as I got more full, I was like, I feel okay now. Yeah, you gotta get sick and hot. There you go. I'm ready to go on stage. And I felt much better. And then I got it together, but I was still nervous because I had a few shows and improv. Of course, I was like, they're gonna bring this in a small room, like we're gonna bring a bunch of people out for the industry. I'm like, great, thanks. Great. I was like, all right, we still remember it. Get the improv, it was cool. And then, but yeah, then the taping, dude, I was like, first night I was like freaking, and I kept fluffing lines, and the sets were fine. I kept fluffing lines. It's all good. That's what it is. Slight fuck up in your head. At one point, I literally, it was kind of funny. I was like, I'm fucking sorry over it. And it was was fun. But the one I did flop so bad. And then, so the first night, they're like, "It's good, we got it." And I was like, "I didn't love any sets." I was like, "Fine enough." And then the second night, leading up to it, I literally cracked my head on camera. Dude, and you know what's funny though? I was like, going to the second night, the whole thing, especially when it's like, I don't know if you ever see the whole camera set, takes people here film it, and you're like, "What the fuck? Oh, it's yeah." Right. But then in my head, they were like, it was like literally bleeding wounds. They put liquid bandage on it and just covered it with makeup, just trying to cover it with the blood. And yeah, just occasionally you have an edit where you're fast. Yeah, I would have been kind of sick, especially because they always kind of light up the intro too. But the one thing I wanted to do was put myself in the audience. Over and over again. Just in different. Why don't you do that? It's awesome. So maybe this one's not good. I'll do something weird. Hey, I'm the audience. I always show you. I'll do something goofy. True. That's what I had to do. That's not true. Dude, so I'm like, second night, it's like, all right, you have to nail this night. Like, all this, I was sitting backstage. Just the fact that I cracked my head on camera was like weirdly reassuring. I was like, dude, you're literally a dumbass. Like, stop worrying about anything. You're fucking just a dumb moron. You cracked your head, dang force. But I was like doing jumps too. They're like, just like all of the takes. I was like, jump off the stage, clearing, trying to like clear people at the table. And it's like, so far. Whatever they were like, I'm gonna jump as high as I can. Destroy me in front of my family. I mean, it turned out good, so heavy, but it was funny. It's such a dumb epiphany. Like, I'm just a fucking moron. Like, I can't even try to pretend it. Take this seriously. Yeah, well, I really have. Okay, it's just like, no, you're a moron, dude. Just go. It's do your favorite thing. All these cameras, when I filmed the Netflix special, I was in the big one on the crane. My whole first hour, I was just staring at it through the air. So I guess that's me ruining the show for anybody around. Kids would just be a smooth circle. It was so. The movie I was just filming, I did like final lens, look into the lens when you say a line. I didn't know he meant it. So I spent 3 days gone. Thank you. You didn't catch it. So I might not be in this movie. Never seen it. But what do we do now? Like, dude, they can just edit your eyes. The fucking shit now, the acts are crazy. I eventually, like, day 4 of staring at the light. I'm saying, when you say, he's like, oh, no, don't look at you. That's what I have to do. I think they're gonna have to like use like editing to kind of like make it look like it's just a giant deal. The second one was it did, but it was still looking at the first night. So yeah, if I put makeup on, they never get my ears or my neck. Dark red and my face is just Japanese. Your ears are just crimson dark red. Yeah, man, it was sick. It was a lot of fun. That was some fucking life, and it was a whole week. We had a whole week up there. And I would just get woken up at like 7 o'clock by my kids, so I'd be out doing that, wake up early. I was running on literally fumes the whole time. I was like, the whole time, I'm like, I'm such a fucking idiot. This is the worst way you can possibly do. It was right on Airbnb. It was filthy. Except for it was fast. It was disgusting. I got like a cold from that thing. Because they had air pure in the place, dude. They didn't clean it. Like there was like cans next to one of the beds, just like wine coolers and a pack of peanut M&Ms just like in there. It's like, dude, I get it. You don't like hit all the nooks and crannies, but you guys don't. We bought the house my family and I bought in the Poconos. It was filled with trash. Was it really? Yeah, lifted up the couch and like beer cans, condoms and shit. I was like, what the fuck is this? Oh, they're probably planting those bachelors too. Yeah. Yeah, this was for real bachelor party heaven. It was like just filthy. They had a cool stereo room with like just like Spencer's gift card lights. It was like so fucking dumb. Oh, and it was fun. I mean, the family. I was vibing in there. But I like if you walk out in bare feet, your bottom is black. Like it was disgusting. They had air purifier. They didn't do anything. They must have balls in this fucking place. So stuff. But other than that, just your balls go there. Yeah, true. Unless you don't have epididymitis. Have you been around people? You haven't lashed out at your partner? No, not at my partner. This morning I was more so just a shitty lash out. I was kind of, I did a little lash out this morning, but what do you make me upset? I was saying this that the same urgent care that I got diagnosed with epididymitis at was the one that I got my rectal abscess treated at. So I've gone to this urgent care with just butthole and nutsack problems. They probably take out a fucking free. Especially when they see a giant dick. It's kind of like a cave for ass. So they got that big clip that's going, your case of freaking ass. So weird guy with a huge dick. The huge cheers and asshole. That's his asshole. His asshole's like Rainbow Road from there. It defies the laws of gravity. I told you guys that I was screaming at the urgent care when they glanced my abscess. No. They gave me like 5 shots of the numbing, which is what I thought about when you used to send the patch. I wish they were just up there. Just that was close. It was on the bump in the butthole. They jabbed it. Sorry, this goes. They jabbed it with a bunch of needles. And I was screaming like as loud as it was 10. I know it's 10. I was going, fuck. That's terrible. I'd rather die. Yeah, we got to kill me if I have an abscess. How many shots? I lost count, probably like 4 or 5. The mayor's ass. It's probably my favorite. It's my favorite thing to have. And they're all exploding and sneaking up an entire urgent care. It's ass. Fucking global exploded. Oh my god. I'm in the hate. Fucking ice today. Nice episode of Big House every day. Big House. Some black guy's ass exploded. That's a black ass exploded. I swear to God. It's my testicle. I got the bus down right now. I did have kind of a panic attack in my car. I having microdose a while, and he hit me this morning like a ton of bricks. I was driving over there, and like my pinky was touching my ring finger. I just didn't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. My ring finger. I guess that bothers me. It was killing me. I was like, my hands started feeling fuzzy. I was like, I'm gonna die. Fuck, this sucks. I finally overdid it. Kelly Weed was freaking me out. Yeah. After the first night of your taping, I was like, dude, I tried to show off the wrong hotel. Oh, shit. I was so high after maybe the Thursday show, I think. And there's like a mall, so there's a bunch of hotels. And we just stopped at a hotel, and I was so high. I was like, all right, see you back. I got out and I smoked a cigarette out for like 5-10 minutes before I realized that I was like, oh. I was driving away being like, I can't believe I navigated right back to the right hotel. And against my phone. I was like, that was pretty good. He called me like, dude, I'm at the wrong hotel. I was like, fuck. Dude, fucked up. Trying to get into a hotel. I'm trying to $10,000. Check in. I'm like, I left my key in my room. As you guys might go. One was the worst one. I was in a cave. Yeah, like I can't move. I gotta sit. I can't walk. Oh no. Crusher showed up. I can walk. I easily can walk. I could have walked the whole time. I sat in the lobby like, you want to be the best person in the world to be like, you can walk to a cave. I'll trust me. Yeah, I'm in the wrong. He might be the blue knight, dude. That's gonna be the blue knight. Just like, yeah, I was sitting in a chair in the lobby in front of the desk. Everyone was just kind of like, damn, this guy's chilling. Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, it's basically a homeless guy. Just came in and sat. Everyone was like, all right, I guess he's doing something. Sat there for at least an hour. Did you try to, like, I guess you went on your phone, or what did you do? No, I was literally on Kevin. Oh, you're fucked. For an hour. So you treat your academy too? Oh, man. That's a heavy depressant. Nice. It went away quick. Literally as soon as he was out, I walked up to the guard. Yeah. Sick. Yeah, there were people thinking they were doing like code users on ketamine. Like, what the fuck? It was liquid. Yes, they said they thought it was liquid cocaine. So I had the nasal spray. Nasal ketamine. Yeah. How do you get your hands on that? Everyone's prescribed it. I don't know. You can get it online, dude. You can get like, you can get ketamine pretty easy. Yeah, to a doctor. Interesting, verified. You can get voltages. You can get like, never did. That's, now you can get it for anything. It's not that fun. Stick to blow. If you say so. I guess I have to do it. Dude, there's a ketamine. So I had to do one. Sure, you're sick of the company culture. We don't want internal problems. Okay. Sean's good. You stop doing cocaine. You've been sober for a week. We need to talk about this. We don't like that. He's got to witness me and the comment have a true battle. Do you want to step in, please? Yeah, let's get the news in here for those guys. May I hear real quick? Yeah, right back. I'll just hold it down. I'll tell me you are. This doesn't even plug it in. Yeah, man. Hold it up. Oh, wait. I'm good, dude. Feeling all right? You feel pretty good? Yeah. Slow face. I did nice sleep last night. Like 10 hours. Oh, that's me sleeping great. 10 hours is good. Yeah. And I woke up like right when I had to wake up. You know what I mean? Yeah. It wasn't like you did an alarm. I did have an alarm. You know, I woke up before the alarm. But you didn't hear that wake up thing. Like, fuck, it's so early. Yeah, check. It's like 8 a.m. Yeah. 10 a.m. today. Perfect. Dude, they gotta make the sleep when you wake up early. It's the worst. Like, it's the most risky sleep in the world. It is because you feel good. Yeah, the first time when you wake up when it's early, actually, I could get up now, but I wanted to get up. Might as well sleep for 3 more hours. And then you sleep for 3 hours, you wake up like, oh. You're sleeping when you wake up at fucking 9 or you're like, I'm so hungover and then you sleep until 1 and you go. I got away with that. I can't believe I got away with that one. The comments being 2 months later, I didn't know how bad it was. The comment argued for 7 hours. Oh God, straight 7 hours. Was it like Iran stuff? It was everything. It just kept going back to Donald Trump's a giant piece of shit. And we were screaming, arguing every time he would say something. I'd be like, we can look that up. So I guarantee. It happened like 5 different times where I said something and then I would look it up and go, this didn't happen. There we go. That's not what I meant. And then you changed the argument. Oh, no. It was crazy. The one I remember was like popular vote means winning 50%. He had wanted to do more than 50%. I was like, no. Yeah, there's like, no, it's not. Oh, God, I never did. They won the popular vote. The Republican won the popular vote for the first time. Yeah, that was like a landslide the last one. For a Republican. Yeah. So it was nice to look up and be able to see. It was like, it's best film in the world. What's up in the argument? This is the kind of the reverse happened to me before when I felt it. This time it was Chris. So we're sitting there for so long arguing. I was like, dude, Chris is fucking. At one point, I'd be like, watch how you talk. That's crazy. He was going to say, I bet on this. One very agree with me on something. Of course, fucking something. It's very weird. What happens? He's just as quiet. Like he's like, man, you can just walk through the house. Yeah. I don't want to activate you. You were around for some tough ones. You don't know Rabbbi. I'm walking. This was my idea. No, Jesus is the fucking church. It's the body of the church. I heard about the Desert Fathers. You already down with those guys? No. There was these guys in like the 4th century. You know, once Constantine was already Catholic, so they're Christian. Like, fuck this. They're like, this is not good. That's why you history. You got to make sure you like the Old Testament. Yeah, right. So, yeah, they're like, so, they went out. They were also, they knew the guy was like, using it for battles. Like I saw, you know, the sun split into a silver cross in the dream. These guys, everyone, I guess, like, you know, hermits are like, fuck, this is not what we're doing. You're like Roman battles. They go to the desert and they just like, I should have talked about a bunch of guys. You do it all now. Show this weekend actually. Yeah, it was slight days on the desert, just fucking fire. I'm gonna go to the police. What? Where? Why? Saudi Arabia and the UAE, Dubai.
Well,
Hello, everybody. That concludes this week's regular episode. If you'd like to hear the rest, please join us on Patreon. Patreon.com/MSPod. Thank you. Have a great It's a history podcast series. Let's talk about it. In fact, let's talk all in order. That was it. Just wait. Let's talk.
How small is this thing?
Jefferson, Madison, Monroe, Adams, Jackson, Van Buren, Harrison, Tyler, Taylor, Fillmore, Pierce, Cannon, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Hayes, Garfield, Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Roosevelt, Taft, Wilson, Harding, Coolidge,
Coolidge,
Hoover, no, second,
Truman,
Hoover, yes, Roosevelt,
yeah,
Truman,
Eisenhower, Kennedy,
second,
Johnson,
Truman, Eisenhower,
Nixon,
JFK, Johnson, Nixon,
Ford,
Ford, Carter,
Carter, Reagan, Bush,
Bush,
Clinton, Bush,
Bush,
Obama, Trump.
Trump. You see Obama
Five.
now? Obama now. It took me all night. Damn, dude. You were studying for that all night? No, it took a half hour, but it's pretty good. Yeah. I had to keep practicing. I was doing it before bed. Like I was
Damn,
pretty
bitch.
Adams. As soon as you're going to try, trivia. Don't look it up. Quiz. Johnson. Johnson. Dennis Trevor Kennedy was shot by the mailbox. Became a vice president. I need to speak with Andrew. Was it your mother? He called her from Dallas. You know that famous picture of him on the plane? He saw her right before that. So that's not from the top. So he said that. I never met you. Sorry, we got to go about what he said. I mean, what is a transitionary guy? So British general wasn't like, he was. He didn't create America. Yes, he was just a tool. He was a first general president. I know it wasn't like he was a British. It's a long time. It's a kind of suck. In that, or in fact, also kind of everybody sucked in the first. Everything. Washington, otherwise, it was so hard. A lot of the army didn't want to be there. It's crazy. The year that Washington did all that insane. The army did flee. Yeah. But they hung in there with a little bit. So he's as good as they. Basically, it's not like him on this horse, like talking to him, and didn't even look at him. You didn't see him. Joining the army, and there's 3 guys in the Europe. So the rest are like, they're all shitty. Yeah, it's like, ready for our girls dying. You wouldn't be fucking careful. Shut up. Yeah. I gotta talk to him, man. We all have, we would have. No one saying that speech is so good. Really, these guys all got together. They got together. They decided to do it. So much better. Yeah, Washington. I never really. I mean, the great thing he did was, when it was time to go.
Run.
A lot of them wanted him to be king. Yeah. A lot of them wanted him to be permanent. He's the one who sent the thing where they wanted him to be Adams. Wanted him to be Your Majesty or Your Excellency. They went by His Excellency. And he said, Mr. President. No, Jefferson was the first Mr. President. Yeah, but Washington wanted Mr. President. Washington went with His Excellency because Adams had this multiple. His Majesty, all this shit. What? Washington kept His Excellency. According to the HBO series about John Adams. Yeah, but Washington said, I want Mr. President. Maybe he did, but he went by His Excellency. The reason he did it was because he didn't want to shake people's hands. And back then, that guy, he was like Howie Mandel. Yeah, it's like he'd rather just have to bow. He was a germaphobe as much as he just was like, this does command some respect. Because this is the first time in his life he started to get criticism. Really? Because when he was a general, everybody outside of England, it's like, by the way, president, to talk about that word for a second, what a president is like just an overall president thought here is that it's, and to me, like, it's like, like some college professors teach the Bible as literature. for that minute too. That's what I like about it. That's what I like about how they framed it. Yeah. When did they set that one? Because he just left. Right, he was the first one to go. I could stay, but let's go and let's get this started. There's some famous moment where he was speaking to the Congress and they were trying to get him to hate himself. And he was apparently really vain about that he wore glasses, so no one ever saw him with glasses on. And so the moment that's supposed to be this shocking moment was that he took out his glasses in front of the audience and said, like, I fear I didn't see you for what you are. That was supposed to be this big moment. I like to think about it. Like he was really hoping if he missed. He's like, I fear I didn't see you. They're all like,
Zoot! You sandbagging son of a bitch. Where the fuck have you been?
And the other chat?
What other chat?
The other chat.
What is that? Zoot, where have you been? Zoot, have you been jerking yourself off raw? Zoot, remember that time you had an invitation and you fucking took forever to... Zoot, you're taking forever, dude.
I'm trying to find a photo of my phone right now.
Yo, pimp. Yo, what are you doing?
Money for you to take up. Do you ever feel like you get socially isolated doing what you're doing?
No, I have people in here all the time. I live with people, so I talk with them IRL.
Yeah.
I talk with people every day IRL.
In real life?
Dude, I live with people, yeah.
I never seen you talking.
On camera. Well, I have had at least one of them on camera. Two of them. I've had at least two of them on camera. But they don't like to be on camera. I'm live streaming my life. They don't want to be broadcast.
You find everyone to be broadcasted. Why don't you find someone who wants to be broadcasted?
I have. I had a fan of mine who drove from Northern California to come visit me one day, and we had a picnic. And I gave him a tour of the house on camera, and then we live streamed it for everyone in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu in the Discord, and it's also live streamed on Instagram. Oh, fuck.
Hey, Rabbi, what country? From Australia.
Nothing.
You get the picture of Australia interview? There's nothing, not a person, it's like a bearing or something, an object.
No. I've had boomerangs. I've had surfboards. Like similar. I'm trying to think if there would be anything that I would want from. Yeah. Like, what would I want from Australia? And it can't be a live animal.
You know, I'll send you something that you don't have. You send me like snacks from Australia, and I was just like, well, the only thing I can't really get is a gun. I can get everything else, I just can't get a gun.
I mean, that's pretty American.
Bye-bye.
Yo, pimp.
You think you're going in the water?
Yeah, but you're going in the water too, so my ball's going, oh, fuck you, dude.
Yep. Nah, you're gonna be over there. Oh, you just helped me.
No, I didn't. I fucked
You
you.
really did.
I fucked you majorly, dog.
Wow. How the fuck did you do that?
You know that was a great shot. You're in the water.
Harry Potter is on the
Were you in their chat?
Rabbi.
Yo, pimp. Zoot, you are getting your ass kicked. Where the fuck have you been?
If I were to California,
Perhaps. Since the last person came, they kind of freaked out the person who owns the house. But I think I'd make an exception for you.
somewhere else.
Right.
So, well, 45 minutes from Los Angeles, right? More or less.
I could do it in 30 minutes to Los Angeles County, but to Los Angeles proper, like depending on traffic. 40 minutes, 45 minutes.
How far away is it?
Oh, like 8 hours. Check out. Zoot, you lost. Dude, I think I'm getting better at this game to the point. Hour and a half. You can do it in an hour though. If there's no traffic, you can do it in an hour. If there's a lot of traffic, it's like 3 hours. Oh, fuck that. Zoot got a 5. Zoot gets an 18. That's 2 games in a row, Zoot. Zoot goes first this time. Let's see what you do. Zoot going first. Perhaps sucking dick. Are you gonna go? Triple 3 or 777.
Phone is not working right now.
Go.
My phone's not.
Dude, you've lost 2 games in a row on your best.
My phone is not working. My phone's working.
Check out. Dude, I checked out. Dude, I've won 3 games. One more game, you said?
Yep.
All right, Zoot. I've beaten you 3 games in a row. I'm going to beat you this game. Then we're going to play one last game at 501. And then you can go do whatever the fuck you... Then you do whatever the fuck you want to do. Then you do whatever the fuck you want to do.
Daily calendar.
What the fuck? What the fuck are the challenges? 20. 20.
When we finish this game, I'll show you.
20. Oh, you got so fucking fortunate. Down in my icebox, somebody's calling. Oh, Zoot checked out. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Zoot got a win. All right, one last game. Again, it's going to be from 500, and it's going to be pro 500. Okay, no. Discord? That's fine.
Holy shit.
120 points, Zoot. What are your thoughts on that? Zoot,
That's probably one of the best.
I'm just good, baby. I'm just good. You got 60. Okay. I got 30. Not good. Zoot, you're down.
Bye-bye.
Yo, pimp. Zoot, Zoot. You need a good round.
I went to the adult store
Of course you did.
and I talked to that girl because she didn't remember me.
You should have been like, I'm the guy who couldn't get hard in your mouth. She was there again?
Yeah, then she went and then she fucked her boyfriend.
Dude, you're obsessed with this chick. There must be like just one chick in your area. At least you post on Reddit. Oh, triple 20. Zoot. Zoot got 100.
I swear, if you try to get an Australian girl, they just fucking go. Like, Australian girls don't like to be approached.
Okay. Zoot. Zoot is down 57.
If you approach like a Australian girl, they just run across the other side straight like they're not supposed to go a man before. It's fucking weird.
Oh, Zoot, that was big. Zoot, that was big. Get a 20, Zoot. Zoot, that was really good. Zoot, I just busted. Zoot just busted. Zoot gotta get that. He's fucked. I told you it was double out. Got it, baby. Zoot, you're done. You're done. Okay. You could get a 1 and you are done. I beat you, Zoot.
Alright. Now do you say that says daily quest? What's your daily quest?
Where does it say this? Where does it say this? Scroll down. Where?
You answer daily quest?
No. I see game shortcuts.
Okay, go down.
What screen should I? On what screen should I be? What's second mean?
Go to daily quest. Go to faith. Go to faith.
Go to what?
Faith.
Feed?
Press the home button. Go to the faith.
Okay.
Yeah, press button.
Okay.
See how it has games and has a friend logo and a bigger home screen.
Okay, in the upper left corner. In the upper left corner, should I see my icon? I see there's the home button. Is it under the home button? Okay, where is it under the home button? Yo, dog. Where is that?
Scroll.
Okay, I scroll. I keep scrolling. It says your Play-Doh ID is a Rabbi. You can change your profile. Play games. Play-Doh bot. Then it says Zoot accepted invitation. I don't think it's available on iOS. Oh, I see it. Zoot, I see it. Wow, that is hard to find. Okay, I see it. Win 2 games. Win 1 in Play-Doh Land. All right, I don't know what those are. What's Play-Doh Land? Okay, I'm just gonna play you in darts. Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot. $45. That is not good. 21. $30. 1. 20. Dude, I'm gonna turn it on right now. That's 60, baby. 17. 20. 8. 45. 20. Double 20. Triple 20. Zoot, I just got 120 points. I told you, Plato Land and Viking chess. No one knows what that is. Plato Land Viking chess. Oh, shitty. No, it's cool. Old school RuneScape I like. That was good. Zoot, Obama Sonic 10, you do chat? Zoot! Zoot, why are you playing like such dog shit?
You're gonna fuck up. Yeah.
Zoot, come get me. Triple 20. That's how you do it, son. Triple 20. Wow, you matched me. Zoot, 134 points. That's like the most we've ever seen.
I'm gonna go for 3.
And then a 2. A 1.
You have to get the fucking hardest one. Rabbi, this is actually gonna be like a very challenging one.
Dude. That sucked.
I think we're gonna play through it.
Dude, I'm going to beat you right here. No doubt. Fuck. Three. 2. Bust. I'm going to beat you right here.
Okay, right.
Dude. Zoot, don't fuck up. 3. Get it, Zoot. This would be a huge comeback. Zoot, this sucks. Don't fuck up. Got it, Zoot. Zoot, I got it. Don't fuck up, Zoot. Zoot, you fucked up.
Rabbi, I better watch those.
What do you have to do? I can't hear you. What'd you say? You got to reply to okay. Some guy sent you dick pics in Snapchat. All right, I understand. You've got priorities. Uh, are you done, Zoo? Zoo, you fucking slut.
This moment. See what I'm saying? They're like, George. It's also a good moment. You should know. How do you turn down kings, man? How do you turn down, like, that's what makes him a king, and you're like, that's wild. That's what makes him. Well, also, he wasn't, again, none of these people in the future, he didn't know that he was giving away the keys to later nuclear war America. True, yeah. He thought we were a dumb fucking, like, what? Yeah, they were all set. Like, if Louis, you guys, I don't know if you want to turn good. I don't need to put anything there. So, Adams, okay, Adams is like my favorite of those guys. I like Adams' father. I like Adams from the show. I loved him in that. It's great.
My balls and shaft burn. That's what happens when you haven't Super Bowl.
size of the Earth, about I think 4 or 5% range. It's strong, yeah. So it's like at a different rate based on its and the gravitational force exerted on the planets. In fact, there's all these gravitational anomalies on the moon. Detected like different levels of gravity in different places on the moon. But what is interesting about the moon is that in our atmosphere we can see the craters that are on, right? And some of the craters are massive, but they only ever go to a certain depth. They only ever go like a couple of kilometers deep. Like that, it's like the mechanics of dynamic. Yes. So we can see this on the Earth and on other planets when stuff is bigger, it's going to go deeper. On the Moon, everything's stops at this one uniform depth, no matter how big the crater is. It's as if it's like nothing penetrates. I think it's like 2 or 3 kilometers or something. But there's this really interesting study on the crater that no matter the size of the crater, it only ever goes in so deep. What happens to the rock that it just typically it's Earth, it goes underneath the crater, right? Right. I don't think we've ever gone up there just from our observation of the moon. They don't enter into the moon any further. So it's like I've got a shell around it or something. It's really just good. No, Tunguska is running away. It's like in the have they ever tried to like dig into that and like find pieces of that? I don't think so. I think you're just looking at the remnants of something. Because things so solid under the ground. It depends on the material. We don't know. It would be so far. If there's a core of that, it would be so deep and so buried and sedimented or in the bottom of the damn ocean, you'd have to drill way down to try and bury it. I don't know if anyone's attempted it. They don't always leave a trace like that on there's a core left over. They should put it into iron. If there's iron or it's like mostly iron, but it would be, there should be something like that. Certainly got plenty of fragments and tools that fall around the place, but before it comes up, but I don't know. Yeah, it's this idea that because the moon is so lightweight and dense, it's only like surface material on planet Earth is what it's formed of, is what they think. So, something splattered into a primordial Earth hard enough, like a protoplanet or something, to take off. Spinning at a high rate, such that it needed another impact from exactly the right direction and exactly the right speed hitting the Earth. So, so 2 big whacks into the Earth is how they approximately that this is something. And it's not a very strong, people like, man, bubbles with its gravity, and those are the planets where life first evolved. It's remarkable how necessary the food is for life on the planet. And it's almost as if you were designing like a little test kit for life or a habitat for life. You absolutely need to move to the net. So, this is another analogy of an extension of the whole technology discussion. It's like as technology, we talk about space flight and stuff before. Imagine now we can go to space, right? We have to use spaceships, small things, lightweight composites, run overcome forces of gravity in nature. But let's assume that sometime in the distant future we have the mental control over the forces of nature. Gravity. We can control gravity. We can control the elements like those fundamental forces of nature. What if the spaceship starts to look like a space point? And it might start to look like something where you can create whatever you want. If you were to create a spaceship or an environment to go into space with, it might start to look a lot like a small planet rather than a moon. Or a moon, like that it would a spaceship, something that can contain an atom, something that has its own gravity. Like that's like this projection of technology. Why that's what it starts to look organic. It swings back around from like this competition. Maybe that's what things start to look like. So again, in that vastness of space and the distance of time across billions of years, who's to say that the moon was such a put in place to support like let's give it the thing that it needs to create it. And then here we are. Right. I don't know. It's you can't again cut out. And it's an interesting thing to think about. I think that the moon. It almost becomes a more likely scenario than the current scenario. It's like they were is that what you just said? Is that more probable that's what happened, or is it probable that we are just aflame and never ending sea of darkness? Right. Yeah, that's a good one. Think with that. I think I'm fairly convinced that in terms of life forms, although we don't have evidence for it, ended that story. Like we figured plenty of planets orbit stars, plenty of habitable zones, right? So that this the conditions are probably safe. So I think it's like sure if you find enough planets on solar system, then it's got to be everywhere. Whether it's advanced or not, the question that again, it's like we are the results of a blink of an eye in the span of time as we think the universe has been here. It may be a lot older than that. I don't know. I think there's some evidence behind Big Bang and stuff like that. It calls me home background. It's it's just if you go billions of years in either direction, it's like populations can rise or fall away. I mean, who knows? Right? We find out about that. Well, if there's anyone that's doing and thankful for people like you and for you for doing all the work that you do, going to eat in all these different places, documenting it, making your documentaries, it's fucking great. And speak for a million people, clearly. But people know that are listening and watching where they come from, where they can follow you, support you, and all of that. Thanks to it's YouTube, it's youtube.com/c/all of my social medias are in all of my videos at the bottom in the description. Also on my website that I'm available on my
his biography. I listened to it. I don't. As a president, council. Oh, he was not a great president at all. It shows everybody's got these different kind of strengths. He bravery. He was one of the guys. He did many very things, and he was also the only one of those guys who was not rich. He was a poor farmer. He was his education changed his life. He's like one of the first Americans who had that experience, where he was, had a decent farm, but not much, but he made his brain work, and he excelled and passed it on to his son. He fucking was the revolution. Yeah, Adam is the man, and because these other guys, fucking Benjamin Franklin was just a giant perverted asshole. I love it. Oh, he was great. All these guys are great. I'm not judging any of them, but he was eliminated by America, but he didn't give a shit. He never would have shed any blood or sweat or tears for the country. He just was interested in a huge brain. So he'd lend it when he felt like. He's also supposedly invented electricity. But some other guy, he saw a guy in his own autobiography. What? He saw what? He was like, that. They paid the guy for the license to the gag, and then he got one of his sons to go around doing it for money. It was just the thing that he picked up on the people's ideas, which is so well, But he also all of the inventions he would never patent. He was like, all my inventions are for everybody. Yeah, he was for what do you call it? All of a sudden, because he was the man. Yeah, he was the American that he loved. He and then he became the American general. Like the French were like the General Washington guy. So he got a little. He was a fame hungry. It's amazing because he has no judgment. And his mother didn't want. I don't remember all the logistics, but it was that he asked Benjamin if he could wife into his house, Mary, and he said sure. And he said she moved into my home, and then I took it of my pleasure to to partake of her sexual. Slavery. I am racist. Right. None of them. Everyone else was like, this is normal. Everybody's like, sure. This is economics. It's not about race. He's like, oh, it's only for race. And so he would just like leave. Watch it. He would just go like, my wife is dead, whatever bullshit. He would get on his horse and just leave. Because also he was a man of great wealth, and he had his life in Monticello and in Virginia will get to him. The point is that Adams was just he was the only one who worked constantly. And it was really the three of them in Madison. But he was the guy who did the hardest work to get this shit started. He also apologized for cursing. Adams, one of his things. He's like, I lament that men are sometimes cursed, which I feel shameful. Also, what Adams did is the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is like the most liberal document in the world. Because Adams was like, he he's like, I'm going to get it right. Everything that I couldn't get done in the American Constitution, I'm doing in this. And there's stuff in there about Jews having rights. There's even some about gay people in there. Like he was anti gay rights and Jews. Pretty gay back then to be a gay Jew. It's gay to be into Jews. He's a Jewish rights in the 1700s was gay. That was undeniably gay. Undeniably gay. Back then, I don't know what about Jews. You're like, get the fuck out of here. What are you talking about Jews? Back then, they were fruitful, dude. Now they're way to be like, and the Jews look exactly the same as black coats, same outfit, same liberal who got fuddled by guys I knew back then. It was Jefferson. Yeah, going like whatever it's going to be. Yeah, it's always been like the different parts of American democracy, the different kinds of people. The people who are like, we got to get this right, we got to sell our good ideas and convince people we're right. But then the other guys who are like, we just got to take off. Just need to Jefferson was a Democratic Republican. He was the first person. He loved the French. He loved the revolution. Adams did because it was bloody and horrible. And Jefferson loved the revolution. He had all his friends over there. He spent a lot of his life there. Yeah. But Americans started being like, fucking, let's join France in the war. He was the only one with the foresight to be like, we have 40 guys in our military and 3 boats. Let's shut the fuck up. So he declared neutrality, and everybody called him a pussy. Then England started blocking his like fucking ships. I think he might have been the one who said, "We're just not going to trade with either of you." So then the American economy just plummeted. England started just going to confiscate your ships, steal, kidnap all the sailors. So he's getting punked by. You're talking about Jefferson. Well, it's interesting. Adams, in his presidency, was a fake rumor that Jefferson started. Adams was trying to start war and started Navy, and it was all kind of haunting Jefferson. The truth about one thing about Jefferson is because he's so famous for having had a slave and having 50,000 slaves, or whatever, not that many. And having had children with a slave and found even freedom. Free the kid. Free to come married too, and they were kept enslaved until they died. And what was interesting about that? The ultimate because I said so. That's how they were slaves. Like, no. I said no. They are like white. Really, his slave children. The woman that he had kids with, Sally, was like half white. Or like was married like. Yeah, I think her mother was family for a long time. The product of his father. I'm not sure about that. But it's one interesting thing about him from slavery in American politics is that his first elected position was in the Virginia legislature. Like a House rep guy in Virginia acting ever. The first thing he ever did as a politician was to propose a bill in Virginia government shut down. But it was his it was his desire to be. Yes, and all of these guys, all of these early wanted slavery out, but there was no way to see them, and they wanted the Southern was to have like just 2 countries or 4 countries over here, or have a unified country. Where in the future, when it becomes possible, when things change, when things get more modern, we can get rid of it. You could be wrong, but I think the North had abolished slavery early in 1806, which is why Jefferson office. I could be wrong. I don't know. It was around the exact same time. So one Jefferson's story that I like is that he was in Paris. He had this girlfriend, some Causeway or something. Yeah, I know he's for sure. So it was part of the reason that Sally Hemington, his lover, called secret because he was ashamed of every woman that he loved after that. And so there was a woman in Paris, a British painter, and her husband. She was a woman, she married, but she was a painter, and she fell in love with each other. But then the way they broke up was very funny to me. He was beautiful letters. She was in love with him as well. But then, and they said, you know, choose a painter in the world. And he's like, no, I want. But they're good, but you're not like that. Like romance, you're not like that. Fucking, I'm not like it's straight.
True, these guys are. That's the weirdest thing about history line. They were like knowing they were going to do something in history, which is crazy.
Yes. So he goes over. So bro over knows his bro. Just the Lord of Norms. This all thanks to the fucking Haitian Revolution, which fucked France. Looking at he gets over there. Monroe finds out Louisiana, like it's from New Orleans to the Rockies to Canada. It's a huge. The Appalachians to the Rockies, basically, and they didn't have time to consult Congress. So Thomas Jefferson just bought it on the spot, which he was like, I abused the fuck out of my power, and that was his whole thing. The government should have no power. He was against any. And that's what Jefferson's whole life was like, doing fucked up things and then saying nobody should be able to slavery. Like people need to stop it. He's like, it's fucking a slave. It's like somebody's gonna stop this. We gotta stop this. Somebody's gotta stop that. Somebody's gotta stop fucking this. Yeah. You should have made me 69. I need to fuck this one right now.
Yeah, that was big because that secured the southern port.
Monroe, yeah. And then was Madison. Usually the Secretary of State would end up being vice president at this point. Although who was it? Was Jefferson? Adams. Adams is vice president. Yeah, that's 3 straight presidents. Then we got Madison. He was a dork. A huge dork. He was a nerd, a frail, nervous figure. He plugs out. Basically, at the first, they said his lady was the first lady. Dolly Madison, that was like really like, they would have parties at the White House. They would like try to get. And also, he was Jefferson's, but he was another guy like Adams who was there all the time. Yeah. He was like a worker. He kept shit going. And he would write Jefferson and say, in France, go, can you fucking come home and be president? And Jefferson would write back and go, I'm just enjoying Paris. I don't want to do it. And then he would float in and just take the fucking big job. And yeah, Madison gets 4 years, and people are like, dude, you're boring. No, America has never liked Madison gets 2. He's like, oh, don't touch me. can't touch you with ears out of respect.
Hands on.
I'm gonna rip you.
Oh God.
Hold on. So Jeff is shut the fuck up, guys. Shut up, guys. Shut up, Sean, don't look at me. So Madison takes some of the flack because everybody was calling Jefferson a pussy. He's like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. So America just declares war on England. Nerd rage is on England. England immediately marches down and burns Washington. Burns it like that's right. What? He's like, nobody's gonna call me gay. But then I am shitty. Like, so first off, Washington D.C. was a swamp. It was literally a swamp. It was a shithole. No one lived there. The War of 1812. We fucked England up. Fort McHenry, Star Spangled Banner, all that shit smashed.
Valley New Orleans was
Jackson.
yeah. And Jackson, New Orleans war had been already over for a while. Yeah, the war had already signed.
January.
And he was still fighting.
Yeah.
To get to Jackson is fucking wild.
So it's probably first. So all of a sudden, America, that's our first war as a country.
Yeah.
So now America's not
Before
even
that,
top.
because England was just taking pot shots. England would just park a ship outside, like, of Baltimore, wherever. It's just start heaving fucking fireballs for no reason. Like, Hudson, New York, it's a town of the Hudson. It has a weird maritime feeling to it. It looks like Nantucket, and that's because it's all people from Nantucket. It used to be this whaling village in Nantucket, and in the 1830s, which is partnership that set houses on fire for fucking fun. So all the people that lived in that town found a Hudson, and they would go out ocean, and then they would drag a whale up the Hudson River, and they would slaughter it and then send it down the river. It was a great way to send whale meat and oil to here and here. Big port. I never heard of a guy named Legs Diamonds. Diamonds. She was like the first streets. It's a place for farmers to bring their herds and get lick buck and gamble and their animals slaughtered and run down here on both sides. I go, yeah. Anyway, so that's what was going on. That's how much things like just the English, one English shit, lobbing fireballs changes a ton of things. And they finally needed it to stop it.
We're talking it's like I get ahead. I'm never gonna be able to face my
Anyway,
so
so now you got
we're kind of unified. That was the first time Madison, in War of 1812, it was a draw. I mean, they signed a treaty after 2 years.
Changed them. Nothing changed. English stopped harassing.
Yeah, or they came over. Yeah. We kind of fucked them up though. The casualty numbers was like double.
That's better than his struggle.
Of course. But I always acts like we got fucked up. And they're like, we can't afford to fight this while we're fighting the French troops. That brings us to Monroe. Monroe was kind of Monroe was the last founding father to be a Revolutionary War. It was at Valley Forge. Neutrality. We got the Americans. Nobody fucked with us. Because they were all worried Europe was going to spin countries getting involved with their wars. So he was the first guy to go. Yeah, we're never going to go. Yeah. And that's kind of what they were saying. That's like the most last thing.
Let's just
Policies of any other country after years. Added Florida. Monroe got Florida from the Spanish.
So the reason that happened, was because Jackson was taking his troops to Florida, and Monroe, a guy, to negotiate the price. But finally, Monroe decided we don't want Florida anymore. They're asking this. We can't afford to buy it. I can't justify it. And
Jack back and say, I'm just going to take it. I'm just going to take it militarily. I'm going to not. I'm the president. You made me do that. And Jackson just ignored him. And so he did it. He took Florida, and then he showed up in D.C. was like, right, that was good, right? And Monroe's like, yes, thank you very much. Yeah, he's like, but also I bought it. Good job. Yeah, also I think we paid for it. We paid for it, baby. It was while Jackson was like, fuck, I thought this marriage were like to Monroe. They're like, yeah, you can buy it. He's like, kill him. He was down flying. Yeah, actually, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna sell it. There's two generals that did that. Him and MacArthur did that too. They just did shit without permission, and then showed up and said, right, Mr. President, yes, whatever. So you got that. But this is interesting because Monroe was the first part that there's a slavery actually starts to take real issue because it was the Missouri Compromise. So Missouri was becoming a state. It was another slave, pro-slavery. Yeah, so every time they added a slave state, they'd have to add a free slave. To make sure it was balanced. Yeah, that's when we added Maine. Missouri got to be a slave state. That's it for him. John Quincy Adams. Yeah, so John Quincy Adams was Secretary of State. John Quincy Adams had a big role in Florida, and he had a big role in that compromise. That was a big part. He was a statesman. John Quincy Adams is a fucking fascinating guy. I read his biography. The thing about him and his father is that they wrote copious, really long diary entries, so we know a lot about those guys. But he traveled with his father to England. He was like the last link to the Great Revolution. Yeah, because he was wherever he went. They took him to France, diplomat. He was the first American ambassador. He lived in St. Peter, and him and was he the one who helped that kind of revolutionize? I don't remember that. Okay, but he was in Russia way back then. He take like a sleigh to part there anywhere like Prussia, and I know more than any like human being back then. He went across the ocean several times, so like something like 12 times back and forth. Amazing guy, incredible guy. His opponent was Jackson in this election. Yeah, Jackson dominated. He won the popular vote by a greater margin than Reagan beat Carter. It was a landslide for him, but Jackson in the Battle of New Orleans came out and said all the guys from Kentucky were cowards. So then when it comes to the Electoral College, the guy counting the votes happened like a senator or something from Kentucky, from like 10 states. Because back then the Electoral College made perfect sense. Nobody in any state heard of one of these guys. There was no just get your local guy. Yeah, and be like, go figure it out. Yeah. But for this guy to swing all these dudes in the meetings, we need John Quincy Adams. So he swung. I mean, it was John Quincy Adams was another one-term nerd. Yet, I mean, as the president, he could get almost nothing done. Partly because Jackson just thwarted every single thing. Jackson tried. The whole country loved Jackson. Everybody fucking loved that dude. He was Trump. Imagine if Trump like dueled as much as Jackson died with something like 12 bullets in his body. What? That never left his body. He dueled all the time. Let's just go straight to Jackson. He's the next. Wait, he cannot be mentioned, John Quincy. John Quincy Adams, well, after his presidency, he was in Congress forever. He died at his seat in Congress. He was because his thing, he was a huge abolitionist. He was like the only guy in the Congress willing to be. They passed the law, the gag law, that said you keep in Congress. It used to be, there was a thing in Congress back then called petitioning. Anyone could send a petition to their congressperson, and they had to mention it. So like, you could send a thing to Congress saying, I want retards to be allowed to drive, whatever you want. I want retarded people to have driver's licenses. And he would say he'd have to go, okay, the petition from Shane Gillis, he wants retards to override, and everyone would go, I move to table it. They just tabled it. But they passed a law saying you couldn't even mention a petition that said the word slavery, because that's how electrified it was. Like, we don't want it. We know you're trying to get rid of slavery. We don't even want you to say it. They passed it. So Quincy Adams would do it. He would just break the law, and he would just say it over and over. He would read petitions about slavery. He would get sent. Then they would all vote, the whole Congress, to censure him for going against the rules. He got censured over and over again, and he represented, got Amistad slaves, and got them. The slave ship that was taken over by slaves in Massachusetts, I think.
So you're saying the S word?
Those slaves asked him to represent them, that he was their lawyer, because they were all who were waiting for their Haitian slaves. But he found a way just with it. It wasn't like it said the paperwork, go fuck yourself. So they were free. But he was in the middle of a big impassioned argument. He was yelling, and he had a heart attack, and he died right there with the He was the first president or former president to ride on a steamship. He used to ride on the steamships with a blanket over him, and folks would surround him. All the passengers would surround him, and he would just tell stories. He's a great guy. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Man, there's just a part of me that like Jackson. Jackson's great, but I mean, I look at all these guys. I evaluate them as characters. They're all great, amazing characters. They all did awful things, of course. But I mean, Obama fucking bombed, fucking weddings. Obama. But yes, Jackson was a crazy but shrewd. A great thing about Jackson was that his inaugural party in the White House. This is wild. He invited everybody. That's exactly right. He invited everyone to come. No invitation needed. That's the people's house. And the house was crammed with common people getting drunk, stealing shit, destroying. They wouldn't leave. And there's a honor code in the White House. You don't ask someone to leave. You don't ever throw anybody out. So they couldn't get them. Like, days went by where people are shitting on the floor and raiding the fucking pantry and just fucking people and whatever. And so what they did was they got huge kegs of beer and they put them on the lawn. And they said, hey, come on, let's drink under the stars. Let's have, and they invited them out for beer on the lawn. And they all came outside and they walked. That was how he was a people's president. Yeah, like there was some in his first one to appeal to the common person. There was an author of English guy. I read his biography in them, and they have one account of an English traveling writer who writes travel books. And he was in Washington. He thought, what is it like to meet the president? And he just there wasn't a fence around the house. He would just come walk in. So he just walked to the front door. He knocked on the door, and the butler came to the door and said hello. And he said, I'd like to meet the president. He's like, is he expecting you? He goes, no. And the butler's like, all right, we'll come in and sit down. And he went in. The guy waited like 20 minutes. And Jackson came out of his office, which was like, he said, I'm pretty important. Like, who are you? And he said, I just wanted to meet you and say hi. And he was like, all right, can you wait an hour? He's like, sure. So he went, whatever, fucking signed the thing to kill all the Indians. Had sandwiches brought. He sat with the guy, just talking over an hour. He also he was the first president, I think, to ride on a train. He took a train. He was the first one to do this, and he went all over the country. Yeah. He came up to Maine. Presidents never travel. He was the first guy to do that. Like, he thought people should see him and have contact. Oh, the Trail of Tears. He flubbed that one. Yeah, flubbed. He did do a exactly what his goal was. He tried to do. You fucking flubbed. That was a bit of a flub. No, he was not. He didn't make mistakes. I looked it up. I don't know. They had slaves. Yeah, the fucking dude on the trail of tears. They were like, we gotta bring our slaves. If slaves are available, folks get slaves. That's just the way that goes. I couldn't believe it. So when he was, yeah, that's what the part you don't hear is like the Indians like, you know what he did does it. What he did towards slaves. Yeah, slaves had it real bad. Yeah, tell me about it. Didn't they like share everything with him? Yeah, they were way better. There's there's some story from some chief, big chief, went to the White House to meet with Jackson, because Jackson was very honest. He didn't underhand ever. He played politics. He did horrible things, but he just went ahead and did them. Like there was a slave revolt during his presidency where they want out. We just want to be taken to the north or Canada or whatever. And so he just got a bunch of Canada. He just pulled the whole thing apart. He didn't fucking care. So some famous, like maybe I recognize it, but like sitting, but it was some big, all of the Indians, tribes, all the tribes chose this guy to negotiate with Jackson. And he went and talked to Jackson, just the two of them. And he came out crying. So, we're in trouble. Okay, we're not. This is gonna go bad. It's gonna go bad. Now he just had his way of thinking about how it was gonna go. He's like, no, we gotta clear these guys out. Also in line with Trump, he was like, this is why the term mudslinging starts. It was him and John Quincy. Their election, or their debates and shit was. He would just talk. They would talk shit. It would be nasty. Whatever it took. Whatever it took. No, I remember. I have a friend who's the Trump guy who I've known for a long time. So I gotta say that his name is Nick Paul. Nick has always given me some insight into the mentality of kind of guy, not just Trump, but guys like Jackson. I remember once I was with Nick and a lot of people, and he was like three Democrats yelling at him, and he was going to say crazy, fucked up things to them. And I'm like, Nick, even you know that's. He goes, it's 3 against 1. What do you want me to do? Like he's in a, and it gave me that and then it brought me back to when I was like 19 and I was friends with Nick and we were comedians in Boston, and there was a pinball machine we really liked playing at this one club, so we're playing pinball against each other. And when it was my turn, I was starting to beat his score, and he just put his hand over my hand. So I couldn't flip. I'm like, really? He goes, yeah, I win. I win. I don't care. But Jackson, too. Jackson was the first. Yeah, he was a football player. College football. Jackson was the first president to go like, fuck you, I'm winning this, I don't care what happens. We're gonna. He also, one of the big things with Jackson, he vetoed more bills that every president before him could buy. He hated the banks, he went to war. It's crazy that he's on the 20. It's like a joke because he hated the idea of a central bank. He hated the idea of a treasury. He thought that it should just be folks have the money, use gold, and you trade, and he wanted to. So I think the U.S. Bank at the time, I think it was called the United States, like the Bank of the United States was up for to be renewed, and he just happened to be the president, and he vetoed it. Yeah, and it wasn't said don't veto, it wasn't a veto. No, he vetoed it. So then the next guy is his vice president, Van Buren. He takes over and completely destroyed the economy because he vetoed the bank. That's the way it goes. Yeah, the cool guys. America is made of cowboys and nerds. So you got cowboys who show off and show what kind of people we are, and then you have nerds who actually get things done. But the cowboys get the credit, and their nerds get fucked. Everything got fucked. His nickname was Man Ruin. He was another total nerd, and everybody hated Van Buren. He was like a little fight. Yeah, I think he was one of those vice presidents. Because Jackson was the man who was his dork. He's from New York. He was his nephew. Yeah. He was, the legend is that, he was one of the first people to have pamphlets, like a lot of pamphlets, like the press, like mass press, started to get big. So his pamphlet was because he was called the Old Kinderhooker. He's from Kinderhooker, New York. So his thing was okay, and it was a check mark. Nice. That's where people say that okay comes from. Yeah, so it was like his thing was okay with a check mark. That was the point. It was like vote for Old Kinderhooker. That's the thing. That's the thing. When you look at this, that's where all of our shit comes from. That's all of this. All right, we gotta speed up because this one's fun. If you're excited, whatever. Here comes Harrison. He's the next guy. Everybody called him. Randy. He was too much of a geezer. On his inauguration, he was like, "I'm gonna prove to everyone how tough I am." It was freezing cold, like 8,000 word inauguration. Like a few months. Like Jordan's term. Never had it. Didn't have a minute of acting trying to prove he was tough. Got sick the first day. And died. Brings us to Tyler. He did nothing. Tyler was already abandoned him. No, he was Harrison's vice president. So when Harrison dies, the one thing he did do was set the precedent that the vice president stays as president. So everyone was like, well, we don't know what to do here. The president's never died. Do you take over as an interim guy until we find a new guy? And he was like, no, I'm just the president. And enough that his party hated him for that. His own party abandoned him. They didn't put him up for reelection. Because they thought they wanted to show the guy. They wanted to be able to put a stronger guy. Yeah, so no parties supported him. He got nothing done. He was never up for reelection. Let's be onward. That brings us to our guy that was turns out Paul's the man. Really? I know nothing about him. No, he was one term because he was a dark horse out of nowhere. And he promised everybody in his party, I'll only do one term. That way, some of you guys that are getting ready, I promised to do one term. When he was running his own slide, he was, who is James K. Cole? Like, people were talking shit. As soon as he got in, oh, this is good. He was a tiny guy. He was 5'8", and when he got in, his wife was the one who came. They got to play hell deep every time you go in a room to give you some respect. Yeah. So that's why that happened. So right away, Polk starts going. It's kind of a joke. It's like a midget walked in. He starts fucking with the British about Oregon. So they the Oregon territory, out there, which is just beaver hunting. Everybody's beaver hunting. We're doing a little bit of that in Nash Vegas. About pussies. Hunting in Oregon. They were in Oregon. So the British were pussy hunting. The British and Americans were both pussy hunting on the same territory. Paul was like, nah. He set a legend and the latitude longitude. It's 54 and 40. So he came out the sun at 54 and 40. More flight. They were. So he called that British were afraid to call it bluff. They're just like, fuck, they like that. Dude, this guy's too nuts. He used to launch. So he takes that territory, which is huge. And then it's not just Oregon, it's Washington. You know how why Oregon is Portland is called Portland? You know, it's not. It's got to be Boston. Because there's two guys. It's Lewis and Clark. Yeah. So one of them is from Jefferson. One of them is from Boston. And one of them is from Portland, Maine. And they both wanted to name it after their hometown. They flipped it and named it Portland. There is a Boston in Oregon. There's a town called Boston. Anyway, so after he gets to Oregon, he's like, all right, time for me to get Texas. He starts fucking with the Mexicans. Like I said, they would send troops down just to see if the Mexicans would shoot first. Finally, they did. Immediately, Mexicans. They shot so many times. Teed up their fucking rifles. Fire a shot. So they go to war. Fire. Probably 70,000 troops ordered. Oh, no. So we immediately took California, Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, Texas. And then who was the general that penetrated all the way to Mexico City? That's later, right? This this was the next guy who was Zachary Taylor.
Yeah, Zachary Taylor was a big Mexican American warrior. He was a warrior.
Zachary Taylor was dominating.
He went into Mexico City, and if you go to Mexico City, the big thing is Los Niños. These six, I think it's 4 or 6 kids. So they stormed. They went on the Citadel, the palace, so decimated. It was finally just the cadets of the military school were the only ones defending the capital, and they were just 4 kids firing on the American army. It's just coming, and they wrapped themselves in Mexican flags and jumped and dove and killed themselves. That was how they ended this pretty hard. At the moment, Zachary Taylor was holding one of them, and he was like, they were just kids. Like, you have no idea. They were like fucking 12, 15 years old. And holding back, there's 4 big pillars. They're like 4 years old. Yeah.
What did Mexico have back then? Was it like a king or
Well, they had Mexico. So, what was going on all these years, Napoleon assumed the South and European thing. Europe always fed on was a aristocratic America. It was about plantations, old families, and that's a European. They loved Europe in the South. The North was always against Europe and wanting to start something new. So during the Civil War, Maximilian was just a hacker. But the way kings worked back then, there were some royalties. So the Habsburg family, where they were like Flemish or whatever the fuck, they just had like somebody, a cousin of a king. They went, Maximilian and his wife, they're like, you guys take Mexico. Napoleon sent French troops to Mexico and installed Maximilian. But then so then the Mexicans finally, because when the movie lost made me sick for that. No, when the South lost the Civil War, Napoleon was like, all right, fuck this. But when Napoleon was gone, or whoever the French just pulled their well, there was like 3. I think it was a later Napoleon. Yes. Pulled support.
Yeah.
And they fed peyote to his and sent her home. And there's some little village in the Netherlands where they tell you, like, she's going to come get you. She would run the streets. She went insane. She would run the streets. And they tell kids, if you don't get to sleep, if she comes out at night, you don't go to sleep, she's going to come get you. So that's how far in Mexico. I'm sorry to derail you, but so Zachary's still at home in the table.
But still, so one thing that was cool was when Paul was instigating this war with Mexico.
You got to cut that part where I say we lost. No, let's cut that out. That's good. You say that
Immediately. That's pretty sick. So Polk was up there like, they're fucking with us. They shot at our troops. I saw it. A one-term senator from Illinois at the time stood up and said, were we on their territory when we shot? There was one guy that was opposed to the Mexican American war. A guy by the name of Abraham. Yeah, shut up. We're trying to take this shit.
Yeah, he's like, we guys are really like,
and he was like, sorry, I think this was wrong. Anyway, that's why Polk's kind of man. He added 1/3 of that to a 4-year term.
pretty good on territory.
I know, but still, they got Texas, California, and they were saying like half of them. I'm pretty sure. They're saying
Wish he hadn't added them. Texas. They would have had.
Again, that was a smashing. It was me. And this is good.
Like right away, right?
Yeah, too much. That was a lot of work. Just died. So then comes Zachary Taylor. This is 1849 to 1850. It's quick. quote from Rabbbi. Pretty sick of it.
Old dead and
Somebody's about to be dead.
yeah, he died. I don't know where he died of.
He was
Being in the 1800s.
yeah, he was one of the largest slave owners in the South. So when he got elected, the South was like nice because at this point the territories he just had it. He did all that in 4 years, which was sick, but also it was too much because now there's so much territory and the slaves versus the abolitionists. Every state they had to add. It was a debate. There's a debate.
Well, Southern presidents, so many Southern presidents.
Yeah.
I mean, outside of the Adams,
Pretty much nonstop Virginia, and then it gets into like Tennessee.
they started digging into their bench. We started digging into Tennessee. And then we started kind of, with Ohio, we started coming back.
Actually, kind of going to President's Dead son, Lincoln ruled.
Well, he was Kentucky, Illinois,
Yeah.
Illinois before Kentucky, which
I always
was
forget one. I think he's born in Kentucky, a log cabin in Kentucky.
and then he was the
Illinois.
There's no way to know.
We weren't right about that.
We'll never know.
We were never correct about half these facts, but we're having fun.
Well, yeah, I can be. I love just acting like I know.
That's great. So one thing, Taylor gets in there. Everybody's like nice. Everybody in the South's like nice. This guy's pro slavery. He gets in. He tends to start actually leaning towards standing with the North. This is all leading to the Civil War. It's like guys like this start fucking this up. As soon as he says we're gonna abolish slavery in the Western territories, he says he's gonna fucking hang everything.
He react well to it. He wasn't like, let's talk and send it. He would just say that, and then they're like,
I'm gonna hang a lot.
stop talking.
This is how he does. He went, what? Like I said, it was a swamp, so there was like a cholera
Like
outbreak.
the old pop rocks.
It hit cherries, across the coke, I think it was
By the way, you know how many there were presidents? What do you think about the fact that four of them were assassinated?
well, successfully, yeah.
Four killed, shot and killed. 4 out of 40. There's been 47.
Wait, hold on, how many got shot and killed? I don't think they got shot and killed.
Yeah, 4 were shot and killed. Garfield?
See, this guy, you guys stop
A guy with a G. It's either Grover, Cleveland, or Garfield. One of those two was shot and killed. McKinley shot and killed. JFK and Lincoln. 4 shot and killed. Reagan fucking badly shot. Roosevelt, Teddy, shot in the chest. But had a piece of paper with a speech had glasses case.
Finish the speech.
Yep, finished the speech.
Shot.
And somebody shot at Andrew Jackson. And he had a cane and he beat the guy. Shit, the guy almost beat him to death. The guy shot him and he just. Right outside the Capitol. He was insane. Yeah, most of them were crazy. There's a few other guys that were shot at that somebody took at them, and but they didn't get hurt. Well, FDR, they killed the governor, right, who was sitting next to him. A spray of bullets. And he wasn't hurt, but the governor. Like, what's his name? Alexander the Great, and whoever. Some kings used to lead heads of to lead charges. The front horse. Like, going right headlong into an army. That'd be nice to be the Roman guys did that. Yeah, holy shit, it's going right at me.
Doug Taylor was offered to sign the compromise. As soon as fucking Taylor died, Phil Moore takes over and signs it. Southerners were mad that California would join as a free catch and bring them back to the South.
Give the hell in the back.
And there were dudes that were just like, grab the whack. And I like, got him. Where's my bounty? So it was better. Oh shit, is it?
Yeah, he was a free northern. So he got grabbed by one of those guys.
Damn, it was better.
Happened all the time.
Here's the member of the Whig Party. They didn't run on the second term. Here comes Franklin Pierce. He's from the North. He was pro-slavery. They thought this was going to work. 2 months before this is great. 2 months inauguration. He and his family were in a train crash. And the only casualty was his 11-year-old son. So his entire time in office, he's blacked out, drunk, depressed. He's just sad as all the time. He's not listening. His wife blamed him for the death constantly. You just had to be the fucking president. You need to work. You were on the train. You had fun. So he's there. During Pierce, they would do the Transcontinental Railroad. This is like the real. This is a fuck up. For the North wants it to be from Chicago, LA, or one of those, because out west, South wants it to be from Atlanta to LA. In order to get rid of the Missouri line compromise, made it nothing's north or south here. It was the slave line. They decided to make it so every new territory got to decide themselves. They got to vote in order to get the Transcontinental Railroad. So this opened
Every single thing we did to build this nation ran into this slave road.
Yes.
Every single thing we tried to sell slave states. It's the first interstate
Yes.
thing. The first interstate objective.
Yeah.
It's the first thing that you need a federal government. Why did we start the federal government against Rothschild? Because every state gets to do their own thing, but you want to take a fucking train. States have to make it a compromise. So you needed a federal government to make these.
Precursor to Union 9.
It's the other reason general thing that the federal government became what gave the federal government power was the states wanting parity with each other. Like when fire laws became a thing, they were state laws. So like Indiana would make a law you can't dump, sludge into the river anymore. So every company in Indiana has to pay extra to do a better job of dumping their shit and take it to the ocean or somewhere else. Somebody else like. But so next door to Indiana is Illinois. Like we go and dump anything we want, and so all the business goes there, and so we don't want to hurt the environment with these guys, right? So they all the states will go to the Fed and say, please pass a law that affects everybody. We can all do the right thing. We want to do without having to get started doing shit with Mexico and India and China.
We're at, I think, Pierce Abolition. So then a bunch of people just rushed in. It was, I forget the names, they were pretty sick. It was like the Free Staters versus the Border Ruffians. This is where John Brown and his son was out there. Oh, yeah. They started hacking people with swords to death. Like, that was it. And Franklin Pierce was like, well, he did nothing. He didn't get called. Yeah, it must be had a bunch of slaves wrong. Had to be like, it's been crazy. He'd be like, no, I don't think it is.
Well, you just would pretend that wouldn't. I mean, you'd see it in the newspaper. You did it.
Yeah. Right, true. Right, tell him.
That's fine. No, and meanwhile, the North is getting after Pierce. We can't. The guy who Lincoln, right before Lincoln, right? Because the other thing that was going on is the North is industrialized, and the North is starting to build sweat houses and factories. And so part of the argument that people were having that is like the kind of argument we would have now. It would be this culture with that winter and everything, and into slavery, and how we would have handled that debate back then. Because there were people that were saying, the North has free workers and a ton of immigrants that had started, and they're treated like garbage. They're living like shit, and they're dying in large numbers, and getting sick, uneducated, and being not allowed to be educated. Kids are working heavy tons of
Southern political cartoons
that are about how bad we're like our slaves are like family. We give them their own house with their plot of land. They get to do this, and then most slave owners we're better. That this is the argument, and then the North was just like wholesale destroying lives. And read what's his name, fucking up to Sinclair, the one shit was going on in Chicago in the slaughterhouses.
What's it called?
It's
not the meat package shit, right?
Yeah.
Jungle. What's it called?
Jungle.
Yeah. So another important thing about that point of the industrialization of the North, it just flooded with immigrants. So now they're populated, they get more votes, they get more electoral power, all of that. So now the South's like, we need to get power. So now we need more states. Because otherwise they're going to abolish slavery and we're going to be poor.
They're also hanging on to the way of life. South. Yeah. In the North, they're not. They're trying to do this new, and they're manufacturing in huge amounts. In the South, they're just trying to play fiddle and whip the guy every 6 months.
That's important.
Yeah, that was the fight. Was insanely different. Yeah, we still wanted to be one country. We wanted to be one country. So it was this weird conflict there. Never went away.
So does that continue to work till now?
It does. We are.
We need to talk about it.
Yeah. So what's
Howard and James Buchanan is probably the worst.
I think he was frozen by he had so much pressure.
He was a lawyer from Pennsylvania that was just about the law.
Yeah.
Which was the last thing he needed to be as the president. Which was like, well, that's the rule.
But he had all of Lincoln's problems with none of his charisma and guts.
Yeah.
And blood.
That was James Buchanan had the Dred Scott. Dred Scott.
Yeah.
Son of James Buchanan, which was where, if you don't know about that, that was about a slave-free territory. And he was suing. He went all the way up to the Supreme Court where they ruled. He was not a citizen. Therefore, that ruling made sure every black person in America was an object and not a citizen. And Buchanan responded by saying, that's the law, and that settles it. Instead of standing up, I just had to follow the law.
So it was like an extension of the court.
Yeah.
It wasn't his job.
Yeah. And that brought us back to the South.
Yeah, every state starts to say we're not American anymore. Like immediately takes office.
It's also crazy checking in on headline. Like now they said you're a chair basically.
He'll be the whole.
Yeah. We could stop with Lincoln. Let's stop here. And then you go and see the guy you're interested in.
All right.
Yeah, we're good talking about now. Well, you're not enjoying this. You're not having a time.
I'm having a great time.
I knew you would. This is a nice ride. You're not having a great time.
I hate
Decent time. Really?
No, I'm having a great time. How much one? You decide which one. The thing I liked about, I gave you that book about Lincoln. That's a great, what's it, Carl Sanford. It's a weird kind of stream of consciousness telling of Lincoln's story of the war. It's crazy. Just the warriors, just from when he took office. And when he was coming here, there was everything, hell was breaking loose. There was supposed to be a January 6th. Yeah, supposed to be one. There was a plan to stop flying unprovoked. And so to General, he's the only American general, like, we didn't fight wars anymore. Yeah. So the army was kind of like not,
There's the commander.
It's a name you just know when you hear it. It's like Scott something.
Oh yeah, Winfield.
Phil Scott. So they went to Winfield Scott. And if anyone, he made a declaration publicly. He said, if anyone dropped the counting of votes and the democratic process from happening, either by force or by infiltration, I will stuff them into my cannon and fertilize my lawn with them. That's what he said.
He said that?
That's what he said.
What he did?
No, and
Winfield Scott said.
yeah, but what he did in real fact, because he was a really smart guy, he gave all of the Capitol police and all those guys that they had the day on. They said go home, and he went and got policemen from Baltimore, from New York City, all kinds of like badass cops, and he had them in plain clothes all over the Capitol, all heavily armed, but in plain clothes. So and people didn't. So if somebody started something, I would just go like this or elbow him or whatever. But the appearance was peaceful. There was no military presence. But nothing happened. The minute that happened, everyone was yeah. When people who would be like whoever now wrote on things saying don't take office, you're president. Not even just people from the South, people from the North. Everyone was free the slaves and start war with them. His first inauguration, he says, first thing out of his mouth, no intention of freeing the Southern states or changing their slave laws. And yes, we will chase down and bring you back your slaves when they come up here within reason. That's the first thing out of his mouth.
That's what bothers me about people that are critics and hang on to it. They're like, like you did. It's like, dude, the whole time that's what he wanted.
Of course he did. That's why the framers, they all wanted this to be a better country. So they couldn't create a nation without such create a nation where people can change peacefully. They can change not only leadership but the laws. They create a situation where people figure it out for themselves. It could have been a very permanent thing. It could have been a very solid, permanent thing, lasting on purpose. And that's, Lincoln was like, we'll do it. Yes, we'll do it. Just we need some fucking time, and boy, what it costs. It's crazy. And a lot of people didn't want slavery, were really angry at Lincoln for how hard he pushed that war, and they didn't just settle it. Just let us have to do whatever they want. We have our free blacks here. Let them take their chances down there. You're killing millions or however many fucking, I don't know how many it was. Like 250,000 people died in the Civil War. Yeah, probably. Something like how many we killed in Iraq that day. Yeah,
That's true.
Yeah, for doing nothing.
Civilians.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, it was. Yeah, Lincoln's the best.
Really, somebody it just took a lot of political guts, a lot of
Fuck.
yeah.
Jesus. I'm trying to talk to these fucking cunts from the South. It's just like clearly this is for money. You know it.
Yeah.
You know it's wrong. It's 1860.
Well, it was the ultimate time.
They know it's wrong.
Well, folks not wanting to say that shit's wrong, and him like not making them say it, but getting them to just one guy at a time. Just go around, get support here, get support there, put muscle in where he had it, and he fought a brutal war, incessant war.
They had to wait until he got a victory to fucking announce the Emancipation Proclamation. He was trying so hard to get it out, but the generals kept fucking up and losing. And he would just be right, and these dudes like, go, please do it. Get one, like, I think he wrote it after Antietam, which was like a draw. Yeah, that's close enough. Here we go.
Nice shot.
Yeah, you got his fucking head blown off.
next to his wife,
Yeah.
and they put a little napkin. That was what they put a little napkin back there. This was not a very
Alive a while after.
Yeah, that's what he said. He didn't have to die at all.
He didn't die away. Really? Yeah. He was like alive at the hotel. Like,
And they're like, we don't know how to do anything.
yeah. What play was this here? Fuck, I do know.
Well,
Play. It was at the Ford's Theater. Dude, something good. He was noticed the assassin. It was nuts. He was sitting there watching. Like, I gotta pretend to like this. Yeah, it's fucking Hamilton.
and then they shot him like, thank God.
Summarize that shit sucks so bad. So that brings us to Johnson.
So Johnson was first guy to be impeached.
Was he? Oh yeah,
First guy to be impeached. Yeah.
John shows up. This is great. He was like a tough guy. He was supposed to be the counteraction of Lincoln.
Well, he's one of the reasons because everybody knew if we could just get rid of Lincoln. Johnson was behind him when there was a deal. It was like don't talk outside the family. It was like Sonny, Sonny liked my deal. Then Sonny was out here. Johnson would have fucking settled in a minute.
Johnson indentured servant. Way up. Now said.
That's impressive.
And then he got fucked up on whiskey. He just couldn't talk. His inauguration. It was in the rain and the mud right after Lincoln got shot down. It was like,
First, he's the one who proved you can impeach a president, but you cannot get the fucking votes. It's a waste of time, and he ends up strong. It's the dumbest move in the world. It's vanity. It's just Congress hates the president. It's just bullshit. But it doesn't accomplish. This fucked up guy. I don't know who knows. It's all shit that I heard because of them. They impeached him, and I don't know nothing else about him. But I don't know either. But then fucking Grant, amazing guy,
great guy, amazing guy. I feel like his presence. A bit of a fucking letdown for how cool he was.
Christing much this guy.
True to help.
He was. Well, first of all, some people get on him because he owned us one slave because his father-in-law, his wife's father, hated him because he was an abolitionist, like an active abolitionist. Sure. He was against slavery just for not having a slave. Back then, if you had a slave,
Why does this guy make me feel uncomfortable?
yeah. So he hated him because he had slaves and he didn't want one. So he gave him one for his wedding present, like to spite him. Yes. So. So
He had one slave and he freed him instead of selling him.
he was in the army and he went. He was the only one there, and he was a family man. His family missed his family so much, and he started just getting drunk. And somebody came to drop the mail and found him passed out drunk. And that was his only experience with alcohol. He was a very rigidly living guy, and he was known as a drunk for the rest of his life.
Really?
So every time he had a political problem, he'd go drinking.
There's rumors he was fucked up though.
Because he sat under a tree, right? They found him sitting under a tree, right outside of a military hospital.
It also was funny because Shiloh, he woke up on day 2 of it. Yeah, at like the start of day 2, or maybe it was at the start of day 1. When it started, he was late to get there, so everybody was like he was hammered. But he was hammered. That's It's very funny. It's like, oh shit, there's a war.
After he started Reconstruction, really, he was in earnest wanting to get opportunities and equity for black people and equal opportunity for black people. And then he retired and was in New York, and he became a New Yorker, became a big part of his city. And he has a son named Kermit. His name was Kermit. Those 1800s. Kermit invested his money and all of his father's money with some asshole guy who took it and just left town. And took all of their money, every penny that they had. And so Grant went to visit Vanderbilt, who's outside of the Grand Central Station. It's great. Went to the richest man in New York. The sword that was given. We're not. Vanderbilt. What I would argue is the best part of his story, and it's actually his greatest legacy. His biography, his autobiography is like the greatest ever. For money at this point, because his wife was very young. He was broke. So he met two guys on a train. They're like, "Why don't you write your autobiography and pay you thousands of dollars?" About a week later, he meets up with Mark Twain, who was like his best friend. And Mark Twain said, "Why don't you write your autobiography? Your memoirs. I'm doing that." These guys. What do they pay you? These $1,000. He's like, dude. Twain, or his real name was Clemens, travels to, I think he went to see Sherman. He went to see and said, please get him to do this. So Sherman wrote a telegram, for the love of God, give the book to them. That's the thing. That's all. So he wrote his autobiography, and the remarkable thing about it I read was that there's like no action now. The entire book of words now. He just said it's a very well written book. And you can order one, you get it in color. It's the first blockbuster book. It made like $500,000 in the first month. He died of throat cancer, like book, and then his wife paid her life. Her first check from Twain was like $400,000. Whoa! Yeah, I think was he buried here? Yes, mine. And he's buried in Grants too, in Harlem. And when he died, there was this huge funeral, and it was Northern and Southern soldiers. Southern soldiers were like their Southern uniforms, because it was a big thing that his casket was carried by North and South. It's too bad you never get away with wearing a Confederate uniform in Harlem these days. Because that would get him treatment. Yeah, but he was fucking awesome at that. When Lee surrendered, he was very like, I mean, it was unconditional surrender. So he was like, you guys are gonna fucking give up, and he was like, keep your guns, go home, start rebuilding. Like he could have fucking destroyed the South. He was very chill. I think Custer stole the fucking sword. He hated Custer. I think Custer stole Lee's sword. They gave it back. But I think the
story was Graham wouldn't accept it. There's something along his lines. And Custer was bloodthirsty. And then on the parade back in Washington, Graham was obviously out front. Custer fucking rode ahead. And Graham was like, this mother. Custer was the big blonde in there. If you looked into Custer, he was pretty fucking. I don't know much about him. He fucked up Jeb's story at Gettysburg, which was pretty cool. Because Jeb was the man. He rode in, he was with the Michigan Cavalry. He was like, come on, you Wolverines. He fucking led him into a charge. That's why the Michigan Wolverines on.
So then you got Hayes, one did all of this cool stuff for black people.
It's all very.
Just he didn't want to deal with it, so he just did away with it. And then you got who else? He goes Norman Cleary.
Yeah, this is like the Gilded Age. This is where shit, like, it goes from we ended slavery to now just racism. Not slavery, but just everyone that's the
Subjugation, just everything became the same obsession as before, but without, it just became all about not letting them vote. Keep them off.
and that goes all the way up until like now. Like we're just yesterday. Thank God.
Good, nice information.
Yeah, Louisiana cleaned up their act a little. Alabama.
Favorite president just jumped in with my head is Nixon. Is my favorite dude.
He's awesome.
He's the best. And again, as a character,
Yes.
Nixon gave the country one great gift that I wish was like, I wish it was taught, like the speech that Lincoln has on his monument and the ask not what your country and all that shit. The greatest thing that he did, because it speaks more to what when Nixon was shamed, resigned, he had to give it back for a couple of I'm not a crooked. This is all bullshit. You had to go and say, well, all right, I'm going to go.
It's not good, but I'm gonna get out of here.
Gerald Ford would take the, what the office at this time in his office. And he left. Before he left, he gave a speech to staff, to the White House staff. There was a helicopter. And he's copiously crying in the speech. There's video of it that you can see. You have to try to find the whole thing. Because there's clips that you can find on YouTube, but I actually ordered the whole speech. And they're all, he's encouraging. He said, this is a tough moment for all of us. He said, first of all, I don't want to discourage him from being in public service. He was afraid of what would happen. Yes, he was right. He said, don't be discouraged from public office. It's a great calling. And he said it for any mistakes that we made and everything that's happened. Not one person in this administration gained financially from being left richer than when they got here. He made it first, so he defended everybody that was there. And then he just starts reflecting. He reads from Teddy Roosevelt's autograph from his diary when Teddy's wife and mother died in the same night. They both died of cholera or whatever on the same from one room to the other. And they both, it was like 21 or something. And he's like, the light has gone out and it'll be darkness forever. And he said, so he read it to his staff. He said, that's how he felt, having lost a incredible life. So he's trying to say, he said, no, don't be discouraged. Never be petty. Don't hate your enemies. That's when you start to destroy them. He gets really respectful about everything that happened about it. And then he says, it's horrible. He goes up. He says, they'll never write a book about my mother, but she was a saint. Oh, man. And I think of her, like, one of his brothers had tuberculosis. He had no money, so she moved to Arizona where the air was better. And she was a nurse, but she nursed other people's babies for money in order that her son would live in Arizona. And he talks about his father that was a lemon farmer, but a failing lemon farm, but then he a switchman on a streetcar. He just talks about his parents and what they did for him and all that shit. He just cries. It's fucking beautiful, but it shows you a man at the height of American experience, destroyed from that height, which is the high and fall, and he just went, here's how this feels. He just told the world, this is how this feels, this is what this looks like. And here's all I can say. And then he went and then he left. I mean, he was one of the most influential people in American history.
Yeah. He ended Vietnam, right?
He was fucking Eisenhower's vice president.
There's a guy we know that's a bit of a conspiracy guy, but he's been pretty on Watergate. Yeah. Okay. And about how that was a little darker than it seemed.
So I know a guy back when I was first living in the city. There was a guy, Gannon, Frank Gannon wrote speeches for Nixon and was a very close friend of his. And weirdly, he became the guy who books the comedians on Letterman. And when I moved to New York back in 1990 or so, being on Letterman was all anybody wanted. So he was the most important person in comedy. And if you like it, get more to come. Maybe you'd be on the show. So he liked me. He never got me on the show, but he liked me. So I went to Letterman's office in bed, and he wrote. Nixon has one big biography called RN, and Gannon co-wrote. And he told me that when you get a few drinks in Nixon, what president doesn't have a safe like that? It was so that's Nick's story. That was the story. He didn't say it in public because the same as he conceded the presidency to Kennedy, which Kennedy stole. Everyone knows that. Yeah, and Reagan was kind of an empty.
Yeah, I guess I'll be while he was there, and then which was pretty admirable at the time because he was actually no, it wasn't because I was in the middle of the Red Scare. He was like one of the guys being like, "You're a communist." He just became the man.
My favorite film of Reagan is Larry King interviewing him after he was shot and saying, "So how do you feel about this guy?" He said, "Well, I informed big man. He's I found out later that he's sick. He's mentally ill. So to our players, and we hope the best for him." He says, "This big sick."
Oh, yeah, you were fucking that guy up. Oh yeah, he's out.
Yeah.
I think that should be it, right?
Yeah, it's me.
Thanks for doing it, man.
Sure. Thanks for asking.
Goodbye. Wow. Yeah, we're not gonna do ads on the next one. We gotta do ads on this. Let's do it. Yeah, you can't do ads on the next one. In the middle of that, can't drop that. So, Matt Shane's Secret Podcast. podcast is brought to you by Hawthorne. I bet you stinks in here. And it did, but now we've got Hawthorne. What the fuck? Why did they say we stink? Why did they say? And it did, but now we've got Hawthorne to make us look good, feel good, smell good. Hawthorne makes it quick and easy to be your best with skincare and hair care made just for you. I don't know what I need. I didn't know what I needed, so I took the fucking quiz. Yeah, and after answer. That's triple X. I can't talk about that yet. Maybe jizz all over myself. I used to like Manscaped when I remember reading Manscaped's ad. I was like, I love Manscaped. Some sucks. I like Hawthorne. Hey. I like Manscaped. Hawthorne's the best. I mean, I was just about to start endorsing. Hey, Joe. Hawthorne. Let me tell you something, motherfucker. Hawthorne stands. Really? Hey, we should go to a lot of those clubs before we go to our other to our friend's house. I take Hawthorne to this today, so make sure you're ready. If you're at Walmart, make sure you're ready for anybody. Go to .co and use promo code DRENCHED to get 10% off your first purchase. That's Hawthorne, HAWTHORNE.co, promo code DRENCHED. Hawthorne.co, promo code DRENCHED. You smell good? Yes, good. You get the smell good on? You got this one? Yes. Guys, just give me some red olives. Like, you know the family flavors. I love it. Mango is my shit. Because although I'm addicted to it, I'm still a fucking fruity. Fruity guy. I'm still a bit of a fruit man. Yeah, you don't enjoy it. Yes, yes. You're addicted to things. You're addicted to things. You know what I do best. Lucy's safe. It's the chemical. Isolate the chemical and make it taste good. Exactly. Make it even more enjoyable. Exactly. That's all we do. Now just enjoy ourselves. Check out the 400 products at Lucy.co. Use the promo code DRENCHED at checkout. That's Lucy.co. Be sure to use that promo code DRENCHED. If you're a listener from Canada, Lucy is now available at Lucy.co. Morning is now. That's why it's on. Probably debating. Yeah, the quick reaction time. All they read there. Yeah, you play tobacco. Can you really? You can take Lucy. The gold. Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah. So, guys, I'm gonna be on my fucking gum. So, April 28th to 30th, that's this weekend, I'll be in Indianapolis. Tickets are going fast. There's some tickets left, I think. May 6th, I'll be in Chester, England. May 8th, Leeds, England. May 9th, 13th, London, 13th, London. So there's been a big confusion for a lot of you. The first show is at Leicester Square. I believe it's sold out. It's at O2 Shepherd's Bush. Don't worry about what fucking time it says on the tickets or whatever. Just get there. At night. And wait. I think that's the first real theater I've ever had in my life. Please come to that. If that doesn't sell out, I'm gonna feel like a fucking difference. Oh, I want to stay in the bathroom, so you gotta welcome to the show. Welcome. Yo.
St. Louis, Austin, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, San Francisco, Australia, Perth, Melbourne. Let's go. Right? And then I'm dead. After that whole tour, then I will be dead. I'm a fire man. Place you in the fucking hallway. Bananas Comedy Club. That's the big one. That's the week. One show a month before. How is this? So, I don't know. Bring it Sid. Utterly. So it'll be nice for him to stand up. Oh, shit. At the end of it, just do it. And it's not, I mean, dude, New York is not sold out yet. So get tickets. I think it's close. But it'll be fun. It's in New York. Is it New York? The other one used to be in. It's not the one by. It's not in the bay. About a bay. Really? Yeah, well, it's really. It'll be fun. Have a good time. Yeah, so we get the monthly man. It's going to be a really good show. From the absolute SS. I was disappointed no one yelled at all. No one yelled at all. I went outside to hear yes, he gets his marks. So that means you guys that. Also, I would like to get Gus there. That's what I was thinking about. I'd like to get him to be called Gus. That'd be nice. Gus. Young Ram Hog. That's his rap name. What do you got?
Stand Wednesday. And then the Doghouse and Sesh Friday.
That will be a spin on. Guys, we're about to go do something. To change our lives around. True. Thank you for listening.
Now we're going to go help people customize and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Where's the golf cart? There it is. Only paying for what you need.
Wow, Wes. Why does it smell a certain way? Well, I got a certain smell. I think we haven't tried one yet.
I try to use Rogan's Studio has made the heated toilet seats and shit. The other ones I got have those, but I've never used it and I'm still nervous because the place I got, I can't use wipes. Can't put them in the septic tank. So I got the days, but I'm still nervous. Everyone says it's very constant. I don't know, never use one ever. I know, that's what when people say that, that's the funniest thing. Do they have a gas station? You have to use a gas station? Like, no, I never shit right next to the studio. It's always because you do Relapse podcast until 11 a.m. Sure, me, that's early. You're like 9. And I'm always late. So you gotta get that point done when you get, and then the day, and then you get off. Never tried this. Just fun. It's called and what's awesome, you can't believe the actors. So why do I know it's good? It does start every time, no matter what. I go, when it first gets jump a little, go. It's a nice track. I describe it because you're waiting for which I understand what he's saying. You're lining it up with the remote control, so you hear like to go from like when your asshole starts accepting it. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Listen, I'm excited to try it. I still don't really get it. It's harder to see the concept, but it could be strong enough that you're getting that clean. Oh, it's strong, bro. It'll go like 7 feet in the air. Really? Yeah. I was thinking about official game
age about super surfer fish.
Yeah, 25. My bad. I tried to catch them all soon. 50s. Crazy. That's a yellow, top yellow, green one. Two good basic ones.
Toys R Us basic. But no, it hits you, man. I would advise indulging forms, borderline sexual forms. You is like, you might as well fat. So start going, man. You can be close to the truth. That's sexual.
Don't choose cold water to go there if there's a hot one.
You're everyone ends up warm anyway.
I think, I'm still wipes on the road. I just can't believe that most just paper for just road. I did that for a very long time. People were just like, what are you doing? Yeah, guy just smear peanut butter on your eyes. They tell you it'll fuck your shit up. But only if you have organs come through on. There were no signs here when you moved in. They said, don't put wipes in the toilet. Fire away. Also, I turned off your windows and then just don't go back to the store. Wow. So I get like once a month off. And the mayor had a pack. He was planning to go. Did you ever check out a good house organizer? So that's like one thing I would have one thing about Christina, I gotta give her always is just go run low on wipes and then like an Amazon thing of 20 packs of wipes show up. Awesome.
Yeah, we have the that can work against me. I'm like, get garlic powder. Did you add it to your list? I'm like, do the fucking grocery list. I mean, it is a great system.
Don't give your girlfriend back like that. Do not make me make fun of my girlfriend. It was more assistant skills. Yeah. That was a girlfriend brag and now girlfriend now lack of skills.
iPhone notes, the notes app. On to that thing, man.
I think that you have no idea, he said something funny when you drove that right down. And then send it to him the next morning. Remember when you said this? Someday, I'm going to go up, right? It's 2:30 in the morning on Thursday. Do you know this isn't going to be good? You know, it's fucking never goes by. Written several things I've done in years, which is why it's still sort of fun. It's just something so long ago. My phone notes when I had intentions of like this is a funny concept. And whenever the keyword you write those, you see a thing, it's like it's a gay pizza. Yeah, the fuck does that even mean? Like half of those keywords would drive me to like when I got back home, like, all right, now what was my thing with gay pizza? Before I show you, like, fuck, I don't have any material. Let's go back. Gay pizza. Yeah, shit. It sounds as if when somebody walks up to you and does like the, so if somebody else goes, gay pizza, you do something with that? It's not exactly what we're going to premise for it. Gay pizza.
Yeah, I always think I'm going to go back there one day and there's going to be something I wrote a long time ago and go, oh my God, this is genius. And I just look at it, I'm like, I'm a fucking dumbass. One of the dumbest most. Repeat 7 times. 3:30 in the morning. Yeah. Was I team shake? Good job. Never fucked it. Yeah, never something where I think I gotta go back. Go. Oh, yeah. Big spell. Oh, man. No. That was so good. Nothing. Would have changed everything. Yeah, while I'm driving a car. Say it over and over to myself 3 or 4 times, and then, like, you get the next day. Exactly. Like, something. That's so good. Yeah, while I'm driving, this is going to be good. I'm going to get some material out of this. Now, I didn't have one thought the entire drive. I was just rapping it. Dude, I started smoking some, like, it'll charge some ideas. It's the same thing. I just got, like, confused in the grocery store, and I was just like, it's not. Grocery, we did. We had foods at the same time. Yeah, so Led Zeppelin in the grocery store, and it was, Led Zeppelin was way better than I remembered it. I was like, I think I'm over this. I'm almost out, and I was like stuff when I was a kid. Dude, I was listening to was like, this is might be the grand selfie one time.
You put me back on. You were like, let out. I said, I gotta let that out.
Yeah, I got it out. Dude, it was crazy. I for real, I am not lying. I was walking the cheese out at the grocery store at one point, like they hit the drums. I almost went. Like, I was playing, dude. I was on stage. I almost fucking kicked the single drum.
Yeah, my whole food experience was much like my experience in the mall. Literally, I was like, I'm the go-to grocery, so I got those. I don't even know what I want. I don't even know. I got chicken and bacon and eggs and that is mine. I spent $30. Yeah.
Do you scan every aisle? Like, start
Yeah, dude, I'm walking around. You're gonna weed. It's a big thing. Weed has been. You can smoke weed and go to the store. You start thinking ahead more.
Yeah, true.
I'm definitely gonna want fluff. I don't want fluff for time ever, but like, you should have it.
I did it just every aisle 4 times. Well, I do like the outskirts usually, but I just started hitting every aisle while I was jamming and like, oh yeah, I go all the way back to the other side again. And I'm top of
The things I end up like hoarding because I don't realize we have them defined too much. Or like probably like 4 different kinds of pickles in my refrigerator. Yeah. No meat, but 4 different jars of pickles. Like stackers of meat spears. But after that, you start just getting like this. Fuck, I forgot the spear. I forgot the spears. The fuck I got stored. Bitch, are these bread and butter chips? Because I said pickles.
I will say, I don't think it's anything. Like, I gotta come up with something funny. And then I actually went to a Kayla last weekend. It was Brittany planned it months ago, and I got very high and went. It was people talking about school. Like, yeah, I started school. We got held back, and I was like, I was like, what under Brittany? I was like, I got held back in the 4th grade. My thing was too big. I'm glad for.
Right, too big for 4th grade.
She's like, why would you get held back? It was just funny. It's held back too much. It's my thing too big. It's like, it's just a thing where you get dressed up and then they just make people, they like ask people. It was like, it was like a domestic violence thing, and then they had cowboys come out and be like,
It's the auctioneer guys.
yes, they went,
Yes,
it was not just guys.
The Texas Longhorns thing, they did the auctioneers. First,
You can.
and he was like, 50 grand, and then no one was bidding for like a minute, and I was sitting there, so like, oh shit. Yeah, I was like, oh, that's terrifying.
You gotta start low.
$50,000.
No, it starts at like 2. That's the move to raise your hand.
Yeah, it's fine. $1.
Yeah.
Dude, they got it was like a vacation with a coach. Coach American. It was like a boys' vacation in Miami. With an adult man, you don't know. Coach Sark.
It'll be like a 30-person trip to Orlando.
Just
It was like, what the fuck?
Just Lemaire.
Dude, what they did on it, it was paid up to $15,000, and they had 4 people. They went, you, 50 grand. Like, oh,
Bidders.
yeah. And we excited. The cowboy bidders were excited.
That was nice.
That was fun. I try not to laugh at having yes, bro. Not a much procedure there. I told her before we went in 3 times. It's just like trap because it's like they pop shit, confetti on you, and it's like, the pricing makes no sense. It's perfect. Yeah. Like $30,000, yes. It's like, I was.
What are the objects?
The objects, they were like pretty intense vacations, and they won't be like. Like 18 people. So I guess you could try to get people in on it, but just
Just sort it out somewhat before you raise your hand.
it was intense.
Yeah, no, we'll go to that. I said, I'm going to Turks and Caicos definitely on this date.
There was more of the elders. The older people were snagging all these crazy things.
Oh, they got to do everything before they die.
They were definitely hitting them up. But it was say gala energy. It's very respecting blowjobs. Getting it. So,
Bringing your wife makes sense. Bringing your girlfriend, but some people bring escorts too. When a job they say they're doing, when her master, it's like, well, you're paying me for my time. Whatever happens, it's like, we can go to dinners. You're like, yeah, I used to drive them. And I'll tell you what, they weren't going to any galas. They were going in the front of a house I thought was abandoned to get fucked by a guy whose arm is always broke or
you used to drive others.
Oh yeah, that was a
What does that
great
make
job.
you get higher? Were you like you're a wheelman?
Wheelman, just protecting them in like prostitutes for the most part, but the strippers was a area job and like make sure everything's like kind of okay.
Oh, you did like a bachelor party? You like went in and like out of party?
Yeah. The prostitutes and like they usually would. But the one time I drove someone outside of Pennsylvania, someone out was outside of Philly. I drove a girl one time, like we picked her, like something you get to see, like this is not like this guy is definitely not gonna be happy. You know, when you're driving someone out, I was like, there's no way this guy picked her. It's like before like the internet was everything. So you were going on like a Yellow Pages call, or like I guess like the
Did you guys ever get caught in sex traffic?
I don't know. I did it.
If they were above and above, that would be sex.
They would be sex traffic. Sex traffic. But I drove this car and knew like this guy's not gonna like her. She was like, we drove this, and this girl was like gothed out, like big, heavy shit, real milky skin. It was just a look that I'm certain the guy who lives here I'm going for. And she goes,
Are you sure you were trying to hog being like this guy? I mean, you should actually just
yeah, that's what I did when I was catering. You gotta take one of the farms. We're gonna know. Well, the first guy I ever drove, I'll go back in a second, but this girl, she went inside she went to the guy, and she comes back like 3 minutes later. He said that about what he was expecting about coming, and she goes, now no matter what, the guy's got to pay X amount for me, for the drive, whatever, like $25. That meant the world to me at the time, for sure. And so she goes, oh my God, I'm like, so he just gave me like the money or whatever, and she was like, no, he wouldn't give me any money at all. And I was like, shit. And I just hitched the bed, I'm like, what does this asshole look like? Here, like, so I can go find him, like, I'll find his asshole, like, it says worth $25 for me to go knock on this guy's door. And she was like, he's like this little nerdy, whatever. So I was like, oh, good. So I go and knock on the door, and she kind of came with me, which I didn't think was a good idea. And he opens the door, kind of like I don't want to look out of it. Just kind of like, it's like 25 or something. And he was like, oh, I've already checked in hooker home. It's just hilarious. Like, conversation. She's like, actually, I probably got it. The first girl I ever drove, I was like impressed by her because she, this is just my friend Bernie was dating it was supposed to be strippers all day. And like, because the guy was like, well, can I I'm gonna pull out way too early because I'll be nervous. It's always like 15 guys, you know what I mean? Like, I had him say things like, you're supposed to stop us if I do anything. And I've been in a circle already, pull shit up. Doing a job like both hands. She was terrified of that to play. No, it's always last. Same company as the one I did the dressing up at kids' parties. That was the funniest. What? Oh, no, I know you told this story a million times, but please tell us that story. Which, the dressing up, a couple of the Elmo, let me get that story. That was the first one they sent me to. The guy was like, hey, if you want to make more money, I also, during the day, the stripper company does kids' parties. It's up as costumes. Same guy, you go to the same guy's house with his fucking homie phone and pick up the fucking bag, the trash bag, you full of costume. And it was like, the licensed ones, I guess, they were like, shit, knockoff helmets. So Elmo and Ace call for the stripper thing, and it's like, they're like, we need somebody. We just can't do it. So I was at the shittiest gigs, and like real, like North Philly, like scary places to go, and I went as Elmo right away. No one's happy to see me. They're there with the garbage bag coming to our front. And they let me in, and I was like, yeah, I'm doing it. It's like summertime. I put on the Elmo costume, and I come out this time, and I totally doing alien coming to the hokey pokey. But I was giving her, like, hearing a CD everybody put in. She was like, we ain't gonna play here. Just do the hokey. She kept yelling through the hokey pokey. Because she's afraid that I yelled at, and I got a little free. I'm like, miss. That's sort of the closer. Like the hokey pokey, all the kids. And then, whatchamacallit, this little girl, this little black girl, like, red shirt, she's so cute. Like, it was like a moment where I was like, oh, this is cool. Like, this gig, she did, like, the hug, and she hugged my leg and loved you, Elmo. And then kids, like, bad kids, you could tell, were coming on the block on bikes. And they came to the party, and while this girl's literally hugging my leg, the kid was like, yeah, that ain't the real Elmo. And she like, yes, it is. And he's like, it starts looking through the grill. He's like, and I'm going, and he just lifts the sleeve up of the thing and screams. He goes, Elmo's white. That's like being in a shark. The mom came over and she was as a kid. And this thing, and she goes, no, this is Elmo, honey. Yes, it's Elmo. And the little girl's getting upset. And then the kids point out, and the Elmo's going, the kids stop. And he goes, that's the real Elmo. As he wearing Fubu sneakers, which I was. And then the kid said, he goes, let's see if Elmo has nuts. And then I couldn't find it on my little screen. And I was turning, and then he just launched. And like, no repercussions. I mean, but no, but like this, like the top was my hands cracked.
expect it from me. How is he truly a bastard?
No, from behind. It was from the front. It was so in there. He like gooch.
It's crazy to leave like I'm presuming a slightly fucked up household and just spy on I'm ruining this shit.
I have less scary stories from the stripper thing than the kids' parties. One time I went, and the owner of this company would say whatever. So we got some plumbers here that go love. Call me to say whatever to sell the house. The owner would do it.
Yeah.
So I was just going to get Winnie the Pooh to a kid's party, North Philly, and I get there, and then the guy goes, the guy goes, so they get there, it's like, because where's the presents and balloons? And I was like, generally, we would never believe that's going to happen. I'm like, random presents for your child. I don't know where we're going. And he's like, well, I was told you to bring presents and balloons. So I was like, well, I'm sorry. I'm going to let me call the company. And I called the guy, and the guy was like, yeah, I just said, you're there already. Like, they're going to, I thought he was like, yeah, no, he told him that's the bullshit. He goes, put him on the phone. And now, like, I didn't know this was a scam. But now we'll take a couple bucks off. But you're already there. Oh my God. Okay. So like,
It's also crazy to be like, yeah, we don't need any presents. Winnie the Pooh is going to come bring all the presents. They said it right. They said
yeah, he said he was going to bring presents. Like, what? So, the guy was like, I told him on the phone, he's like, all right, I go to his house, and it was like I was a party menace to society where King beat who was talking shit about Jada Pinkett. Yeah. It was this is a good idea. It's whole dice games going on. 2 babies in high chairs and Cheerios. The only children in this party. It's one of those kids. So when I go in, the guy was like, I was like, where back? He goes, go upstairs. It's a bad. Now fuck it. He was like, go and change the bedroom. So I went up to the bedroom and closed the door. Sorted out. Sorry to interrupt. No, sorry. I take off this bedroom, I close the door. He goes, don't close that door, motherfucker. And I was like, I already did. And he was like, oh, man. The door, like, when you close it, oh, no. So now I have to wait for them. That was funny. Like, the door, it literally fell. The old Philly, like, shit up his door. Like, it's going to measure. It goes up, it hits the bed. Like, the dust comes up. And I'm literally standing there holding it when you have to go. And, like, I got, like, the right stuff. Like, let's go.
hit on you.
Yeah, no. And then I went upstairs. I gave the guy the seed to put in for the Hooky Pookie songs and everything. The guy goes, just dance to what's on, which I do recall was Dr. Dre's 2001 product.
Damn.
So I just like Hooky Pookie danced to that for 2 kids and high chairs for like a half hour. And then it was the guys were doing their thing and kind of paying attention to me. And I was like, oh man, the kids are adorable. Like, thanks so much. I'm sorry about the miscommunication earlier. I'm going to go upstairs and change back into my clothes and get out of here. He's like, nah, man, just get out of my house. I thought he was like being playful or something. I go, I know, because the day before, he's like, man, I'm done. Let's get the fuck out. And I was like, I gotta go change. And he was like, not here. And so then I'm not thinking, I took the head off to be like, yo, man, come on. Like, not like, yeah, just start shit with him, just almost to plead, like, buddy, come on, let me check. And then the kids started fucking screaming. They just told me to remove his skull. And then they physically pushed me out of the house. And I ran to my mom's. Shit, and I drove a stick shift home with me.
And what clothes were in the house?
I had the bag, the arm bag stuff. It's like my trash bag of my clothes. That's not like this bag. But that was a hilarious, far more scary job.
Yeah, some fucking bullshit, man.
Because most of the time, there's only one stripper I drove that was like genuinely putting herself through med school, like the actual story that you always stripper. Because that was what she was the girl every time they were like, this guy's touching my tit. I'm like, you have it in his mouth. was like, go fight this guy doing this, please. Let him touch your butt.
I mean, like, you have a bright future ahead of you. I don't want to read minutes.
But the first girl I ever drove, and her real name, fake name, her real name was Candace. Whatever it was, I drove her. She was really cute. And we went to a party, a bachelor party, and she was like, they're sawing now. Are they sawing pipes? Yeah, you want to pause for a minute?
Yeah, sorry. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. BetterHelp is love for the hell. As nice as it would be, hell with the blood. As nice as it would be, you don't have all the answers. Prompt for a house riff I struggle with. I personally, I don't like to get into this, but I struggle with deep sexual feelings for amphibians. Until I get help from BetterHelp. And we overcame that struggle because they were like, it was like a stern father, like, oh, you want to smoke cigarettes? Well, how about you do 100 of them?
Yeah, it's like, hey, you want to have sex with frogs all the time.
Well, then I said, how about you do 100 of them, tough guy?
Box of fried frogs, the only man around the table green by every one of the fuckers, man.
I said, look, what the hell? It's because you have a good support system. You know, people you go to when they call you good stuff. Like a therapist or whatever. They're all these sluts to have in your corner because there are times when you can't go to your family or friends.
Frogs, you can't tell anyone about that. You gotta go on a hill. You gotta get on the frogs. They go, we gotta help them. Trust it.
Oh my god. Yes, we are. We heard about it. Therapy is great because social skills are much more positive. Yeah, they have these problems. Learn how to reach out. How to reach out for help in safe space. So, if you want to try, if you want to get therapy and try, I'm not sure where to begin. Check it out.
Still can't.
Joseph, you're on the edge of a pond with water. I go,
Oh, yeah.
catch it. Oh, that kid's edge. Guys, check out BetterHelp. It's fully online. It's so easy to get started. And they have access to a wide range of credentialed therapists, over 30,000 with all sorts of different specialties. Yeah, guys, go ahead.
It's all right.
Build your support system. Build your support system with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com. That's BetterHelp.com/episode.
Yeah, and all jokes aside, BetterHelp's a great company.
Yeah, dude, they do fucking rock with us.
Yeah, they do rock.
Thank you, Blood Help.
Blood Help. Hey, we just got back from that fantastic ad read.
Yes.
Seriously, that is the best underwear or something. Yeah, it's the best digital underwear. You know, this freedom probably isn't addictive. No one's going to think you're a loser this time. Dude, you guys, I always associate Kratom with gas station. How do you not? And then I came down to Austin. Yeah, presents gas station.
You call it the Sadlers of
Yeah, I came down here in Austin, and it was one of those like human incentive works. I don't think he did, but like that type of mindset, because down here that's what everyone is. Now, but like, Zim's actually a neurotropic, so it's good. You can't just go, yeah. But they like grade up in the greenery, like this is all that. You guys know it. We did some real Rogan scoop. Yeah, you're Lou. This is different. Yeah, it's cool.
we don't like
Those are awesome. It's the only one Josh Edemeyer's try was a little. There's something called it's like this bag. It's a drink. I mean, you shouldn't drink it all. It's this big. Yeah, if you drink it all, well, I believe like opiates, get violently nauseous for And then it's great. Yeah. So before we left, you said you told me that John's girl first girl ever throw her pretty. Yeah, and she was so pretty that I was like, the self-suit, remember the thing when she's already got to play a game, she controlled the room too. So that's hilarious. We're right back after another ad from heroin. After these words from heroin. That was wild. It was pin drop. Yeah, and we're back. As we're saying. First year forever. Sorry guys, got to do some like singing. That's all me. See, the first car I ever drove, went to this place, said she was controlling the room, which I thought was like, again, I just thought she was pretty, so I was just like, I'm the person driving her. So you're like, I fucking love this girl. She looks good, and then she starts doing this thing. It's so raunchy. Again, I liked her so much, so I thought it was a brilliant business thing. I like to talk about this where I'm like, this is my move. This is called something in business, what you just did. Once you see it go, all right guys, we're playing this game. $5, $10, and $20. And it was like for $5, so she rolls it up like a Coke straw, whatever you got. And then she'll put it like in her pussy basically. But she keeps her fingers like at the base, you know what I mean? And so it's like for $5, she puts it in. For 10, a little bit more, and then you take it out with your out of her pussy. You're making the right thing. If you're making the right thing. Here's the problem with it. Your mindset there will tend to be different, I think. You know what I mean? You're hearing it later, you're like, oh, see that money in my mouth? Like, all those things are wrong. And then my mouth near money near a hooker pussy, this is all bad. But I did the $20 because it would be the closest. But the funny thing, I was always like, what's crazy is no matter how much you put in there, you can fit it in your mouth, and you're only getting as close as her fingers. But you're never actually getting closer to her pussy. Yeah. Every guy did the 20. Well, it's funny because you're like, business wizard for you. It's great. They're on same five. It's like, let me feel the warmth of it. Because let me get a $5 smell test in there. And put it on 35s. That'd be good. I'm back to back 35s. That is the move. Right. For $20 and $5s, you can go 4 times and get the same experience. You would inhale the air through the bill. I assume a little bit. If somebody comes through the straw, it's free beer too. That'd be a bonus. But anyway, I thought she was dangerous for them to do that. I've never been at a bachelor party that was. We had one where it was. I think I told you about it. There was a lady who had just given birth not very long ago. She had like that skin, and we were all calling her brain belly. Dude, you go get a lap dance for brain belly. But yeah, it was actually a girl, Britt. Well, this girl on her drive home. When I was driving her home, she goes, we stopped at 7-Eleven. I remember she goes in and she bought one of those like single individual roses for herself. And I was like, what's that for? And she goes, it was just a sad, like, I always buy myself flowers at the end of a work night because I deserve it. And then now this must have been so great for her. I dropped her off at her house. The next day, show her house with flowers. And I go, you deserve someone else to give you flowers. And by the way, she could have been looking back more like, if my abusive boyfriend sees you here, I'm going to have the shit beat out of her. She was like, thank you. Thanks so much. And I'm like, I just think you should know. She's like, cool, thanks. I was like, bye. She should have gone. She's like, see you later. I go, so much. just call in the Yellow Pages, any of those places at the time, and be like, hey, you need a driver? I've done it before. They'll be like, sure. Most of them will be like, sure. Can you start tonight? So this guy, I called him out and thought, hey, you looking for drivers? I have experience. He goes, yeah. He goes, the way he does it is you hang out at his house, this guy's apartment, and wait for jobs to come in. Or else this guy's apartment not far from and when it's just a couch, TV, and bodybuilding trophies everywhere they go. Totally huge check out, nice enough guy. And he goes, all right, so you got a gig. You're taking these two girls. One's this Asian girl, one's first girl I ever drove. First girl I ever drove was his cousin. So hot. I take her to this party. Everyone, not brain belly. Everyone's like into. Whenever you meet her, and I'm almost giving that thing with them. You don't know what she's like. It was funny. That's my luck. I thought that the strippers ever on that gig. Going back to my cousin's house, and it was just me and her waiting for the gig to come in. And that night, she started like digging her toes, like she was like laying on the couch, she was like digging her toes, like whatever thing, kind of like. And I was like, I'm not here at your cousin's house. And I was like, man, dude, she has something now for sure. And I never saw her ever again. Probably did. Yeah. That's the crazy thing with like OnlyFans, all the stuff. Like it does. I'm not like terrible about it, but it doesn't seem to really work for women psychologically. Like they fucking crash hard. Female porn stars. I was going to know that we all thought that Jenna Jameson was like the example of like what you can do is kind of get mainstream and not like lose your sense of value. And then they have the video of her in night vision, like all the cameras are out there, so like climbing ladders. There's just a raccoon just busting all the sounds in the house. 90s porn star. Now it's like, I feel like the hardcore stuff back then is like expected now. Oh yeah, for sure. You know what I mean? Oh, I think they're a little sloppy. They shove the force. They just bring it up on they're going to lower the values of the headline. Watch out. If you sell something, you're going to have an appraisal. What is it? Is there anyone in there? Appraisers put the brakes on. I don't want to see this. Yeah, go check it out. You gotta see this. You gotta see this. Break.
Validates it. That said,
It was smoking.
sorry, I apologize in advance.
Going back there. It was smoking big time. Oh yeah. Straight to the water.
Not really.
Some turds.
Yeah. Anyways, that meme that I saw.
Never tried to blow her once. Never went to the crazy one. I think it's fucking noise. It was Zach. That's pretty well about that. That was the first time I really had a thing. Did well. I just sat on the couch. Oh, that wasn't power. That was actual ecstasy. Yeah, I was afraid. I didn't talk to the woman at all. But I was watching. I was so under. I was watching this like bitch. He's very not he was offensive, but he was very true about all. It's like he was comfortable with certain. No, yeah, Lewis threw my badge. So yeah, it's pretty good. It was pretty hard with it, but tour I've been to. But anyway, I went to with my ex-wife's friend. Having a bachelor party, they invited me to. I don't know. I think they want to become time of comedian. Like they'd come to shows already, so the virtual unknown still they were like comedian guys coming, and they had a stripper there. It was gorgeous. myself. Like, oh, yeah, try to chat her up. Fucking ear. I was like, there's an industry talk. There was a guy, I was trying to talk to this. There was a guy who used to come to my shows all over. He was friendly with us. I remember for Bobby Slayton a few years ago, of course, home and Rob, and afterwards, all these people came to see him. And the host of the show was like a local player. We like, they all got no strip up, get to the strip club. We went, and this guy Lauren, whoever became friends with the managers there, was like, you know, pick a girl or whatever. It was just like free range. It was always that kind of like dude. And a few years back, I was in a comedy inn in Miami, which is this small inn in a hotel, basically. And he's like, I'm coming. I got a new company to bring in a couple of girls. He's like, they want to party. I was like, yeah, man, sure. So his buddy comes to bring these two girls who are like super ghetto, like Hispanic girls. Yeah, cute though. And he was like, hey, you want to go? Because they want to go and smoke and do something before the show. I can take them to like your room, which is a hotel room right there. So I was like, yeah. And I went there and smoked pot with them, talked to them for a while. And then but my thing is so like me and Lewis, we have different opinion on this a lot of times. Like Lewis has why he says he can fuck a hooker is rooted in he thinks he's like this must be a nice chick for you, huh? Like getting to fuck me instead of like I assume I'm the other end of that spectrum, so I'm like, oh god, this girl's like gonna have to wash me off later, just being like, by the way, I gotta get my kids back from social services and get my shit together. That's fair. Yeah, I would feel the same. That's how I feel my job. I have to do. Yeah. He told them like, do something, fuck around because you know, I'm hooking them up with tickets or whatever. This little comedy hotel. So, but in my mind, I'm going, you know what? So, after the show, I'm probably gonna really want to focus. Maybe we get the best thing to convince myself. Yeah. Now they're like, oh, I saw you do your thing. Yeah, now we kind of want to do this. After the show, I'm talking to them. They're like, it's like my boyfriend that I do this, man. Like, if he beats the shit one more time, my dad's gonna kill him. He's just gonna talk. They were 75 bullshit. The two of them and the two guys. If you want to take girls and hang out for a little bit, like, you know, now's the time. I remember touching one of his arm and I went, give him the night off, man. Just give him the night off, man. They were like, oh, sweet. No, they were almost puzzled. Like, everybody was even like, no, man, the girls came to party and stuff. I was like, I know, but like, even that sentence. Because like, they came in and they were like, they know me and my stuff. Like, they came to party because you were like, hey, girls want to do coke tonight probably for free and drink. Go fuck this guy. Yeah, I'm alright. You think he was going to try to get you, hit you with the bill too? You didn't have a tab or anything? I didn't smoke. He was hooking you up. Absolutely. But I don't know. I get it. I have to believe, or at least be able to believe in some way, like, you want to do this. It's not like, you will. I will fuck you. It hurts. Yeah. I will say that it must have been, I don't know if you did this that night, the FAP session must have been decent though. So like there were two hookers around. I feel like that'd be a nice FAP session. No, I've hit the most, like, struggle. Yeah, that's really like a contract. And then you go home and like, so let's say a lot of people like this would be so much fucking idea. Yeah. And you go, oh, thank God. Yeah, that was fucking great. That's part of not that first of all life. Yeah, we went on the road before I ever had a laptop. For years. That was the only thing I really had a laptop. So on the road was a hilarious race. Either had that local newspaper, whatever that weird arts paper, so it would have hooker ads, the yellow pages, and the E-channels, Girls Go Wild infomercial. And it was a race to like, I just jerk off and not make a terrible mistake right now. And you have to remind yourself, you go, as soon as it's over, I don't really have $200 to around my head or whatever. You know what I mean? Like all of it's so bad. As soon as you're perfect night, the right decision there, baby. Thank you, girls. Because the ding, ding, ding. We were all probably doing the same for a couple times. You know, when it's like, you look at the moon, tell me your time over and we stare at the moon. It's true. It's like, those girls are wild. We somewhere out there started. You know, maybe they're probably catching the same thing. You stare, you think, fuck. Yeah. Look at it, you're staring. You look like a witch. That was a good one. That was a good one. Now we're starting. Yeah, you are. That's the best getting like, I mean, squiggle vision was the fucking ultimate. I wish. Yeah, my God. That's what I did. My dad was Spice Channel. Yeah. Spice Channel. And then I got at one point, one of my first roommates in New York worked for the cable company, so we had unlocked Spice and Playboy Channel. And like, I was really like, that was still the era where everything was on DVD or anything else. So it was like, did it, but it was like, there's so not good the Playboy Channel. Yeah, so like, the fact that they made any kind of pornography in the world is still streaming, that makes sense. Like sophomore year singers, sophomore year singers, it's just like, yeah, they're doing it. Maybe just the naked women stuff, but I mean, just all of it's gone. So, like the fact that anyone can go back, like, or read, like, Dear X magazine has a 50 hottest bikini babes, Victoria, like, who gives a shit? Yeah, it's like, this girl is pretty taking a dump and a sing on the internet. I can see if I really live in six out, I've been taking a pile of it sent to my house. I'm interviewing in a few weeks. Therapy with him, and I told the worst. So that's MTV's Teen Mom. And then she started doing like porn. She had a couple porn videos, like pro porn videos, and she started doing like cam stuff. But then, Lemaire, you're familiar with this. Then she took a video of herself for somebody taking a dump. That is, I don't know where this dump was inside of a tiny body. So shit's around the floor, but like an animal. But I mean, it is a shit I've watched so many times because it's fascinating. It's like a corn pops. One little shit comes out, and then two straight feet of connected shit. And then yes, I'm watching. It's not like to take a look at this dump. So she said, wait. Her OnlyFans, I mean, she's doing stand-up comedy. What? Obviously, comedy is going to be in a strip club in New York on the bonfire. First thing I ask about is just dumb. I don't know what you want, so I have to assume as soon as did you go? Damn, dude. Just a rogue lady. Just right, like 5 cappuccinos a day. Just prostitute. Shit, I don't know, like a fish, man. Yeah, like. Yeah, you watch it. You might have to take a picture. Yeah, you might have to, like 100. Yeah, you gotta sit it over to the camera. This might be a job. The guy get all that bang for your buck. Be like, I didn't think it was gonna. This me. Yeah. Let's be all like a city girl too. I get jealous of those guys who like just have that aspect of their life. They just like film back up. Turn porn should be the most legal. I don't understand it being fucking but you know, the other guys that get the turn porn, I understand. My thing is, it's not even sexual.
as long as it was healthy. It's a proper adult.
It was different. Being on habit.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a private video that got leaked.
No, this is for somebody who cared.
You're like, how did this get out? I guess you can't keep it yourself and tell people this was told the world. Video with nothing would spread faster than that's why it spreads.
I'd like to see it take much. Hang on. You'll see. Here we go. The first one's not impressive. The first one, so if you guys have any questions you want me to ask, yeah, they ejected the thing that
was a legit dog.
honestly, she even broke on appreciating others' talents.
Yeah, I mean, the court is the craziest detail. That's no way.
Yeah, that might be the real deal. Since it all breaks out, yeah.
Do you think there might be, here's my question I would ask, is there some sort of private video you gotta make, like, Gardini hit you up, you have to make something. I have to imagine you like,
She was stacking them for sure herself because that's, I mean, when she was done, I think she just joking longer when she turns around. I'm like, did you like that? I was like, yes, there. That's fucking two-wheeler. God bless her. Your notes? Oh, yeah.
probably got Super 5 bucks. It's like $5 on there.
They can't be the most famous person ever made shit.
Remember Blippi did that? The Harlem Shake video? That's the guy who's the guy. Remember that Harlem Shake dance everyone did? He was saying on the toilet, his friend was on the toilet, he just shit all over his friend. His Blippi just popped off, and everyone was just like, whatever, my kid likes me. Allegedly.
There it is. It's real.
I got the hard money lender.
Back then, there was no like, I mean, there was a newspaper when there you didn't think anything would ever get out. Like, before it your part of your head and be like, this is going to be okay. I don't want to, again, this is speculation. Huge chance that was like a 13-year-old girl. Huge chance. Back in the 50s, you could pour one to the now you can see it. Okay, yeah, there's a video of that was on Howard Stern a few years back. One of the famous groupies, like from UNL or one of them, like came in to talk to them, like tell them look, and like just so casually. And she goes, oh yeah. I don't know, she lost her virginity when she was 15. She basically got gangbanged by the older brothers, like backstage. But the difference is she's going like, oh, it was great. It's like she's telling the story like that. It's like no legs, like no cares. Oh, yeah, it's crazy. All my Eskimo brothers. Oh yeah. Now it's all good. That's not for the I thought you were pointing at Bowman. I mean, it's quite look at that. So far, the Allman Brothers. Come on now. Hey, the Allman Brothers are like laying pipe like that. I don't think they lay pipe. 15-year-olds, 70s. Yeah. Second, what did you spend when you got driver's license? I don't think they even did it back then. Shame on your Allman Brothers. I just thought it was insurance now. They want their sales back. I think there's also something to like I said, these things were like people. It wasn't like they were like seeking up 15-year-old girls. Like 15-year-old girls were trying to get backstage. I think it was a time where people accepted like where you fell over just like the overall laws. It's like, yeah, if you're some kind of scraggly, rotten homes kid, like you're probably gonna be out there fucking like 14, 15 years old. You know what I mean? Or like, there's I'm sure there's also 15-year-old girls who are like, what? So where? You chance the brothers don't use like they're like sitting somewhere and they came on and like, yeah, hell. Here's your one. Yeah, film that one. Jimmy Page, right? He's the other one. He's the famous one. Like, Child Bride. Yeah. They were partying, bro. Rockstars, were they pedophiles? Yeah, like I said, it's been transported. Alleged child molestation. Great. Alleged child molestation. Talking about it 50 years later, yeah. It's fun. It's still just fun. You know what's weird? Society is collapsing. Epstein thing, they were like, how many people they interview all the way, they never, and they got the Olympic doctor guy. Right, he was like figuring all the answer. When I got him, like every victim showed up. It was like 300 victims like showed up to be like, you did this, you fucked me over. Epstein, where they were getting all those girls from, there's a bulk of those chicks that were just like, yeah, this is a way to make $400. Yeah, watch old man Madlock. It's the Phil Glenn. Remember when old Glenn in Philly, like when he got arrested? Like, oh man, damn. That's why we went to the mall and just go take a dump. Fucking Intel and show more wiener. Give us $50. Yeah, he was such a legend. When I was growing up, he was like happy when he got put away. They're like, fuck, dude, my fucking, that was my mom, buddy. That was when I was little. There's a guy, he carries around a pizza box, and he'll say, give him your underwear, I'll give you $50. $50, he'll put him in the pizza box. How old is he? I'm 39. That thing went around. I'm saying to the old brothers, you're gonna get, you're going to had a good fucking time. I genuinely had to go off my head when they just described when I was a kid. And Karen at school would say, there's a guy who wants to ask kids for their dirty underwear. His underwear. And I genuinely remember having a thing. I was like, where is this motherfucker? Like, I will give him my number. I wasn't putting it together. There was any kind of a game thing or something. I'm like, this is a fucking freaky weirdo. And I was like, yeah, dude, I know. It does sound like a mythical. Yeah, dude. I wouldn't even throw out, like I said, if I had skid marked underwear when I was a kid, he'd be like, nice. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to save these for a school bag. In case he had sports at home. That's right there. Howard Stern with the Philly accent. They're so great. My boy took a fucking dump on his chest. It's great. And I show my day like we get at it. My dad had it. Nice little great. Legendary pervert. Yeah, legendary pervert. Then we give you crickets. Sugar.
Butterscotch. Butterscotch is nice. Yeah. That was out of the woods. Big somewhere in the world that Tasty Cakes make is for evil. So according to Phil, he never did it. But it was a show staple at that point. This one boy would go for it all the time. It's like, that's awesome. I appreciate that. Yeah. I think that was always the kid that would sell candy in school. Was the same kid that goes, we should go there. We asked for a little bit of fun. I got a couple irons to the fire. I've got a little candy thing, a little resale BJ's, Costco candy thing. I'm running boy ass. Exactly. Did you have to do it? It's like showing the show. You have a good pedophile steakhouse shape. Yeah, it's a great pedophile steakhouse. Just watching Catch a Run. That's way off. I've been on three or four pedophiles. Pretty well. Yeah, I didn't take part. I was allowed to minimal part. When my last special came out, the guys, Dads Against Predators, those are the ones that would just beat the guys up. Yeah. We shove them like the cupcakes and all. Yeah. And, like, I was hanging with them. It was fun when they had the guy cornered in the grocery store. He was cornered and they were yelling at him, "Give me shit in the grocery." I was hearing Instagram live. I was Instagram live when I walked by to be like, I was going to take up one shit. You know, as I'm walking by, those guys, it's also funny. When you do the pedophile hunts, there is something we idea though. It's like they take it seriously, but also not that serious. They make jokes like themselves. So the guy we just walked by, the guy goes, he says, fucking no big jobbers. The guy was like, no, I just go, you hear my voice just go, I'm confused with you. And at the end of it, they make him stand in the trash can, call his mother and tell her he's a pedophile, and they go, big jobbers, this dog belly available. And they're like, oh shit, dude. I went to a steakhouse one where the girl was the guys over. That was pretty wild. That was it's a steakhouse. It's insane. Yeah, it's wild. The steakhouse one. First guy comes up. We got in the bedroom. For running about with the camera guy. Yes. So excited. And you hear like that through it. It does like I'm a little bit nervous here. Yeah. Pedophiles in the house. A real lot of pedophiles. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's real. I didn't even think about that. That has happened. It's real. It's definitely a dangerous thing for sure. But so the first guy comes in, and like we're already going to this. She's on there for like 5 minutes. And then, by the way, I don't know why everyone I do these with, they always do this to a pedophile. She had in the background purposely my special way. And when the guy comes in, he goes, like, you know, he is. Like, I think someone said fat at one point about it. I was like, just one down the back. I just want to go in and do it with me. I'm like, dick. What's about that? You know, I'm fat. I'm fat. Come on, dude. Immediately, as soon as he got on camera, second game, they had a whole like thing with him. Yeah, everyone has the mosquito. That's the ultimate mosquito. Second guy hung in there for a while and talked to them. But that night, I was in Minneapolis. That night, she came to the pedophile hunter girl called Elizabeth. She came to the show, and her partner said that day when they posted, but then they had moderators who live in Indianapolis. Even though she lives in Wisconsin, their moderators live in Indianapolis. And she was like, when they put the video up, the two moderators are brother and sister. And they both go, this guy who just ran out right away. They go, said nothing after the cameraman goes up and went out. They go, that's my cousin. Oh. And then the other moderator goes, that's my brother and sister. That's my cousin. And they started realizing, like, in that 2 seconds, dude, like, fucking ripped their whole family apart. They got it left in me. Yeah. How wild is that? Like, the moderators, cousin happened to be one of the people they called. See, that's the Chris Hansen when the guy he rides the train with walks in. You ever see that? He's like, what? What are you doing here? It's so upset with him. Why are you here? I see you being on the train. And then I went with the guy, the big guy from Houston, Texas, Alex something. The big beard, you've probably seen him. Yeah, I know that guy. I went with him before. We didn't get anybody, but that's what I saw. Like the danger of how it could go, which is Walmart parking lot. We pulled up next to the guy. The guy didn't was out of his car yet, and the guy fucking, 70 miles an hour in a Walmart parking lot. Hit a speed bump. I mean, his car like rattled. And I was like, "Here's the fucking dude." He got on the highway, and like they were like, "We're not chasing him on the highway. It's too dangerous at that point." But I thought the most interesting thing so far about it was that of all the things I've with the pedophile was that because that guy was so he didn't know if we were there to kick his ass. He didn't know if we were related to the thing. He didn't know if we were cops. You know whatever. The instinct that guy had. Oh, look at that car would have the doors car would have fallen apart around him when he hit the speed bump. He would have just continued running onto the highway. Just like I was like, wow, I've never seen somebody really run for their life. And that was like a genuine, like this guy thought his life was over if he doesn't get away from this. He was giving everything he had. And we're gonna get shot by a pedophile. Right, so I don't go anywhere. Yeah, you should. Shot by a pedophile, which sucks. That's such a shit. Died. Shot by the hand of a pedophile. Shot by a pedophile in Buffalo Wild Wings parking lot. From a fucking target. That's acting as a runner. Has been shot twice. He keeps going. They're the ones that are aggressive. They keep like punch the guy in the face. I just saw one that was very funny. The guy like walks down the aisle. He's like, all right, I knew this was going. Hey, he's like, I know what you're up to. I know what I'm up to. Let me talk to you. Oh, there's some great ones. He was slow. Oh, this the other thing. This auto rescue last week just did a finally episode on that, like you're doing a pedophile sting. And you catch a guy that came there to like watch cartoons and love because he has like Down syndrome. And it's like prosecuting him the same way. Yeah. And that is the thing. It's like most of the pedophile hunts, like that's what you're getting. You're getting a person who would have showed up if you said the kid was boy, girl, 8 years old or 85 years old. They can't believe anyone's responding to them wants to hang out. So they know it is a sad thing to see when they catch those people and they get on a big fat guy on one of those podcasts. I think I might have shown it to you. I said the mom sounds like Beezer. The mom's died. The mom of the pedophile. But they just, right in front of the mom, they make him put on like a 7X shirt that says, I lick ass. This is something he said to the girl. This fat guy named Jamie. He just stands there while the guy reads the things in front of his mother. And the mother just a weird old twat. And she, every time he goes, and then it says, I wanna suck your little pussy until you come and howl for the moon. Jamie! What? That's bullshit. Yes, you don't even know how to do that. She said, I don't know why. She was like, remind me, like, this doesn't sound like it was just like, it looks like it would be Beezer's mom. Yeah. Jamie! Oh, God. And then they're like, can you not make this a big deal because the bitch who runs this apartment complex wants us out already? And it's your house for damn it, Jamie. And she's like, and by the way, the whole thing when they're doing this crime that they commit, it's so funny when like the mother caretakers are always like, well, then that's it. You're giving me your phone, young man. Grounded. Yeah, you're giving me your phone. Like, it's a little bigger than that. And I think I showed you the midget guy before, but they catch 4 times. Or eventually the cops in the 4th video get mad at the guy who's sticking him. And he goes like, they're like, hey, leave this guy alone. He shows up every time because he can't believe again. And he's so dumb the first time they showed up at his house. By the way, all those things are like, I love you. He's already saying I love you. The retarded midget guy. And he's saying I love you much to this like fake girl. And then they ask him, he goes, the fake girl's like, what are you doing today? He goes, just playing basketball. And like, he runs back. She goes, oh yeah, you're really tall. He's like, he's like 4'11". I get dunked though. And she's like, she goes, really? He's like, yeah, it's pretty easy for me. This whole guy looks me up. Yeah, he's my face. He's a retarded guy. And every time the cops show up, he's like, no! He's like, he's running around crazy. And he runs around crazy, and then the neighbor will always come over and be like, just, like that's how I kind of look after him a little bit, like, guys, this is not a real problem. You're having, this guy's using a special needs and then little person and over and over again. And the guy was so retarded. Yeah, helicopter fell over and over again. They show when he leaves. So he runs around like the little guys that they love. He does. He does. Oh, God. He never quite gets it. Yeah. As soon as they leave the first on the same night, they just to see if they can, they just message him back and they go, sorry about that. That was my uncle. He gets really pissed off. And he was like, that was weird. And then she was like, yeah, but it's okay. He's going back to England tomorrow. He's clear there's an American guy. It's okay. He's going back to England tomorrow. He goes, okay, well, I mean, I still love you. Like, I'm going to see you. And then they do it again. The fourth time they catch him at a car dealership, he's getting his car and he goes, are you, and he goes, hey, Jason. And he doesn't recognize him. Still so hard. And he goes, oh, hey. And he goes, what are you here for? He goes, to get a car? He goes, would you like to get a 13-year-old's car? He goes, what? He goes, are you here for a 13-year-old? He goes, no! And he's like running for his life and everything. He's like, get out of here! Get out of here! And that's the where the cops show up. They go, yo, stop. It's like, what are you doing? Like, leave this guy alone. He's never got anyone seen a kid or otherwise. That's really cool. They should have a clause. Like, they should have made the law. Like, if you are, you know, an R-rated bitch, you should just go. That's up to the parents' discretion. I mean, it's really. They get high school sweetheart. Should be allowed to if I prom date. Also a prom 10 times. Taking the prom picture and we got it. No, I'm just fucking with you out there dancing again. Remember Gary? Yeah, we lost the Gary. It's his revenge. Yeah, because look at me just telekinesis. Oh, yeah. They're all, I mean, there's the famous one is the Chris Hansen was the guy started eating pizza. Yeah, this one takes all that. One of the best ones ever. You want to slice? No, that's cool. He's scarf in there. Yeah, he's changed his name. That's what he did. That must have been the freakiest has to be Flux. Just getting like, getting caught as a pedophile across the campus. And it was the grease cover of the radio. I've never seen someone girl that against like girl while getting in trouble. He hit a fucking hard girl. It's because he thought it was gonna make him look more natural. It really bad. He goes, I guess. He's like, you have text. Shit, you have text. There's also this great compilation to Chris Hansen doing like the, I like his first line when he tries to clown what they say is always the best. The guy's like, it's like, where you at? And we can all be like, I'm upstairs. I'll be there in a second. He's like, I can't wait to kiss you. Would you like to kiss me, Frank? He comes up saying, yeah, clearly there's a cough in the hallway. That's cool. Would you like that? He goes, don't mind that. That's video village right there. We talked about it before, but when they get Indian guys, just like California, it's just like, what's the problem? They should be like my parents' ranges. I would die when my parents said this. I don't know what they did. And you see guys who want their range. And then you guys want that naked right away. Like fully naked, just started walking around. And then the other one was the kid who got caught twice. And like back-to-back days, and the second time they pull off, they go, what are you doing, man? He goes, oops. Come on, back-to-back days. Back to the drawing board. No way. Are you now? We don't work for it. So it's funny. I know they're trying to get more of like a police involved. They like catch a predator with like an official with police they're working with. And then I guess another one called Underage Undercover on Discovery or something. Max had it. Did it 2 seasons of it. You know what's funny about that is going on the one time going on. How fast they'd be like, all right, well, it's 3:15. He said he was coming at 3. This guy's flaking. He's not answering anymore. And, you know, with this steakhouse, people were like, all right, well, it's nice to meet you guys. We're going to take off. They go, no, hang on 2 seconds. I'm not kidding. Going come over. Keep me here in 15 minutes. I'll be right over. I mean, to catch a person on the fucking 13, 14-year-old, yeah, that's wild. So, they will, like, there's no, like, bullets of, like, getting it off. But again, I don't know how much outside of, like, for public opinion of ruining your personal life. That's really in a lot of, like, arrests and stuff. But it's like, to get the arrest, what they have to do, that's why I found so funny. They can just go, hey, I'm 14 and I have a vagina, who wants to fuck? And like, people will start coming, the underage undercover, they go over, do it. So it's like a whole house they've rented, and each room is like decorated to a different girl character, and they have the things with fake braces. So like, you see them like walking through each other, like, okay, so I'm supposed to watch him masturbate at like 4 o'clock today. So like, so they'll go, they'll put on like pigtails and little girl things and sit in the style, and then holding like another girl's hand off camera. So like, so good. She's like, it's great. And you just hear the guy like, like they go. It's like, it's almost my point. Is I don't think you have to get this much information. Yes. They go, okay, by the way, after like 4 masturbation sessions and talking on the phone every day to him and going through all this thing, they'll be like, okay, I think we know what state he lives in. It's like each season's like to get like one little piece of information about a guy. It's like, how come every other person just go, yeah, we're looking to fuck, I'm 12, and someone goes, I fucking 12 girl, I don't care, I'm you. It's like non-stop things like, oh, you gotta let them all in. It's like the South Park episode where like, I'm going undercover as a prostitute. Wow, Daddy, that sure was a lot of cover. Free. So they're in Oregon trying to sit through it. Like, and like the girl on camera, like, you're being so strong right now. And it's like, by the way, also whenever a guy goes, start your go, you're a kid, you can be like, so my parents are growing, I'm so sorry I have to go. And they just go like, they let them finish. Right? I like it. There's no reason to get this guy keeps going over for what they're doing. They just like, got him. If I'm sexual, if I'm pedophile, I'm going back to that house. And I'm going by the 4th time. It's like, no, I know she's like, yeah, that's the show. It's like some random catch one of the people you know is that show. I thought we were so low. Here's our IMDb.
Skipper's answer to make kids make this all for you.
Yeah, I came in to be you should work my way out. That's a good move to keep going to kids' houses and be like, where's your hands? I'm just trying to raise your kids.
That's what you do. He's like, all right, I know it's fucking around for works for us here. Then we go down and look at my thing.
Yeah, we'll give you guys the game. I mean, I love that. They'll give you some nice backs.
So we should $1 million for the game.
Guys, the 90s came. This is allegedly Spotify. Allegedly. Every the 90s, though, people would find like their thing and then just kind of stick with that. Like Mark Kovach's show used to be like, "Who's my soul bully? Look at me now," and this and that. And it was like, yeah, really, look at me now. And that was the best one. Those bullies would go and sleep with a girl. It's like she was a fat girl in school, and now she's like bikini model. It's like, look what I just remember how mean you were to me. It's like, seems to have affected you really in some positive way, Shane. You're welcome. Yeah, I think it's really a bad thing. So maybe get this over with anything, kids. You still want to fuck me clearly, and then you flow here. That's right. But Mark Kovach figured out like the paternity test for the whole thing. Jerry Springer realized cheating and fights for the whole thing. Chris Hansen was just like Dateline NBC, like, here's a story about small town murder or corruption in politics there, and then it was like, no, he's the pedophile guy. He's the guy. And now he gets to Kurt. He loves it. The ones online, the cherry blue ones, he loves it. He gets to read. Now he gets to really read just a year on this sucker nest. I mean, sucking ass. That means like, you know, like,
It's a later season. He one guy who's like, BBC Bot, BBC is a bareback cream pie.
So this one he ever did was the guy who was washing his hands for the girl. Like a little bigger dude was like washing his hands, and then Chris Hansen just walked up next to him and starts ripping off, and he slices the paper towels, the hand up in the guy. He washes his hand, he looks over, and he takes the paper towel, he's like, thank you. And he starts having his number, and he goes, oh, thank you. He's looking, he goes, you're for the pussy towel. Oh, I never was smart. That's happened a couple times. catch predator. When people come out and they go, oh, I thought it was just me and her. Like she's in the two dudes.
Oh,
Like all pussy, dude.
catching the two and making them fight for the spot.
Yes.
Literally, loser goes to jail.
Sure, they're selling products.
These are big good.
They're selling
There's some guy that was doing so you guys right about that jail.
Wow. Jay, what's your special coming out? Special is coming out February 20th, so Thursday. When is this coming out? Should be out tomorrow or Wednesday. Yeah, it should be out. Actually, we can wait a week. Yes, it was. Whatever, send me out. Yeah, Double Groundwork album, them day, first half them coming out February 20th, a month later. Hell yeah, first we're in second part now. The Moon Tower. Where'd you film it? Denver Comedy Works. Oh, nice. That's great. Yeah, that's awesome. Where it's going forward. Yeah, I hope so. I don't watch anything or edit anything, so that's one way to do it. Yeah, I turn it over to other people. Yeah, I go, hey, you guys. Well, I always figured somebody, you guys will know you're laughing at. Yeah, like me, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna look at it and go, yeah, that was pretty funny, but why am I built like that? That's the question I always ask. I'm selfishly like, let's just get rid of that entire camera. That angle, because I got stuff I look like a blimp. Let's just do it head on from above. Yeah, special. Yeah, we get a single camera shot and never decide. They were one of them. My first ever hour special on website. All I did, I mean, they had a camera that could see the job of the camera was to shoot me low from diagonal behind and swing around to the front of me and just totally give you my entire way too long across profile. It's like, oh, you know what? Side, shoulders, that's not that bad. And then it starts turning around and goes, oh my god. Oh, there's too much stabbing in the front. Yeah, it's everybody's crazy. I chose to sit like a dummy. And I never think, every time I go, remember when you sit, especially on the table, like back straight, like sit on a stool, but like have like your back straight. It's like, how many seconds later before you're just like, so, yeah, I think about it all the time. I'm on stage because I slouch. Yeah, and then they watch you make the shoulders back when I was like, someone's been talking about. Yeah, I do it the whole show because it's now doing the round. So it's like half the whole audience is seeing my hunched over back. And the weird thing I do with my hand behind my back, which I never know that I was going to say. The whole time I'm going like this, but like it's really fucked up. It sounds like I'm being conversation, but you can tell I'm obviously like internally like, no, fuck off. Like that. That's what I did. I really wanted to read the hand signals. I wanted to know what the hand signals meant. I was like, no, it's just. There's a couple of these arenas with you now. That's why going great. I sit on a stool with me. Maybe I can there. I'll do it. It's just more. I like it. I think it's fun. And it's worked well. Sometimes worked well. But the last one we did was Seattle. I think the only time I was like, I just chose a side and went with it. And then toward the end, like the last like 5 or 6 minutes of it, every time there was like a nail moment, like in my own speaking, you know, guys know what's crazy? I was like, oh god, I mean, it was just like, they were super champion, but then you're like, but do it for him. I was like, I just want to do it for the one guy. Yeah, you lose all the joke. You're like, yes, sir. Spun around. Yeah, right. They're all where I can hear each individual comment. Yeah. Change your pants. They sucks. That sucks. Every single person. And also, so many people, so someone's going to be like, turning around and be like, what did you say? Sitting back down. I'm talking for a second. What's that? Yeah, I thought so. Dad get back in the car. He's like, no, excuse me. Shut up. Okay. I was, last night I was talking to the Arnie Garbage guys about it. And I was like, they were talking about a thing they don't like doing. And I was like, yeah. I thought I was like, I'm done with Trump. I'm going to stop. The first show I did, 1 minute in, the guy was like, Trump. I was like, all right, I guess I'm done. That's my fucking career. Yeah, they yell out. Are you sick of doing it? Trump? No. I love doing it. Yeah, the material is coming. Yeah, I gotta, well, this will be out hopefully by the time SNL gets announced. So when I host SNL in my head, it's like I don't know what to say for my monologue. I'm already like, oh shit. They tell you you're hosting pretty, or if you have like 2 weeks, you're like, oh fuck, what am I going to say? And I was like, I'm having trouble saying something. We'll say something. Yeah, that week he's gonna work on those. Fucking make fun of that. He's gonna do something next week. Do you have to walk a line or like not making fun of him too much? Yeah, because I don't like it. That sucks. Well, it's just all summer. I think it when the meetings go up there, just every single meeting on earth is like not me. But I like that. But again, like, do you think he sees like? No, he doesn't see that. I don't know. But I'm saying like, does he see it as like an homage? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's all how people take it. Some people say like you're making fun of him just by doing the impression of people. Like you're doing that impression. It's just a funny thing. Like, what do you think he thinks? Yeah. Like I wonder if he saw if his initial reaction would be like, I guarantee you would know it. You wouldn't want to get it. Yeah. Well, he might get a name like a Roman senator. Yeah. I don't know. I've never seen him react to anyone doing an impression of him. That's true. I don't think anyone responds really well to that. We saw somebody does any impression. Why? I didn't know that. Like, for a second, we had Everlast on fire a couple years ago. Bert Kreischer was in the studio with us, and they had filmed the show, and I was like, oh, you know, it'd be really funny. I go, when Everlast gets here, let's go around the room and everybody do your impression of it. What's the girl's name? Like, something got pregnant from a goddamn time. And then, when Bert came in, like, I did that with I was like, why? He was just musicians take himself really seriously. Like, he won't think it's funny. He's going to be weird about it. Like, yeah, he's always going to be purpose, going to be like a read the room thing. Like, so, like, just I won't do it. And it got me in my own head where I was like, yeah, I'm not, I won't even bring it up. And then when Everlast came in after talking for a little bit, very cool. And I was like, hey, we have a guitar man here if you want to play a song or anything. And Bert goes, oh, if you play a song, I swear to God, I'll get butt naked right now. And I was like, yeah, brilliant. I'm like, Bert, you told me to read the room. So, what do you think one of the top Mount Rushmore players wants his payment for doing something he already doesn't want to do, to be a man gets naked in the room? You read the room, Bert. He's like, oh, I'll get naked if you do. Great news, I'll get naked if you do something. You're probably cool with the nudity event, right? So, you know, when the culture is preached, from segregation. That's such a funny thing. I get totally naked. But he had the sense, it's the outward, like he knew it, like, yeah, that would not be good. Like, he needs somebody to go, Bert, I don't think Everlast wants to see you naked. So, you were punishment or otherwise. Just the idea that, like, a girl say, I'll show your tit. I know exactly how they're into it. Like, oh, yeah. But hey, here's a deal. Yeah, if you do the thing we're asking, I will do something that no one's asked for. I love it, though. For Everlast, yeah. What happened? No, and Everlast didn't play a song. I didn't even pursue the question as he play a song more because when Bert made that offer, I was like, now I don't have to go, hey, we still can play a song. Like, I promise that won't happen. It was more like, well, Everlast, thanks for hanging out. And, I gotta show you that episode. What? Your episode? Oh, yeah. You want to wrap it up? Goodbye, everybody. Thanks for watching the episode.
It's definitely interesting, you know, the prospect of what you're doing. I've never heard anybody else talk about that shit that you're talking about as far as like getting fucking elbow deep into this shit.
Do you speak sliders? Wild West. Yeah, they said it couldn't be done. I know. They said it could not be done. Nobody would be best live from laser tag. I know. I don't even pull it off. This is pull it off. She said, around that fucking place out.
That's a mistake.
Been in my neighborhood.
Yeah, it's hard to come.
Got it. So right now,
What's going on there? No, well, I went right up to that.
AKA
Locked up. Girls were there. People were upset. Across the girls. First we got a pile. That was a pile. It was a pile. Just one much. Just I mean, yeah, we thought he was dead. We were joking. Thought about it for a while. Somebody should check on it. Comfort might help between the squad. I think TS cold shooter.
Last game, I think he's up there, Mr. Hits, Dr. Hits. Give me James has lost some weight in this group. He's right there. That's true. You know, we were filming the latest thing. James takes a bite. That's how great James is. It's good to have you. I'm fucking 6. You might be 15, dude. I think you're 15. Yeah, you've reached the honor of my life. I'm sorry, doing the same problem. No offense. Down right now, BJ. I know you want all the shirts. How? Yeah. Oh, Jack Box. You guys put a lot of chips on the table. Yeah. I stopped intermittent fasting and training, exercise all together. What's the time span where you gained on? So good. 7. 13. I got down to 40. How long did it take you to get from 4:30 to Louise, what's the highest you touched? I had to be like 420 plus. Last hour. Like I said, we were doing Mike's and Mike's, and BZ has a photo of him. It's crazy, dude. He doesn't have arms. His forearms sticking out. That is so exciting to dream move to like truly the middle of America, just get as big as you can. That's so nice. And like your president wins, you're as fast as you possibly get. You lost weight. This is exciting stuff. We else here. Comments out there. This is. We got a song. I saw some skinny, although I don't know what's live. Yeah, true. I trust him. We're each other, so Nate, you gotta go first. Figure out some lines. I'm gonna see if we can get a
school bus in here for his son. Oh man, sorry, it's terrible. Oh, bad at this. I'm not gonna try. No, tactical person. It's tough to get you. To focus on the rules before. Yeah. Because there's secret things you can shoot to get power-ups. Any ops out there be fucking with that? We're gonna have to do teams. I know. We're gonna have to do we'll just do the fattest. With your shirts, he's getting a bit I'm out. 100%. Some level of shame. Oh, man. Yeah, we'll have to go. We'll have to send pictures. So, give everyone a good up down. See what's going on. Is anyone here on flat feet? Can't do it. Chris is colorblind. He's out. Oh, yeah. I'll give that. How about talk about it? Where's Chris? Video games. He's crapped on the time crisis right now. Getting ready. That's cheating. So can't play. Bullshit. Time crisis. And they have the basketball. Well, yeah, they have a couple things. Sounds like a woman that's my wife. My wife found it. Oh, great. All right. Here we go. Hey, we're podcasting, man. Podcasting, real. It's like when the Raptors found out how to open the doors. It's just a funny joke. Anytime you can play a game with three cats, you plays. I live. Love Dave, love so much. She's just off the mirror right now. It's so sick. Dude, I actually, this cracked me up the other day. I was here at home and she had clothes there. Maybe I wanted to watch TV and she was like, I want to watch Gabby's doll. Chloe looked at Brittany and went, I'm not black, you're black. It was the funniest thing. When she got it's so silly. She's gonna be black. Goddamn, that's all these detectives are calling. They're gonna be, yeah. People are tearing them up. They're gonna be. Yeah, so I'm so hungry, bro. I've been doing a lot of kids here today, bro. I've been just like, just play pizza. And you eat it first slice. Oh man, this is probably a decade. Last time I was here, I see my dad's cum was all over his pants. I literally thought about it as soon as I've been wearing these for a while. Yeah. And black light's not going to be great. My t-shirt, that's going to be a camo. Team Fat's going to be fully camos. Also, who's coming in their jeans? I don't understand. Shirts come? No, it turned out my dad had prostate cancer. Yeah, I was like, would you come your pants? He's like, no. Like a month later, he was like, I'm cancer. But like, I'm sorry. I was like, dude, yeah. That's a perfect excuse. And Carl shows up. It looked like it was a whiz. I mean, the boy probably wasn't washing the trousers very often. Oh, yeah. That was probably like 3 months worth of. Bro, if he was just coming like that, if he was just coming like that, I would prostate cancer. Sure. It's probably I should not be strong as very sure loads of cancer. Low back and prostate cancer. God, I can't wait. I fucking can't wait. Let's tag. Let's tag and see what happens. Yeah, for sure. Come back. Right back. We'll be right back. To the audio listener. Yeah. I just wanted to let you know that these sounds are from you. GoPro video of the laser tag match. I'll try to edit together a full video from the laser tag footage on the Patreon soon. What the heck? We're back. Dude, it feels like a lifetime ago. That was... Didn't think I was going to be that sweaty. Fucking God. Dying. We fucking long runners and shit. Immediately, everybody's sprinting around. I mean, dude, you can't outrun. It's absolute war. Long penis with the cheating. One of the all-time cheats. Cheating. Long penis is shotgun. He calls us not cheating. You were not cheating. Nah, it's played by the rules. Okay. Running. No, I was moving swiftly. Running. And walking swiftly. I will say, I had a trick where people get too close to me. I'm like, these fucking guns not even working. So I did it. Also, Andy really held down the Terminator 2. His moniker, he really lived up to it. You just see him walking around. Just walking around at people. This movie, dude, my fucking shit's off. As soon as anyone passes, I'm like, total snake. Sorry. I did it to like 5 other people. I'm like, fucking shit's not even working. Either someone got the drama, man. Like, what the fuck? This shit sucks. Every line's went out the window. Remus was the only one that stayed true. Who betrayed you? Right away, I asked him to ally. I never shot you once. Spider did not ally. I didn't shoot you. He didn't smell spy. So he betrayed. I didn't know no real line. So I said, okay, and then I took my position. I take off a couple times. I know I got brought in. I saw all the cabinet things. I looked down and grabbed a couple points off. That was, man. Dude, speaking of and laser tag, I want to challenge Dr. Mark laser tag. Really? Yeah. He's in hot water right now. Why would he do this? Dude, his alleged, although he did, his alleged daughter, although I've recently came positive, give me my sister's number. Like, Dr. Mark. He's like, doesn't like interracial dating and all that stuff. Doesn't really like white people. No, he seems to very openly just like strange in order to do that, but he was saying something like, you can hash this out. He was saying, like, I'm sick of it. That's all he goes, you're either with me or against me on this. You don't want frenemies. He doesn't want any more frenemies. I appreciate that. Next time, my daughter ever confronts me, I would be like, no time. You're either with me or against me. That's it. You call her a struggle streamer. Trying to get clout. She called her strange daughter a struggle streamer. That was a fucking struggle streamer. It's the opposite. Those are always trying to get clout. Every time we do the podcast, my house would walk down. He's just chucking you on the ground. Now he gives away tickets. Every show I go to, there's fucking 8 guys from the Elks. It's fucking unbelievable. That was fucking like, how about a little meet greet? The guy's one of the top sales guys in Tampa. No. That was seems crazy.
Yeah, the list. He had a pay that is 40 people at every show. That was a wild night. Tampa was one of our fucking studs with it. Yeah, Aaron Judge, fucking big ass was there. He was fucking huge. Still huge. I was less starstruck this time. Yeah, it was the first time. Yeah, the last time when I met him at that game.
Did you see him at a baseball game?
Yeah, I said full Yankee or just had a giant umbrella. Yeah, the practice came over. He's like, what are you doing back there, big man? I was like, I saw you. Oh, don't you just want to throw that ball? I've never spazzed like that.
See him at the game with fucking, I was fucking talking to Bubbles here. I was a little, Bubbles was fucking taking it back. True. Yeah, he was fucking, that guy. I saw the fucking videos. That's how I watched the videos. It's him fucking mixing drinks. Bubbles is the man. He gave me some good pointers. We might get Bubbles in this next game. I call Bubbles team. Can you tell me about the zombie game?
Yeah, that sounds fun.
Zombie sounds sick. Everyone's green, one red zombie, and then you spread it and you get hit by the zombie as well. That's kind of sick. I don't know how you would cheat in that game.
Yeah, how you cheat? I wasn't cheating. You were cheating. No, I wasn't cheating.
You got to believe me, bro. I was saying,
It's so funny, right? When everyone got in, it was screaming. As soon as the doors opened, every dude was screaming and running. And everyone got tired. For 5 minutes left, and everyone go, oh, fuck. It was so long. You gave him my life.
what was your strategy, Gardein?
It was run right out of it. Sigma fast. Yeah, run. Then was Swift. Swift bar run. I don't know what that might have been running. I saw you run. That's fine. And
Bubbles was on your ass for the next game. Yeah, he's gonna personally follow you.
I came here for a good time. And immediately guys take advantage of the rules. I finished 7th. That's not bad. It sucked. First game slider. I lost a big I lost to Nikki Blazer. And immediately I lost to Nikki Blazer by probably 1 shot. It was close. It was a close one. I was really game. I was fucking 2 minutes. I was time to camp, dude.
I was camped and I was running gun. I was getting hit 50 fucking times.
You did the laydown. Nice.
Lay down with Rick.
That's genius. That sounds like you was yesterday. You was laying down. So my fucking pack doesn't work. That's what Chris keeps saying. Chris keeps saying his gun was broken. RoboCop. His name the RoboCop.
Wait, his gun wasn't working, but he didn't come in very last place, did he?
Yeah, that was the one. It happened to be the one female. Pregnant, dead last.
Terrible. I was laying.
It's laying with the running around. Someone's gonna bump me. The worst thing you want is something terrible.
Dude, I startled the shit out of her. I was laying down behind the corner. She walked. I'm like, it's like, sorry about that. Sorry about that.
Yeah, she does get birth later. That's all right. That's America's next effort. It's chosen by God.
True.
You give birth on an artificial phone, black lights in the contact.
Just mean that that's your first image coming out of those.
Surrounded by the team fans. Everyone's sweaty with packs on.
My thing is, I'd be still racking up major points. I'd be sitting there hitting their fucking sensors on just getting
Never had a single person who could say that. All right, dude, let's fucking time out.
That's a fucking respect. You know, my back's the X-Men. You can shoot me.
I shot you. You mean Jake said they're going 3, 2.
I thought James, I thought
Must be at the buzzer I shot you. I betrayed you.
wow.
Obviously, there was one ultimate cheater. Just so happened to be champion. Bubbles did bring it up, so we'll see. Yeah. James, interesting technique.
Yeah, James is big, just hiding behind the block and like shit.
That's my great. I did find some shoot across the whole arena. It looks like somebody, but then you don't actually get to tag him. And the guy, I asked the guy that who's bubbles.
Yeah.
He said a lot of top professional players do notice that. Pretty good. He said there's two lasers and it doesn't work at distance. Two were. You're shooting people on the side. You're not getting points for it. That's why you said laser.
I was wondering.
That was definitely killed.
Yeah. Now you know. Now we know that.
Club quarter, new rules of
On their stomach, you can step on their ass.
T2's gonna walk over the way. Fucking smash you.
Lights were bouncing off my skin perfectly.
You guys were camping the whole time. We did camp too short.
I kept doing laps, and I'm like, you guys are still here, cool. I was patrolling like an L shape. I'll come here, come there, come here, and then I'd wander off on back. Please, Sean.
Don't be confident.
Sean, I'm gonna frill follow you the whole time now. I'm gonna sacrifice my whole game. I'll be last place, and I'm gonna take you down to like 4th place.
That's okay.
I'm gonna do that.
Go dogs.
Dude,
There's nothing wrong with
if I shadowed him, dude.
fourth place. Is that? Fourth place. I'm happy with it.
If I shadowed, would be 4th.
One first place on the fourth.
Bubbles, scrub that from the record.
Bubbles did bring up. He was like, well, he had his eye on. Just so you know.
He was like, guys,
He was all over the
he took us aside. He was like, guys, you know, you guys have fun shit with that guy. Dude, like, if this wasn't a private event, we should bring him with.
You fucking knocked it over. I saw you knock it over. She didn't want to talk about it because you were like, you pulled her door.
You know the real thing.
So they did. You're talking more about this whole fucking kill you. One actual kill.
Bubbles all everybody is covered about the shit. You were, I'd never seen that side of you, man. It was like,
It's fucked up. It's a weird side to see it. Like, you bring your friend, you put him in any type of competitive situation. He cheats. Crazy. The two, who would have thought? The two biggest cheaters.
James cheated my birthday. I fought like
You two get the birthday.
I did cheat one time.
He's got that dork scamper though. You run around, he's got a full dork run.
It's a beautiful movement. Pays off. I hit with a strong second. There's daylight between the two of us, and I didn't cheat.
Second, third, whatever. I guess we'll see. You two are the captains for next game.
Yeah, big teams.
It can't be right. That would not be fair. If the guys who cheat, where's the fats? Cheaters for the not on fucking Terminators. That's actually a strong move.
Everyone behind Terminator. That's not a bad idea.
Get your shit that we just invented. Yeah. We're all gonna cheat and scream as soon as everybody, as soon as we get out of the room. By the way, shout out to Blazer Tag, please. That don't hit the spot.
Fucking is.
We did it. How long have we been going? We gotta get back in.
13 minutes.
Oh,
What?
16 minutes for the first one, so we're about it.
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, I got it. Here,
I know Slater.
I know. Next time we need like an 8-hour all day pass.
Yeah.
We need a tag for
So an hour and a half.
3 hours.
Bubbles is not afraid to give you a chance.
This episode is brought to you by Better This is feelings for amphibians. Until I got help. Better help. Name that struggle because they were like, it was like a stern father, like, oh, you want us to do 100 of them? Yeah, it's like, hey, you want to. What helps? How about you do 100 of them, tough guy? Fuck Ross, you don't even know how to take creep on every one of those fuckers. It's therapist. It's nice to have in your corner because positive. Those problems, and I learned how to reach out. I learned how to reach out for help in the same space. I try. If you want to give therapy a try, and you're not getting checked out, still can't really go near anybody. Yeah, really. Yeah, because of the dude to the it's one of your phone. Okay. I'll bet kiss it. Guys, check out BetterHelp. It's fully online. It's so easy to get started. And they have access to a wide range of credentialed therapists, over 30,000 with all sorts of different specialists. That's good. Yeah, guys. Sorry. Check out Build Your Support Help. BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/MSSP to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/MSSP. Yeah, and all jokes aside, BetterHelp's in the company. Yeah, dude, they do fucking rock. Yeah, they do rock. Thank you, Blood Help. Dude, yeah, next time, it's like we already saw the video. This is a fun topic that I came across the other day. There's a restless leg medication that causes women to do like horrible sexual stuff. So like there's just no one that's taking espresso. So really watch it, dude. It's like, there was ladies who were taking it, like 50, 40, 60-year-old ladies who were on this medication, and they would fake go to work and just like show their kids to strangers. Like they would start trolling for sex. Yeah, restless tits. This example. You'd be like, one of your aunts would just take these just like leave Sunday mass and start like trolling the city trying to get blowjobs to strangers. Oh, that's for like a couple of years. Shout out to Big Pharma for that one. That's what I'm saying. Thank you, Big Pharma. And then they came home and they were just like, imagine, dude, if like 3 of your aunts were just the Ellen Philly and just fucking. Oh my God, this nice lady in college, you take the rest like that, you just cheat on your fucking husband like 45 times. Just big dudes in the bathroom and just fucking blow up in the Yeah, I read the whole thing about it. It was pretty crazy. Yeah, I had RLS. Thank fucking God. I think actually maybe I did take that for all. I'm gonna go on the RLS trail. You got your higher 20s. Something like damn wrestlers like to throw the whole room off. You can talk about that every day. You guys are together? What the fuck? What you guys know about? Just throwing me off. You're throwing the whole room off. Just finally getting out of like a multi-month bomb. Spilled fucking water in my eye. I know. Not the first time I just straight up missed my mouth and just poured it all down my shirt in a little boy. I was like, that was RLS medicine. That might have been the RLS medicine. You took a picture. I was thinking about my next victim. The names suck. Yeah, so we got that going on. That's hilarious. Yeah, I'm pretty pumped about that. Keep an eye on your fucking Maltese, y'all. Keep keeping out here looking all the company for real. For real. They don't know about that. I mean, you imagine you're just watching the VMAs with your homies. And they're seeing like JT's fucking penis to see that kind of flip. Because that guy does flips off the Blazer right there goes off the VMAs. I forget his name. The guy who says, I know you're talking about. Beautiful thing that I'm It's like girl. It's like girl rock. Fairly accurate. Passionate girl. Girl rock. Yeah. Benson Boom. That's kind of an unfair. Like you can just like take a formula and just create those songs. Girls will like literally every single one. These beautiful things that I got. I like this song. I like you as for girls. You as stories about. You think about chef. Think about the cook coming in. Fellas, it's been good. The other side of the moon, what is your boss after this? Women it's really like guns of August last night. King George died, and it's kind of the mutual audience. My girlfriend's friend stayed in our room. Restless Light. It was after I took a nap before I got home, so because it was 6 a.m. This is what I listened to when I sleep. And I put on Rainbows. And her friend honestly thought I was listening to Pause. She didn't really mention it. I was going to cite to Applause. And now I can't listen to the fucking Rain thing anymore because it's exactly like Applause. She's fucking right. You just hand it out and pass it. Maybe across the room. No, there you go. Fucking Applause. Down to the block. You hear the trickles? That's maybe a bad one, bro. I'm gonna have to switch it up. It's not there. I've done that. I've done nighttime. It's like, what is this? Oh, I had a fucking bug crawl. Yeah, what happened? It fucking woke me up. The thing's huge. I didn't know that. Off the side. I was like, no. Yeah. It wasn't like a night. I don't think it was night. I mean, it like woke me up. I could feel it. Kind of bug. Kind of creepy. I didn't get to see the crawler, which was way worse eating. It's that flashlight. Looking under the blanket. Somebody dying. I was like, I didn't want to tell it. I couldn't be like the giant spiders in our bed. No way. Because it has like a giant spider in the house. That'd be a hot dude come John over spider, just fucking literally spider. There's one spider. No. They just hold the camera and get it. Spider. Suck the creep Oh, fuck. I need you to fart, spider. Oh, fuck, dude. You love that fucking smell. Having fun anymore. Adam had an MJ. I saw Friendship. Bro, it's the funniest. May.
to see that again. That was
French onion ones.
no. Don't tell them. We all got French onion soup after we saw the movie. It discussed the movie. We had DeRosa in there. It was a good squad.
Everyone else.
Yeah, good.
He was really pleased. You know, it's like a very A24 drama set. It's so funny. It's very funny. I gotta
It's
say,
unbelievably funny.
I might be oversensitive. I feel like I had more than PTSD after doing the shooting. After being in that room with the light, it was so much killing. There was like 7 minutes there. Where it's like, so I might just be experiencing.
You're sensitive.
I'm a sensitive boy.
There's nothing wrong with being sensitive, but to see that movie and be like, that fucking me up is great. The movie's it's hilarious. It's everything. It's for you.
You know, I can't
You're gonna fuck it.
I saw the trailer and I was like, this looks phenomenal.
Yeah, it's up there. It's comedy movies are back. True, in a big way. Pendulum Swamp.
Pendulum's fully swamped.
Maybe too far. And down at Mothership, you go,
Yeah.
Pendulum's maybe swung a little too far. Not everyone has to say it. Every single set.
Dude, I think we're in like the new version of the 70s now. We've left. We had like a version of the 60s, like the hippie dream, which was just like state sponsored, basically propaganda at this point, just like the super woke stuff. It's completely falling apart. Now we're in the 70s.
I got evil hippies.
Exactly. And they're about to hit the 80s pretty soon.
Yes.
We're about to have a new 80s and 90s. You're going to be the 80s. We're in the 70s.
Right in the 90s, which is a good time to
90s are the best one.
Exactly. It's a good time to die.
So when we're 50, we're all going to be in the 90s. It's going to be 60. Yeah.
It's all right.
11's going to be rough.
Maybe we'll do it though. Maybe it'll be.
He's a downer.
No, I'm sorry.
Dude, you think the Middle East will still be there? So long as we make some sense. Be Trump.
To the other Riviera.
Probably do it in VR. It'll be like it'll be a ride at Universal Studios. You'll be in the building. If you're the lightning pass, I'm like, hey, we actually know about the attack. We're gonna get you guys out. It's coming.
Yeah, Tower 7 will be the haunted one. Trump out of nowhere.
Tower of Terror.
You just go, oh, Trump.
Tower 7 of Terror.
Against all odds for Trump.
Oh my god. Yeah, that'll be awesome. Yeah, definitely. It's heartening news. The pendulum's fully swung. The dream broke, but the residue of it is a happy dream still, kind of saturate the culture, but it'll just be like breakfast. It'll like blend into like ice cream stuff.
The hipsters were fun at first. Remember like 2010?
Yeah,
They were kind of nice group of
it
people.
was Ignor's Infinite Playlist.
It was.
And then
And I was at the right age to be gay enough for it. I fucking love that shit. And then
what did you love about it?
I just liked all the music.
Freedom,
I don't like the gay music. LCD sound system still rules. Shit, that's fucking roll. All that.
Yeah, that shit rules. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I'm telling you, dude, it was Occupy Wall Street, and then it just total psyop, and they turned into still wearing masks today, which is it's unsettling. When you see a guy, it's like maybe you're visiting your grandma, but like I've said it before. If you're like a grandma or grandfather and you're worried that it's like I think you found it.
Yeah, why don't you shut up?
You're just a pussy. It's like if you're 80, you're a pussy. Even if you don't die of COVID, you're gonna be a pussy.
Definitely the people that should be worried about that.
For sure.
Yeah.
Can you imagine
You want to die like that? You don't want to die. Well, you'll die of pneumonia.
Yeah.
Eventually, yeah.
You can't be scared of death by the time you're 80. I mean, it's close. It's easier said than done, obviously.
Yeah.
Dude, when you're like making your grandkids get like experimental therapeutics,
Yeah.
so they can chill.
I don't think that many grandparents are like,
Why can't they come inside? True. I want to hold my grandson. He's outside of the window. That's your ouch. I did my part. What up, Nate? What up, big O? We're just off down the cliff. cleaner. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. I should rag on 8-year-olds, but I pray by the time I'm 80, I'm not gonna be scared of some fucking bullshit.
I'm trying to take like a moral high ground. I'm just thinking of when I was 80. When I was 80, I was ever 80. No shot.
I hope by the time I'm 80, I'm truly not afraid of death. I hope I'll
Try to get to the 40s.
Scared of 40 now. Oh shit. Oh yeah. You gotta get on the fucking Bigfoot.
It's time.
It's time.
It's time to get a blood panel. That's gonna be a
Yeah, trust me, I got mine. Mine was not great.
it's pretty bummer.
Although right now, I'm not. I've said it before, but I don't care about the aesthetics. I'm going just. I'm going just pure performance. Yeah. I think I got like a 140 anytime, whatever. It's fucking hard. I believe it, yeah. What are you talking about? It's hard. Yeah. I'm in a stiff competition with him right now.
I get him on the hang time.
I never see his fucking hand.
Yeah, he's big.
He's got fucking fat.
He does have paws.
He's for real like dog balls. So I got sure. It's weird. They're saying like that's all that matters. Everyone's worried about COVID. They're like, I jack, squeeze stuff really hard, you're not gonna die. So
I actually believe that.
they're saying if you have like exactly, they're saying strength and like your leg bigger
Jack eyes, swing the grip strength, everything. Not a big deal.
yeah man. So
You're looking at that stuff.
that's good.
And then, I was like, I can
That's good.
first try.
I'm on your
I believe it.
I'm on your bumper.
I'm on your bumper. You better chill with the big neck piece.
What do you think, man? Same thing that happens to everybody.
Worry about that sweet angle.
Joe, God.
Shoot it on white kid.
I can see them goes nasty false flag like that. I gotta say it.
They're probably on your bumper if you found that fucking thing. They're probably like, holy shit, it's Jason Moore. He's a sleeper cell.
I'm definitely on the CIA.
I just got a fucking laser tag on the ring.
I do too.
Yeah, let's get back one more laser tag.
Take a call. We don't gotta watch a video again. That's just a smell line here right now.
That's the blazer in the post-game locker room.
We need showers here. We gotta get a front team going. Put in the work.
I mean, we got two in the middle.
What's the
Straight
game plan? Yeah, what do you do? What's like the game plan?
game plan is so the rules already validated on the floor. It's floor.
Yeah, somebody went to the towers big time.
How did I see you up there? Must have been a mirage or something. You must have been looping. Oh man, that sucks. That's cheating. That's disgusting. You're lying. If you cheat, you try.
Yeah, well, you can move up. Yeah, the floor, but then you had to
The
move up.
floor was lava. These were lava. So
was like, I was cheating. I started walking up the ramp. They're walking up the ramp like 30 seconds before, and then it was 5 minutes watching. Defensively, that was weird. That's true. You know how the blue team doesn't do. That's how that stuff is. I thought it'd be fun. I thought about it. I was tempted, but I waited. The guy was like stuck in that corner. I kept trying to go to that corner. It was nice. The corner was nice. The guy was next time I'll put bubbles in there. Get him on the ramp. Anyway, what else is going on? Not much, man. Fuck, what else is going on? Dude, no, that's it. There we go. I got that. There we go. Let's tell you more important. It was easier the second time. But the one thing that sucks is you know what's coming the second time. So the first time at Monday, that was easy. Tuesday, that was easy. And then also do everything on Friday. You film all those pre-recorded sketches you film. So you're there, we had to get there like 6 a.m. So you got like pick up at 5:30 and you gotta do the real thing. And then you wake up the next day. Why do they do it that way? I don't know. It sounds good. Why not do that first? Rest up. Yeah. Maybe just get you jacked up and like tuned up. Yeah, you know. It was actually, I mean, it doesn't matter. Areas, if they ever showed that monologue I did, I would handle it there. Oh, fuck. Sometimes uncomfortably not nervous. That's a good idea. Yeah, every sketch you're nervous, you're like, fuck, I can't read it. That was pretty good. I've probably been before, like, yeah, you read off the card. I'm like, I can hardly read books to my kids. I'm gonna read the card like you're telling a joke. So you're like, no, I change the lines in between rehearsal. What I would do, I would fuck the first card up immediately, and I think about it the rest of the time, and I fuck up every single card after that. So that's my prediction. For sure. So we did rehearsal, and we did another Jamaican church sketch. And I think I fucked it up so bad, they were like, it's not that good. Oh, yeah. That's what happened. You do a sketch, and then they're like, all right, we're not going to use it. And you're like, fuck, that was my fault, because that was definitely funny. Now they should have went back to the world. Jamaican Well. Yeah, I like the Jamaican Well. It's funny every single time. Damn it, right? So it's Jamaican Part 2. They did have Jamaican Part 2, and I think I fucked it up. Like, yeah, you know, they're not going to tell you. You never know. Oh, you should get on like an M.R. vibe, dude. What's that? M.R. is a white English guy who just does dance all. He does it really well. Oh. You ever seen a guy dance all guys? No. You red? Oh, yeah. I didn't know it was his name. Yeah. Yeah, dude, you should. Something to consider. Just do like a year. Just take a year off of everything and just stop on Instagram. Take 1 year off of it, like, let me tell you about this love. Yeah, the monologue is the scariest. And it was like, there's a Tape and Cray fan front. So, it's like, oh man, they're not gonna fucking like me. Talk about Ken Burns. Yeah, it's just like a young. How did that? What did they? Were they just like it? That's cool. It didn't monologue went well, but that's cool. Not rehearsal. Who were the fans? Was it just like attractive ladies sitting up front? They're the fucking worst. If you had to pick a demographic that you didn't want, like 2 rows up in the front, it's just hot ladies, young women. And you saw it was like 2 sections, and then everyone else is just in the back. It's not just for stand up. No. Unless you have like a point. They like that. Yeah. Comedians up there, it makes it fun. Because true, everyone's like, that's incredible. You can't get hot young men to your points. Even if they don't fully understand what they're awesome. Yeah, I got babes are last. What do you think you want them? If you are full high young babes, I'll fucking spin their heads. I'll make them very unhappy. They also don't have the best attention spans either. The worst show I ever did was the small room at the stand. The whole room is empty. Then they brought food in, like 10 waiters at one stand. They every waiter's got that going up. Look at the food. Yeah, I was just something like, all right, we're done. Everyone's eating. Yeah, perfect. They're like, no, you're doing good. I mean, it's got to be just crazy. Being in like a hot lady's body, I couldn't think of anything else. If I was also a hot lady, yeah. I was just a hot lady in a hot lady's body. I think, God, I'm so fucking hot right now. I'm so fucking rude. I just be so turned on by myself. I'm like, dude, I'm the only one to listen. I think just waiting for advice. This guy is a millionaire. Why didn't he just fucking pick me up on my head and take me to his house? That's what I would think about if I was a hot lady. The city of New York. The one thing that was funny with SNL was the first time. Tate McRae, by the way, extremely nice lady. Yes, nice Canadian lady, and she was very like, hey, she was so the host couldn't hear the musical artist right across the hall, and I was like sitting on the couch kind of fucking freaking out. And she walked in, and I was like, for real, I don't know why I did this. I was just like trying to say, and she kept walking, and I was like, oh, that hurts. But then she came right back in. I was like, hey, did you read? I was like, the first thing we did was a sketch. We was in a fucking like motorized scooter dressed like an animal, and she had to sit on my lap. And right before, like, Tate, are you okay with this? Is everything okay? Are you all right with sitting on his lap? She was like, yeah, I'm okay. And I was like, no, it's me. And they're like, Shane, are you all right? I was like, yes. Which seemed really funny at the time until it's clearly just me, her, and the director. And I was like, I hope you understand. I was kidding. She didn't laugh. I think she laughed, but I was totally embarrassed that I did that. She's like 21. I was like, yes, I'm good with it. I mean, to be fair, it was very funny. Yeah, funny seeing you possibly do, but yeah, the aftermath of that was like, I'm just fucking around. It was like, we just got done filming the first sketch, and I had to rush that one. They're like, hurry up, she's gotta leave. And so I was like sweating. It was a nightmare. And then when she's like, her character was supposed to flirt with me, so she was like, it was such a nice thing, and she like rubbed my chest, and in my head I was like, my chest definitely sucks. She was sitting over me, I must have been 400 degrees. I've been laying on this hot pillow, and I was like, I'm really sorry about this. I'm sorry. I was just kidding when I said I was just joking about that. She's like, what? I'm like, for joke, I told her I didn't know you heard it. What? Yeah, covered in fucking bullshit. I drove shit on Canada. I don't even understand it. I'm like, oh shit. Fucking terrible. Definitely felt. I keep hearing about new divas. There's new divas. Complete divas. Yeah, we're too old. Out of the diva. I'll be back in the diva. Get back in like 6 years, 7 years. I'll get back in the diva. Well, I'm saying I follow Tate McRae on Instagram. My diva is fucking insane. What are the other divas, man? Sabrina Carpenter. Dochi. That's a diva. Dochi's. Chapel Ryan is diva. One. Carmen. For sure. What? Chapel Ryan is dominating. Oh. Yeah, that is also right up your alley. Dressing like a drag queen. Yes, it's very all. It was great. Roast the drags. That's good. Yeah, I hear it's one of my RuPaul's Drag Race. One of my girlfriends trying to watch it. Yeah. What the fuck are these uncles talking about? She's like, what? I was like, those are all uncles. Those are all somebody's fucking uncle. Yeah. RuPaul's got some conservative ideas. She's anti-trans. I think trans people are not allowed on the show. Yeah, I think he is, yeah. Yeah, he refuses to put the dress on unless someone pays him money. That's the thing. He'll go on late night talk shows and they go, where's the woman outfit? And he goes, pay me. If you want me to wear a dress, you gotta pay me. Yeah, that was cool. Yeah, RuPaul kind of rolls for that. Yeah, that's just like every other black man. I did it again this time. They're like, do you have anything you don't? I'm just not gonna wear a dress. Just I can't do it. Yeah, from cat. You can't, bro. I don't want to be like, yeah, whatever. It's fun doing anything wrong. Yeah. Now it's there's too much. I put that dress on. It's over. It's over, bro. You can't do it. No. It's tough. It's tough to speak up at NBC. It's weird to be in an office. If you have anything, I'm just not gonna wear a dress. Okay. I mean, is it Cat Williams? Don't need him like a bumper for sure. Fuck no. I wouldn't want him on a bumper. Yeah, dude. Especially, and also it really is like, what would a good enough scenario where it could be for you to be in the dress? It would have to be a dynamite fucking song. It's Doubtfire. Doubtfire. It was Robin Williams. I don't know if I'm allowed to spoil sketch. I don't know if I'm allowed to spoil it. There was a very funny Mrs. Doubtfire sketch. Maybe they'll use it again because it was good because we didn't hear it. Really funny. Why they didn't use it because of your? No. The character would not have been wearing a dress, but he would have been. He was gonna get confronted that he was Mrs. Doubtfire. That's funny. Yes. Said that on my podcast. What is our trying to start that? People do that. I actually tweeted that 6 years ago. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Every single joke is on Twitter. I can find that thing with 3 likes from 2013. Yeah, I saw it. I stole it. I joke. What is it? One of those. One time? Yeah, so I did a joke drink the first time. And it's like a Formula 1. And they see the premise and it goes in another direction. Like that. But what made me feel a lot better is this guy who I'd never heard of coming for 30 years. He's like, in 94, that was my joke. It's Australian and David Cross doing my act. It meant so much more relaxed to it. Same thing. It's quite fun. I got nothing good. You got nothing. True. I understand. You guys throw my lap. You guys are wearing your dresses. Every sketch has to be was it not bad? Matt Damon, he just went hog wild with that one movie, Liberace. Matt Damon, Crystal, Behind the Candle. He just went fucking hog wild. He's been acting for like 25 years. He was like all too full gay, like total gay. It's got to be there. After they only came out in a year, people weren't that critical. What do you mean? It was early. It was before the culture wars. It was. So it was right there. Yeah. I mean, it was on the table. It was Meg, obviously. I'm not going to tell what he got gay Meg. How gay was it? They cut out a scene where it's like make out guys. That's it. I swear to God. I swear to God. He was going. He was just playing a. There's 2 like achievements for every actor. It's Gilbert. The height of that just 1,000-year craft. It's like, okay, we can see you play a cop, but can't you play like Gilbert Grace? Why haven't we had that yet? Probably have. Really? Gotta be one. Nobody's played a gay special needs guy yet? I don't think so, man. Maybe I'll play. Straight in. Yeah, maybe Wilson. Yeah, Jenny Wilson helps more, that's why. Jenny Wilson. He didn't do anything. Him and Bubba might have fucked around a little bit. That's true. Gets lonely on the hot stage. That's a little golf. Yeah. Bubba never made it to the hot stage. He also might have sucked up to that Dan. Yeah, he probably sucked Dan. I'm tired from all that laser tag. Bro, that shit. We didn't even talk about the final match. We got 2 minutes. We could get one more blaze. We need one more blaze, honestly. That last match, one more after that. You need one more match. I need revenge. Devastating. I need revenge. At the end, they give you who you killed the most. He killed me. I was getting. Yeah, I don't know why he killed Matt. 15 times. I killed Matt 15. I keep forgetting you're in that corner. I'll come back. 3, 4, 4, 0, 4, 1. 15. You got me. I got you 10. I got 10. I kept thinking our lines were still on. I just the last second would hesitate. At the beginning, I didn't know what color my team was. Really? Yeah, I was shooting red. I saw you. I heard you getting caught. So I'm not blues. I'm green. I think the blues were swarming, man. At least we believe where the rest of the reds were. Yeah. What was your strat? By the end, we did. We set up on that first platform that was nice. Well, we all it was signed. Cheap shit. We had like a line hanging over the balcony. Cheap. I was having fun. You can't put your gun has a sensor on it, so you can't shoot another other than trying to shot. James never disclosed his, what was your strategy?
To drag me down. You did not cheat. I did not. I was not cheating.
What's your strat? Like, what's your strategy?
This is what I figured out. I didn't realize this was happening, but I got very high kill right as it was very high death right. 25 points for the killing somebody. Even some so shooting each other at the same time. Okay, from a giant 25, yeah, still get the extra point. So I think you got to leave reckless here. When you're out, about 5 minutes in.
It's not so that's all. Just not so it's that's why I felt so good on the red. We won by 400 points. That was all your charge ups down. That's true. Can we please talk about it? You can look at the scores. All right. Check it out. I did get that last, but I was not that far above her. And it was to me and Terminator 2 were anchors holding the squad down. Yeah, bro. Yeah, I don't know. I do know that when I was playing against her, I hit her like 40 fucking times. So I didn't shoot her once. She shot me once. Really? Yeah. What else? What else everybody get? To be honest. She said there was somebody who was just on her bumper shooting her the whole time. Terminator 2. Sarah O'Connor. Yeah, it goes. Dude, Arnold Schwarzenegger's son in White Lotus. Unbelievable. Yeah, he's really funny. Out of nowhere, I don't know why, if this was like unscripted, but they're like on a yacht, they're about to approach these girls, and out of nowhere goes swastika. Just for no reason, as they're walking, I was in bed, holding my stomach laughing. Really? I don't remember that part. Right over the yacht. Listen, he goes back, they're about to watch him go over to the girls, and goes swastika. And just, what the fuck? It's the funniest thing you yell at them. Yeah, I'm interested to see where that goes. Oh, it's fun. So good. The girls turn on each other. Wonderful. Yep. Finding out one of them's a Republican. It's so awesome. Yeah. We had to win. Fuck yeah. We're got time for one more play. This is the ads in the parking lot. No problem. What are the ads? Yeah. Applecoaster.com. Please come to the shows. They'll be Omaha. Manchester, England next week. Come on.
They try to attribute it to crazy your daughter's done something like that's all I think it's cool. I don't know that they hear anything back at child. And then like the starting just feel like true.
Warehousing electronics Tuesday, the company that manages the facility has decades of experience in producing large-scale area. The explosion caused large, challenging fires nearby in the search for the missing people. The news is brought to you by Sweet James Accident. A man has been killed in an explosion and fire and is in the hospital in conditions. The explosion last night damaged 4 homes. This man who lives nearby tells NBC4 he had just gotten home with all the fires. He says he tried to do what one woman told paramedics about LA has taken a possible route that is related to higher pay for hotel and workers. The industry is nearly trial has been set for August for a marine veteran from East LA accused of distributing face shields and other items at an anti-ICE protest in downtown LA. Alejandro Oriana Store in Artesia has been ransacked and robbed by as many as 30 people. Witnesses say a mass of thieves used hammers to smash up the store just before closing on Tuesday, before making off with a lot of pricey inventory. This witness tells KTLA the style and scope of the robbery has scared neighbors. Store's windows, doors, and display cases were all shattered. President Trump has gone to the Iowa State Fair to kick off a year of patriotic festivities leading up to next year's 250th anniversary of America's independence.
It's really also a celebration of our flag, our great American flag, and our glorious American freedom.
The event last night became a celebration of Trump's second term, taking stage just hours after Congress protest made the funeral bill. Southbound weather from nearby 70s to the 80s in LA and overseas could be in the low to mid 70s in the beaches. It's going to be in the low to mid 80s in the valleys. Highs will be in the 80s, but the low 90s in the Inland Empire. Highs will be in the upper 80s to mid 90s in the high desert. Right now 68 in Brea, 65 in Seal Beach, 66 in Marina Del Rey, 70 in San Dimas. Here is no KFI high. For today, there's no targets are low. We're going to go to a crash from 215 in Paris.
Southbound right there. Road continues. All of them telling you. Incidents like in East LA, small ones, city terrace, Monterey, first on the right side. Also crashing along the street, trying to get something on fire and crash. And they have the fire with the pump and a lot of it's on the fly. Southbound on the street. So California's most accurate traffic history plan. iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast.
Such a ridiculous story.
iHeartRadio app. Search American History Hotline and listen now. Running the state of Mississippi, the Volunteers United Way to help build a smart community, learn computer skills, and building basic respect. I don't just wear the shirt. I live it. Give, advocate, volunteer. Live United. Go to liveunited.org. Brought to you by United Way and Council. The iHeartRadio app is the one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Do you ever like
Podcasts that are library of thousands of titles. Use an iHeartRadio podcast.
so he's willing to push back?
that's the goal, right? Is to be completely independent documentary. I can think about any of those, any of those notable journalists or reporters that I actually think are interesting or pay attention to. They're completely independent. They're not staffed for some business insider or some life. These guys are completely independent, staying in their road. And it's just the art is fun. One thing I don't love to get. How is there's no way they're intentionally because it's a complete polar opposite drug. If you want to keep selling your coke and you're giving people coke and fentanyl, I mean you're not going to keep your fine. accidentally get a little bit of fentanyl. So, but the people who are like the rich people who are buying it, Tyler don't think these guys aren't selling heroin; they're selling coke. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. But I mean, on my own experience, I've never seen something actually selling coke. It's like how and why. So the people in the U.S. are dying. The large majority of people are dying. What is it? How is that? Are they intentionally leaving fentanyl, or is it just sort of out of the
Here is the latest. The Monterey fire near California's central coast has burned almost 53,000 acres. It is the state's largest wildfire so far this year. A 23-year-old Paramount man has pleaded not guilty to possessing a Molotov cocktail during a recent protest trying to increase raids. Chestnut is found with 4 criminal statements. Hot dog eating contact here, being banned. 16-time champ aims to top his record of 76 hot dogs in 10 minutes. Sunlight weather from Campi is from the Odin.com Weather Center. Odin, the only business software in the highs will be in the mid-70s to mid-80s in Metro LA and OC. This report is brought to you by Naples. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, say more than possible Toyota's pull right up the middle of vehicles. Little stall.
Stop 18 minutes ago. Thanks very much. What you
Now we gotta go help people customize and save hundreds of Liberty Mutual. Where's the golf cart? It's only pay for what you Wow.
Well, it's a history podcast series. Let's talk all.
That was it?
Hold on, no, just wait. Let's talk Washington, Adams, Jefferson, Madison, Monroe, Adams, Jackson, Van Buren, Harrison, Tyler, Polk, Taylor, Fillmore, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson,
Look
Grant,
at this athleticism.
Hayes,
Folks,
Garfield,
unprecedented athleticism.
Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Roosevelt, Taft, Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, Roosevelt. No, hold on a second. Hoover. Yeah, it's Roosevelt. Truman. Second. Truman. Eisenhower. JFK. Johnson. Nixon. Ford. Carter. Reagan. Bush. Clinton. Bush. Obama. Trump.
say Obama now?
Obama. Wow.
Obama now.
It took me all night. Damn, dude.
You studied for that all night?
No, it took a half hour, but it was pretty good. Yeah, I had to keep practicing. I was doing it before bed.
Like I was the vice president.
Adams.
Are you seriously?
I could go. I think I could
Here's
go.
a piece of trivia, and don't look it up. Here's a question: Who is Johnson? Lyndon Baines Johnson's vice president after Kennedy was shot when he became the vice president. But your mother's cunt.
Oh, it wasn't her.
It wasn't your mother. It was my cunt.
Wait a second. It is a history podcast.
Yeah.
Well, that was true. You're telling me. Jones got
Yeah, because he only ate her for 1 year. And then when he ran, he got somebody else who was like, he called her, Joan, I need your cunt to leave my vise. He called her from Dallas. You know that famous picture of him on the plane? That was, he called her right before that. I need your vagina to be my vice president.
All right, so let's start from the top. Oh, I'm so sorry that he said that.
I'm not, I never met him.
You're held back. So Washington, dude.
Yeah.
What do you guys know about him? What he said?
I mean, Washington is like a transitionary guy because he was so British. He was a British general. It wasn't like, he wasn't born in the America. He didn't create America with his idea.
Yeah.
He was just a tool. He was a first general president.
He was born in the U.S.
No, I know, but he wasn't like he was a Brit. He was on
British, or as British.
Yeah.
They actually kind of sucked
In that war.
In fact, also kind of.
Everybody sucked in the wars.
Everything he did was
It was luck to win anything.
Yeah, he was good at retreat. That was like his number one important thing, which is very good.
Otherwise, you lose once. He would fight again because he retreated so well.
Yeah, it's pretty tight up. Show up, like, yeah. 1789 is when he started.
Well, most of the guys, it was so hard. Like a lot of the army didn't want to be there. They didn't have to be there. It's crazy. Like 1776, the year that Washington did all that insane shit. It's crazy that people kept expecting the army to flee.
Yeah.
But they hung in there with little. It's not like they were like, we're faking America. That's coming later. Yeah, they had no fucking idea. He's as good as they were, basically. And it's not like you picture him on this horse like talking, but most of them didn't even look at the guy, didn't see him. You know, like in the movies when they show a guy making a speech to a whole army, there's three guys in here. And the rest are like, what is it? What's he doing? They're all shitting.
Yeah, it's like
They're all dying.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Dudes. I'm like,
I feel like we're trying to do this.
we will live. We will live.
No one heard any of their speeches, so it's really these guys all got together. They got together. They decided they wanted.
Someone spent too much time on Washington.
Yeah, Washington. I was like that. I never really. I mean, the great thing he did was leaving when it was time to go. It was like the thing because a lot of them wanted him to be king. Yeah. A lot of them wanted him to be permanent. He's the one who said the thing where they wanted him to be Adams. Wanted him to be Your Majesty or Your Excellency.
Yeah, they went by His Excellency.
And he said, Mr. President.
No. Jefferson was the first Mr. President.
Yeah, but Washington wanted Mr. President.
Washington went with His Excellency because Adams had this long His Majesty, all that shit. But Washington kept His Excellency.
According to the HBO series about John Adams.
Yeah, but I looked at it.
Washington said, I want Mr. President.
Maybe he did, but he went by His Excellency. Therefore, the reason he did it was because he didn't want to shake people's hands. In fact, that kind of
He was like Howie Mandel.
Yeah, like he'd rather just have people bow. I don't think he was a germaphobe as much as he just was like this dumb in his life. He started to get criticism. Really? Because when he was a general, everybody globally outside of England was like, this guy's the fucking.
By the way, president, like to talk about that word for a second, what a president is, like just an overall president. Thought here. What I love about presidents is that it's a human being. And to me, it's like some college professors teach the Bible as literature. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like they don't teach the Bible as religious subjects. They teach it as like what it's done for history and what the stories are about, and that kind of thing. I look at U.S. presidents and I don't have a political view about any of them. I just think they're fucking fascinating. And president, the word by itself, like your president is nothing. You're not a leader. You're not a ruler. You don't rule. You preside. I mean, that's literally what it means. Is that there's a whole group of people that are running the government by the people's will, and you preside. You just happen to be there. It's like in the Senate, whenever they show people in the Senate speaking, they always say Mr. President over and over again. And they're speaking to whoever is presiding. It's never the vice president. It's literally the president of the Senate, but it's whoever takes the chair that day. Who's presiding? It's an incidental title given to an equal. Is chosen for that minute to preside. That's what I like about it. That's why I like that. That's what I like about how they frame it. Yeah.
When did they set term?
First one to go, I could stay, but let's get this started. There's some famous moment where he was speaking to the Congress, and they were trying to get him king himself. And he was apparently wore glasses, so no one ever saw him with glasses on. And so the moment that it's supposed to be took out his glasses. That was supposed to be this big moment. I like to think like he was really hoping and he missed. It's like I fear I didn't see it. They're all like, yeah, you should know.
How do you turn down king status?
Jokes. What?
How do you turn down like
That's what makes
you
him
the king and you're like,
That's what makes him the man.
That's wild.
That's what makes him. Well, also he wasn't again. None of these people knew the future. He didn't know that he was giving away the keys to later nuclear war. He thought we were dumb. Oh, he's different kind of strength. He was a great framer. He was one of the guys. He did many very. He was a poor farmer. He was his education changed his life. He's like one of the first Americans who had that experience. You know, where he was had a decent farm, but not much. But he made his brain work, and he excelled and passed that on to his son. He fucking was. Revolution. Yeah, Adam was the man. Adam was the man. Because these other guys who fucking say giant perverted asshole. I love him. Oh, he was great. All these guys are great. I'm not judging any of them, but he was of limited use because he was intrigued by America, but he didn't give a shit. Yeah. He never would have shed a fucking any blood and sweat or tears for the country. He just was interested. He had a huge brain. So he'd lend it, like he supposedly invented electricity. But some other guy, he saw a guy in his own autobiography. He never spiked that birds on him. I'm broke on him right now. Okay, so he saw a guy do the kite. And he was like, that's cool. And he paid the guy for like the license to the gag. And then he got one of his sons to go. And he picked up other people's ideas. Well, he also, all of his inventions he would never patent. He was pretty sick. He was like, all my inventions are for everybody. What do you call it? Open source. So he'd get a little jealous because all of a sudden, because he was the man. Yeah, he was the American that everybody loved. Freddie, and then Washington became the man. He was a fame-hungry. Read his autobiography. It's amazing because he has no judgment of himself. So a lot of people that write autobiographies kind of careful, but like he tells the story about he was living in London and there was a guy who worked for him, kind of like a half tradesman who he befriended, and the guy had him to marry a maiden, but he didn't have a position and he didn't have his own home yet. So, and his mother didn't want him. I don't remember all the logistics, but it was that his house so that they could marry. And then I took it of my pleasure to sexually, and she spurned advances, so I threw her out, and that was the end of their marriage. I never saw him again. He was real upset. I never saw him again. I know both their lives were destroyed. May, I met this other guy. Like, he just talks. He did awful things to people. He kind of, there's some stories about slavery too. But he was like, I am racist. Like, he was one of the first, if not the only, probably like constantly. Like, I am bigoted. Right. Everyone else was like, this is the law.
Yeah, shut the this is right.
It was when he showed because he was used to like the revolution, and same with Jefferson. Jefferson was like a depressive, fucking great wealth, and he had his life in was just a dog. Hard working. He was the only one who worked constantly. They only the three of them in Madison, but he was the guy who get this shit started. Yeah.
He also apologized for cursing. One of his things is like I meant to admit that I sometimes cursed, which I feel shit of.
Also, when Adams passed the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the most liberal document in the world, because I'm going to get it right, everything that I couldn't get done in the American Constitution, I'm doing in this. And there's stuff in there about Jews having rights. There's even some about gay people in there. Like he was into like gay rights, Jews.
Pretty gay back then.
Pretty gay. Pretty Jewish.
It's gay to be a gay Jew.
It's gay to be into Jews. He's a Jew. Jewish rights in the 1700s was gay.
That was borrowed
Undeniably.
back then. They used to be like, get the fuck out of here.
Oh,
guys.
Jews.
Back then, a room full of dude powder wigs being like,
And the Jews looked exactly they looked the same thing. Big black coats, exact same outfits, same
well, again, what Adams did, but while he was in office, he was worried that his logic was another country can just come take this at any moment. So he came up with the Alien and Sedition Act, which meant if you talk shit on the government, we can jail you. So he started arresting journalists. He started
because he was the first liberal who got befuddled by guys that back then it was not a Democrat, it was Jefferson.
Yeah.
Going like whatever it takes to win.
Yeah.
It's always been like the different parts of American democracy, the different kinds of people. The people who are like, we got to get this right, we got to sell our good ideas and convince people we're right. But then the other guys who are like, we just got to take office. We just need to win. And nerds lose that fight. Adams was the first.
Exactly right.
Bush the first is another one.
He's a one-term guy. He was from 97 to 01.
Yep.
Let's move to Jefferson. He's number 3. That's 01 to 09. He was a two-term guy. Adams was a Federalist. Jefferson was a Democrat. Republican. He was the first Mr. President who was like, fuck England. Also, France just helped us.
He loved the French. He loved the revolution in French. Adams did. It was bloody and horrible. And Jefferson loved the revolution. He loved all his friends. He spent a lot of his life there.
They started, Americans started doing like joint fixing the war. He was the only one with the foresight to do it. We had 40 guys in our military and 3 boats. Let's shut the fuck up. So he declared neutrality, and everybody called him pussy. And England started blocking his like fucking ships. I think he might have been the one who said, we're just not going to trade with either. So then our economy, the American economy, just plummeted. England started just saying, if you're not trading with us, we're just going to confiscate your ships, steal, kidnap all the sailors, make them join the British Navy. So he's getting flying.
You're talking about Jefferson. Well, it's interesting because what ended his presidency was a fake rumor that Jefferson war with defense starting in the 80s. It was all fake. It ended up kind of haunting him. The truth about all that ended up fucking him a lot. One thing interesting about Jefferson is because he's so famous for having had a slave and having had like 50,000 slaves or whatever, not that many. And having children with a slave, I don't think he ever even gave it free the kid. Free married too, and the rest he kept enslaved until he died. And what was interesting about them is the ultimate because I said so. It's so
not stop being a slave. He's like, no. I said no. They were like, what? Really? His slave children? The woman that he had was like half white, or like was very light skinned.
Yeah, I think her mother, because her mother was in his family for a long time.
His dad was fucking like,
Yeah,
I mean, it was like, but she was kind of a product of his father.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. But it's one interesting thing about him in terms of slavery and American politics is that his first elected position was on the Virginia legislature. He was like a House Reps guy in Virginia. And the very first thing he ever did as a politician was to propose a bill in the Virginia government to abolish slavery in the state of Virginia. So the first thing he did, well, of course, he got shot down, but it was his desire and his dream.
Yeah, because he was big on that with the French Revolution.
Yeah. Yes, and all of these guys, all of these early guys wanted slavery out, but there was no way the South was going to do it. Yeah. And they wanted the Southern, so the choice was to have countries or four countries over here, or have a unified country and just deframe. Yeah, where in the future, when it becomes possible, when things change, when things get that we can get rid of it in the future.
And I could be wrong. It abolished slavery early, like 1806, which is while Jefferson's in office. I could be wrong.
I don't know.
It was around the exact same time as England. In fact, maybe before. Oh, really? We were right. Us Northerners, we got it right.
A fun Jefferson story that I like is that when he was in Paris, he had this woman, a girlfriend, something Causeway or something. His wife died when he was pretty young, and she made him promise on her deathbed that he would never have another woman, which is a horrible thing to do.
Yeah, fuck.
So a young man that you're fucking, it's like I had somebody to take care of the kids they had. No, I promise. Yeah, I know, but he's. Oh, for sure. So it was part of the reason that all of it, including Sally Hemings and his loves were in Paris. She was a British and her husband. She was a woman. She was married, Thomas Jefferson, and they were very much in love with each other. But then the way they broke up was very funny to me because he was letters. She was in love with him as well. But the French, when he was leaving France, gallery, and he was like, "No, I want a real guy." And his girlfriend was like, "Why not me?" He's like, "Babe, what? I mean, you're good, but you're not like that. Like, you're not like that. Fucking history."
These guys were. It's not the weirdest thing on history, like they were like going through history, which is crazy.
Yeah.
In France, yeah, post-revolution. This is Louisiana. They said James Monroe, that was his bro. He goes to France. They thought they were negotiating the sale of thanks in part to the fucking Haitian Revolution, which fucked France. Look into that. It rules. It's from New Orleans to the Rockies to Canada. It's huge. The applications to the Rockies, they didn't have time to consult Congress. And that was his whole thing. Government should have no ability. He was against it.
Well, that's what Jefferson's whole life was like, joint fucked up things and saying nobody should be slavery. Slavery is like people need to stop it. It's fucking a slave. It's like somebody gotta stop this.
You gotta stop this.
Yeah, somebody gotta stop that. Maybe me. But I need to fuck this one right now.
That's supposed to be crazy. The thing is that secured the southern border.
And Monroe was Secretary of State.
Monroe, yeah.
And then wasn't he the Madison? Usually the Secretary of State would end up being president. president.
Vice president at this point. Although who was Adams. He was a huge door.
He was a nerd.
A thinker.
You fucking come home and be president. Jefferson right back and go, I'm just enjoying Paris.
Yeah,
You know, and then he would float in and just take the big job. And yeah, Madison gets 4 years and people like, dude, you're boring. No, America has never liked Madison. It's like, oh, don't touch me. Hands on. I can't touch you. Whatever. Out of respect. Hands on.
So Jefferson was this shut the fuck up. Shut up. So Madison takes some of the flack because everybody was calling Jefferson a pussy for not fighting him. So he's like, you know what, fuck it. Let's do it. What? Declares war on England. Nerd rage. Nerd rage is on good. Immediately marches down and burns Washington, D.C. And burns the White House. He slides right, but he's fast guys. He's like, nobody's going to call me gay. But then, everybody was actually lost 1812 just because they burned that shitty White House. So first off, Washington, D.C. was a swamp. It was literally a swamp. It was a shithole. No one lived there. War of 1812, we fucked things up. Fort McHenry, Star Spangled Banner, all that shit. Battle of New Orleans, we smashed it.
Battle of New Orleans was, what's his name?
Jackson. Yeah.
Jackson, they were fighting the Battle of New Orleans before it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the War of New Orleans, the treaty was signed, and he was still fighting.
Yeah.
Once you get to Jackson, he's friendly.
So, so all of a sudden America, that's our first war as a country.
Yeah.
So now America's not good.
Because England was just taking pot shots. England would just park a ship outside of of Baltimore or whatever. Just start heaving fucking fireballs for no reason. Like, where Hudson, New York, it's a town on the Hudson. It has a weird maritime feeling to it. It looks like Nantucket. And that's because it's all people from Nantucket. It used to be this little whaling village in Nantucket. And in the 1810s, the British would just park a ship and just set houses on fire for fucking fun. So all the people that lived in that town founded Hudson. And they would go out and whale in the ocean, and then they drag a whale up the Hudson River, and they would slaughter it and then send it down the river. It was a great way to send whale meat and oil down to here, New York City. And that established a hub in New York, and upper New York State Hudson. Hudson became a place for farmers to bring their herd, get laid, and get, just fuck and gamble, and have their animals slaughtered and brought down here. England was shit. Fireball changed a ton of things. And they finally Okay, so now you go.
Madison, in War of 1812, it was a draw. I mean, they signed a treaty after 2 years.
Nothing changed. Nothing. The English stopped harassing us.
Yeah, when we declared war, they came over. Yeah, we kind of fucked them up, though. I looked at the casualty numbers. It was like double.
That doesn't matter.
Of course, but everybody always acts like, because they got over here and they all died of disease, kind of immediate stuff.
It was hard to.
And then, because we can't afford to fight this while we're fighting the French troops. that brings us to Monroe. Monroe. Revolution. Because there was going to spend.
Well, that was all the sorts of all our problems. European countries getting involved in their wars. So he was the first guy to go.
Yeah, we're never going to go get involved in their war. Yeah. And that's kind of what they were saying was that's like the most lasting founding fathers. It was like American neutrality. Europe, you can have your wars. We're staying the fuck out. Obviously, it lasted 100 years. Added Florida. Monroe got Florida from the Spanish ice.
So the reason that happened, though, was because of Jackson. Because Jackson was taking his troops to Florida, and Monroe was sending a guy on a horse. So I don't know if they had telegraphed it yet, but it was take him 8 days to say leave Florida when we're trying to negotiate a price. But finally, Monroe decided we don't want Florida anymore. They're asking the Spanish hold it. We can't afford to buy it. I can't justify it. I'm not going to get it through Congress. And Jackson was writing back and saying, I'm just going to take it. I'm just going to take it militarily. I'm going to attack it. And Monroe said, no, you may not. I'm president. You may not do that. And Jackson just ignored him. And he did it. He took Florida, and then he showed up in D.C. and was like, right, that was good. And Monroe's like, yes, thanks very much.
Yeah, he's like, but also I bought it.
Good job. Yeah, also I think we paid for it. We paid for it.
While Jackson was the Spanish were like to Monroe, they're like, you can buy it. He's like, he was downplaying them. It's like, yeah, actually, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna sell it.
There's 2 generals that did that. Him and MacArthur did that too. Just did shit without permission.
Yeah.
And then showed up and said, right, Mr. President, wasn't that the plan all along? Good. Yes, it was the plan all along.
Whatever. So you got that, but this is interesting because Monroe was the first part that this is where the slavery issue starts to take real issue because it was the Missouri Compromise. So Missouri was becoming a state. It was another slave state, pro-slavery.
Yeah, so every time they added a slave state, they had that free slavery.
Fremont to make sure it was balanced. You know, that's when we added Maine. Missouri got to be a slave state. That's it for him. John Quincy Adams.
Yeah, so John Quincy Adams was Secretary of State. John Quincy Adams had a big role in Florida. Yeah. Had a big role in that compromise. That was a big part. He was a statesman. John Quincy Adams is a fucking fascinating guy. I read his biography. The thing about him and his father is that they wrote copious, really long diary entries, so we know a lot about those guys. But he traveled to England. He was like the last link to the Great Revolution. Yeah, because he was with his father wherever he went. They took him to be a diplomat. He was the first ambassador to Russia. He lived in St. Petersburg, Russia. And him and
was he the one who helped them kind of revolution?
I don't remember that. Okay. But he was in Russia way back then. He was slave to countries that aren't there anymore, like Prussia. And he traveled all over. He traveled more than he went across the ocean several times. So like it's something like back and forth. Now, an amazing guy, incredible guy.
His opponent was Jackson in this election. Yeah, Jackson dominated. It was a landslide victory for him, but cowards. So then when it comes to the Electoral College, the guy counting the votes happened or something from Kentucky. What? It was like, fuck this guy. And he just swung like 10 states. Because back then the Electoral College made perfect sense. Nobody in any state had ever heard of one of these. There was no news. There was no fucking anything.
You needed somebody. Yeah, you needed super delegate. You go figure it out.
Yes. Yeah. But then for this guy to swing all these dudes in the meetings to be like, dude, Jackson's a fucking dickhead. We need John Quincy Adams. So he swung. I mean, it was
John Quincy Adams was another nerd, one-term nerd. Yes. Just couldn't. Yeah. I mean, Not be mentioned, John Quincy Adams. Well, after he was in Congress forever from Massachusetts. He died at his seat. On Congress. He died at his desk. He was making his thing. He was a huge abolitionist. He was like the only guy in Congress. I want retards to be left. And he would say, oh, okay, the petition from Shane Gillis, he wants retards to, because that's how electrified the bill. Like, we don't want anybody, we know you're trying to get rid of slavery, we don't even want you to say they passed it. So John, Adams wouldn't do it, he would just break the law, and he would just say, we're going to read petitions about slavery, and you get sent, that they would all vote the whole Congress to censure him for going against the rules. He got censured over and over again, and he represented got Amistad slaves, got them all set free. Yeah, he was this grounded in Massachusetts, I think.
So you're saying the S word? He got in trouble?
Yeah. He got not only in trouble, those slaves asked him to represent them. He was their lawyer. They were Virginia slaves who were waiting. They were Haitian slaves that they were waiting for. But he found a way just with it. It wasn't like a slavery trial. It was like, you ain't got to pay for it, go fuck yourselves. So they were free. But yeah, he died. He was in the middle of a big impassioned argument. He was yelling, and he had a heart attack, and he died right there with the whole Congress around him watching, because they loved it. People loved that guy. And it was the first president ship. He used to ride on the ships with a blanket over him, and folks would surround him, and he would just tell stories. He's a great guy. He was just a bit like Jackson. Jackson's great, but I mean, that again, to me, I look at all these guys. I evaluate them as characters. Great, amazing characters. They all bombed. Fucking weddings. The bomber. But yes, Jackson was crazy, but shrewd. A great thing about Jackson was that his at the White House. This is wild. They stormed the Capitol. He invited everybody. Exactly right. He invited everyone. He said anyone that wants to come in. It's the people's house, and the house ran with common people getting destroyed, and they wouldn't leave. And there's a code in the White House: you don't ask someone to leave, you don't ever throw anybody out. So they couldn't get, like, days went by where people are shitting on the floor and raiding the fucking pantry and just whatever. And so what they did was they got huge kegs of beer and they put them on the lawn, and they said, "Hey, come on, let's drink under this." And they invited them out for beer on the lawn. That was how he was. Yeah. guy waited like 20 minutes in Jackson's office, which was like full of people. And he said, I'm in a pretty important sign to Ian's. And he came and had sandwiches brought. He sat with the guy, just talking to him. He also went, he was the first president, I think, to run on a train. He took a train, because the first one to do this, he went all over the country. He went to Maine. Presidents never travel. He was the first guy to do that. Like, he thought people would see the president. People should have contact with the president. The Trail of Tears. He fucking flubbed. That was a bit. He was not. He didn't. I looked it up. I don't know. They had slaves. Yeah, fucking dudes on the Trail of Tears. They were like, we gotta bring our slaves. If slaves are available, folks get slaves. That's just the way that goes. I couldn't believe it. But when that's what the part you don't hear. It's like the Indians are like, you know what he did to us? He didn't really share everything with the slaves. Yeah, they were. There was no slave. There's some story from some big chief went to the White House to meet with Jackson, because Jackson was very honest. He didn't underhand ever. He didn't play politics. He did a horrible thing, but he just went ahead. Like there was a slave revolt during his presidency where they took over a fort. The slaves took over a fort and just said, "We just want out. We just want to be taken to the north or Canada or whatever." And so he just got a bunch of cannons. He just flew the whole place to kill all of them. He didn't fucking care. So some famous, like a name you recognize from what they say, but it was some big. All of the Indians, all the tribes chose this guy to negotiate with Jackson. And he went and talked to Jackson, just the two of them. And he came out crying. So we're in trouble. Yeah, we're not. This is gonna go bad. This is gonna go bad. No, he just had his way of thinking about how it was gonna go. He's like, no, we got it. Also in line with Trump, he was, I swear that they're mudslingers. It was him and John Quincy. Their election, or their debates and shit was, he would just talk, they would talk shit. There would be nasty rumors. Whatever it took. No, I remember. I have a friend who's a Trump guy who I've known for a long time. I'm not gonna say that his name is knowing Nick has always given me some insight into the mentality of that kind of guy. Not just Trump, but guys like Jackson were yelling at him, and he was starting to say crazy, fucked up things to them. And I'm like, Nick, even you know that's wrong. He goes, 3 against 1. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, he's in a winner, and it gave me that. And then brought me back to when I was like 19, and I was friends with Nick, and we were comedians in Boston. And there was a pinball machine we really liked playing at this one club. So we're playing pinball against each other. And when it was my turn, I was starting to beat his score, and he just put his hand over my hand. So I couldn't play with his hand. I'm like, really? Yeah, I win. I don't care. But Jackson, too. Jackson was the first. Yeah, he was a football player. College football. Jackson was the first president. Fuck you. I'm winning this. I don't care what happens. He also, one of the big things with Jackson, he was more bills than every president before him combined. He hated the banks. It's crazy that he's on the 20. Yeah, it's like a joke because he hated the idea of a central bank. He hated the idea of a treasury. He thought that it should just be folks have their use gold and you trade, and he wanted. So I think the U.S. bank at the stage was up for to be renewed, and he just happened to be the president, and he vetoed it. Yeah, and it wasn't a thing you don't veto. What he vetoed it. So then the next guy we'll get to him is his vice chair. He takes up.
completely destroyed economy because he vetoed the ban.
That's the way it goes with nerds. So you got cowboys who show off and show what kind of people we are, and then you have nerds who actually get things done. But the cowboys get the credit, and then their nerds get fucked every
He got fucked. His nickname was Van Ruin.
a lot of he was another tall nerd, and everybody here, he was like a little fucking.
Yeah, supposed to be, I think he was one of those vice presidents that was supposed to be a link. Like, because Jackson was the man, South, kind of, or wherever.
He's from New York.
Here's his parents. Yeah, Charles Penn.
He was, the legend is that, he was one of the first people to have pamphlets, like a lot of pamphlets, like the press, like they get big. So his pamphlet was, because he was from Kinderhook. He's from Kinderhook, New York. So his thing was okay. With a check mark.
Nice.
That's where people say that okay comes from. Yeah. So it was like his thing was okay with a check mark. That was the point. It was like, Kinderhook.
That's the thing. You look, and that's where all of our shit comes from. That's all of us. Alright, we gotta speed up because this one's funny. If there's the next, got it. Everybody called him Old Granny because he was too much to run. So on his inauguration, he was like, he had like an 8,000 word inauguration. He got pneumonia.
Like a few months.
He died immediately. Like,
Didn't have a minute of acting.
Trying to prove he was tough.
Got sick the first day and died.
Brings us to Tyler. He had nothing.
Tyler was generally
He was Harrison's vice president. So when Harrison dies, the one thing he did do is set the precedent that the vice president stays as president. So everyone was like, well, we don't know what to do here. Your president's never died. You take over as an interim guy until we. And he was like, no, I'm just the president. They didn't put him up for real. Like, to be able to go to the guy. Yeah. So he stayed. He had no party supported him. He got nothing done. He was never up for re-election. He must have been over. That brings us to our guy, though. This is turns out Paulson, man, really promised everybody in his party, I'll only one term. That way, some of you guys that are good, that are getting ready, I promised to do one term. When he was running, his opponent slogan was who James King. But people were talking shit. As soon as he got in, oh, this is good. He was a tiny guy. He was 5'8". It was like, that's really small. Yeah. He was 5'8". And when he got in, his wife was, they got to play hail to the chief every time you come to the room to give you some respect. Give him a little, yeah, so that's why that happens.
Did you walk in?
Basically, he started fucking with the British about Oregon territory, out there, which is just beaver hunting. Everybody's beaver hunting. Been doing a little bit of that in Nash Vegas. Hunting in Oregon. They were in Oregon. Plus Oregon. Pussy hunting. So the British were pussy hunting. The British enemy, we're done with that. And he said the latitude longitude is 54 and 40. So he came out with the slogan 54 and 40, and we're fighting. He was saying that to the British. He was like, we're going to bring you guys up. So he came out with that, and the British really love latitude and longitude. They were. So that, and the British were afraid to call his bluff. They were just like, fine, they like that slogan. So he's like, just take me off. Dude, this guy's too nuts.
Fucking get used to longitude and latitude.
That territory, which is huge. And then it's not just Oregon, it's Washington.
You know how why Oregon is Portland is called Portland?
It was
kind of,
do you know it's not?
It was going to be Boston. It's two guys. This is Lewis and Clark.
Yeah.
So one of them is from
Jefferson.
One of them is from Boston, and one of them is from Portland, Maine. And they both wanted to name it after a hometown. They flipped a coin.
town hall was. Anyone. So after he gets ordered, he's like, all right, time for me to get Texas. He starts fucking with the Mexicans. Like I said, they would send troops down just to see if the Mexicans would shoot first. Finally, they did. He immediately. Finally, they shot
So
him.
many times.
They were shot. So they go to war.
Fire.
70,000 troops poured in. Oh. So we immediately took California, Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, Texas.
The general, who was the general that penetrated all the way to Mexico City? That's later, right?
This was the next guy who was Zachary Taylor.
Yeah, Zachary Taylor was a big Mexican-American warrior.
He was the warrior. Zachary Taylor was dominating.
He went into Mexico City, and if you go to Mexico City, the big thing is Los Niños. I think it's 6 kids. So they stormed. They went all the way to Mexico City, and the Citadel, the Chapultepec, the palace. It was finally just the cadets of the military defending the capital, and they were just 4 kids firing on the American army. It's just common. And they wrapped themselves in Mexican flags and jumped and dove and killed themselves. That was how they ended this war. And the moment Zachary Taylor was holding one of them, he said they were just kids. Like, and they're like fucking 12, 15 years old. And in Chapultepec, there's 4 big pillars. They're like warrior. That's pretty awesome. Yeah.
What did Mexico have back then? Was it like anger?
A lot of they had Maxim. So not all these years, Napoleon assumed that the South would win, and so far better that the South than there would be. I think Europe always bet on the South was a aristocratic America. It was about plantations, old families, and that's a European. They loved Europe in the South. The North was always against Europe and wanting to start something new. So during the Civil War, Maximilian was just a Habsburg. But the way kings worked back then, there were some royalty factories. So the Habsburg family, they were like Flemish or whatever the fuck. They just had like somebody, a cousin of a king, Maximilian and his wife. They're like, you take Mexico, you're here. So Napoleon sent French troops to Mexico and installed Maximilian. But then yes, and then the Mexicans finally, because when we lost the Civil War, what made me say that? No. When lost the Civil War, I told the guy, fuck this. Yes. Hold support.
Yeah.
They fed peyote to his wife. And there's some little village somewhere in like because she comes out at night. You don't go to sleep. She's gonna. That's how far in Mexico. I'm sorry to derail it. So Zachary, so you were still involved in the tale,
But still, so one thing that was cool was when Paul was instigating this war with Mexico.
you gotta cut that part where I say we lost.
No, let's cut that out. Let's get you credited immediately. That's pretty sick. So Polk was up there like, they're fucking with us. They shot at our troops. I saw it. One term senator from Illinois at the time were we on their territory when we shot Mexican American war. A guy by the name of Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, shut up, pussy. We're trying to take this and shut the fuck up.
We had to quit. It's like, sorry.
I think this was wrong. Anyway, that's why Polk's kind of he added 1/3 of the entire United States in a 4-year term.
Pretty good. Well, territory.
I know, it's still
Like those big.
Everybody's probably half our population.
They're saying, especially Texas.
But again, Yo, Mexico's good. Again, that was a smashing movie. America destroyed Mexico. It was me. Then this is good. He was working his tail off. He was tired. He was so exhausted when he got done. He went back to Tennessee and just died.
Like right away, right?
Yeah. He was like, that was too much. That was a lot of work. Yeah. Just died. So then comes Zachary Taylor. This is 1849 to 1850. It's a quick term. Rough and ready. Pretty sick big thing. Dead. His always about to be dead.
Yeah, he died. I don't know when he died.
He was being in the 1800s. Yeah. He was one of the largest slave owners in the South. So when he got elected, the South was like nice. Because at this point, the territories, he just did all that in 4 years, which was sick. And it was too much. Because now there's so much territory, and the slaves versus the abolitionists debate. Every state they had to add. It was a debate.
All Southern press, so many Southern presses.
Yeah.
I mean, outside of the Adams,
Very much nonstop Virginia. Yep. And then it gets into like Tennessee.
they started digging into their benches.
Tennessee.
And then we started kind of, with Ohio, we started coming back.
Actually, kind of Northern presidents tend to suck. Lincoln.
Yeah, but he was Kentucky, Illinois.
Yeah.
Illinois before Kentucky.
I always forget one. I think he's born in Kentucky, in a log cabin in Kentucky.
And then he was there in Illinois. There's no way to know.
We weren't right about that. We were never correct about that. That's what we're out for.
Well, yeah, I love just acting like I know.
That's great. So, one thing, Taylor gets in there, everybody's like nice, everybody in the South's like nice, this guy's pro slavery. He gets in, he tends to start actually leaning towards standing with the North. This is all leading to this. So, like guys like that start fucking us up. As soon as he says, we're going to establish or abolish slavery, Western territories, South Carolina says they're going to succeed. Fucking hang everybody down there if they do it.
Yeah, he didn't react well. He wasn't like, let's talk. And they're like, are you? And he's like, no, but it's not talk.
Yeah, this is how he died. This is my first
podcast.
Go ahead. How did he die? He went to Washington, D.C. for Independence Day, and he ate too many cherries and milk. What? Because like I said, it was a swamp, so there was like a cholera outbreak.
Like the old Pop Rocks and Coke.
It hit cherries and across the milk. I think it exploded.
By the way, you know how many there were 4 presidents? What do you think about the fact that 4 of them were assassinated?
Yeah. 4, well, successfully, yeah.
4 were killed. Shot out of 40. There's been 47 presidents.
Wait, hold on. How many got shot and killed? I don't think they got shot and killed.
Yeah, 4 were shot and killed. Is it Garfield?
See, that's where I got stuff.
A guy with a G, it's either Grover, Cleveland, or Garfield. One of those 2 was shot and killed. McKinley shot and killed. JFK and Lincoln. 4 shot and killed. Reagan fucking close. Badly shot. Roosevelt, Teddy, shot in the chest. Had a speech. I think his favorite with his speech. Had classless case. Yeah, finished the speech. And somebody shot at Andrew Jackson. And he had a cane and he beat the guy. The shit out of the guy, almost beat him to death. The guy shot him and he just outside the Capitol, like by the big pillars where it did. And he just fucked his shit out. It was insane.
Were they all crazy type things, or was it like?
Yeah, most of them were crazy people. There's a few other guys who were shot at them. Somebody took shots at them, and but they didn't get hurt. Oh, what's his name? FDR, they killed the governor, right? Who was sitting next to him. A spray of bullets wasn't hurt, but the governor sitting next to him was killed. Governor of Georgia. I don't know. Anyway, go on. But yeah, like shot.
Yeah.
So it's a good chance.
Than actual soldiers.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I guess so. I've been a vet.
Like regular, like revolution shit's like 70,000 soldiers.
It's crazy. Like, before it used to be like when you like what's his name, Alexander the Great, whoever. Some kings used to be head or dark right headlong into an art has to be. Roman guys did that. Yeah.
Just some bullet. Alright, so now we're in Fillmore. The thing that sucks about fucking Taylor dying is he was like kind of a beast that could have maybe prevented some more of those looming. Fillmore was a schlub. Fillmore was a schlub. He signed. This is where it all started to fuck up. Every single one of these guys up to Lincoln is just fucking up immensely. He wanted to sign. So Taylor was offered to sign the Compromise of 1850, which was some shit about one slave state, one regular. They get to decide, shit like that. As soon as fucking Taylor died, Fillmore takes over and signs it. Southerners were mad that California would join as a free state. Northerners were mad about the fugitive slave law, so they both compromised. They were both passed. Fugitive law was if you find a slave in the North, there's U.S. Marshals that'll catch them and bring them back to the South.
Even hell get them back.
And there were dudes that were just like, crap, black people. Yeah, I got him. Where's my bounty? So it was all
The slave guy got taken.
oh shit, is it?
Yeah, he was a free northern.
Somebody
Got
just
grabbed
kidnapped
by one of those guys.
Damn, it was bad.
Happened all the time.
He was the member of the Whig Party. They didn't want him a second term. Here goes Franklin Pierce. He was pals with Jack. He was from the North, but he was pro-slavery. They thought this was going to work. 2 months before this is crazy. 2 months before his inauguration, he and his family were in a train crash, and the only casualty was his 11-year-old son. So his entire time in office, he's blacked out, drunk, and depressed. He's the saddest guy of all time. He's not listening. His kid just died. His wife blamed him for the death constantly. She was like, we should have never been on that train. You just had to be the fucking president. Oh, you were a bitch. You were on the train. You had fun. So he's there. During Pierce, they do the transcontinental. This is like the real. This is a fuck up for the North wants it to be from Chicago to LA. One of those places out west, the South one to LA. In order to get it done, they have to get rid of the Missouri line combinated. Nothing's north or south of here. It was the slave line. They decided to make it so every new territory got to decide themselves. They got to vote in order to get the Transcontinental Railroad. So this
Every single thing we did to build this slave problem.
yes,
Every single thing we tried to do was like, yeah, but the fucking north-south slave, slave states, not slave states. We need to build a railroad across. That's the first interstate
yes,
thing. The first interstate objective.
yeah.
It's the first thing. It's the first. You need a federal government. It's why we started the federal government got stronger and stronger. Because if these two states have to make a government. So you needed a federal government to make these. Yeah, it's the other reason, just the general thing that the federal government became what gave the federal government power. Was the states wanting parity with each other, like when the Illinois companies like, we don't want to dump it. We don't want to hurt the environment, but we can't compete with these guys. So all the states go to the Fed and say, please pass a law that affects everybody so that we can all do the right
what started. I mean, obviously, there's a ton of major factors. Waterloo. This is where John Brown and his son was out there. Oh, yeah. But he did nothing to get involved. Yeah, but he must be crazy. He had a bunch of slaves. This is wrong. I had to be like, nah. You know, it'd be crazy to be like, no, I don't think it is.
Well, you just would pretend not to, or you just wouldn't. I mean, you'd see it on the newspaper was faded.
Yeah.
I don't know that much about it.
We'll go down
Oh,
that
man, my
yeah, they're correct. True. Right. Tell him.
North was starting to get, I mean, it's getting after the years. Buchanan. So Buchanan is the guy with Lincoln, right before Lincoln, right? Because the other thing that was going on is the North is industrialized. The North is starting to build sweat houses, factories, and so part of the is like the kind of argument we would have now. Take this culture with that waiter and everything and supplant it to slavery. How we would have handled that debate back then. Because there were people that were saying, you know, the North had some free workers and a ton of them immigrants that had started, and they're treated like garbage. They're living like shit. And they're dying in large numbers, getting sick, not allowed to be educated. Kids are working
Southern political cartoons. I like it.
they're about how bad we're like our slaves are like we have a family. We give them their own house with their plot of land. They get to do this and that. Most slave owners were better. That this is the argument, and that the North was just like destroying blacks, and read what's his name book.
They get more like the kind of like all that. So it sounds like we need to get power. So now we need to get more states. Abolish slavery if we're getting poor.
But they're also hanging on to a way of life. In the North, they're not. They're trying to do anything that's new and anything that's next and anything that's large amounts of money and large amounts of industry. Manufacturing. Yeah. But so it's probably the worst. I think he was frozen basically. He had so much pressure.
He was a lawyer from Pennsylvania that was just about the law.
Yeah.
Which was the last thing he needed to be as the president. Which was like, well, that's the rule.
But he had all of Lincoln's problems with his charisma and guts. Yeah. And blood.
That was James Buchanan had the Dred Scott. Dred Scott. He was under James Buchanan, which was where, if you don't know about that was about a slave living in free territory, and he was suing to get his freedom. He went all the way up to the Supreme Court where they ruled. He was an object, so he was not a citizen. Therefore, that ruling made every black person in America was an object. He is not a citizen. And instead of standing up, right, just had to follow the law.
Yeah. So he was like an extension of the court.
Yeah.
It wasn't his job.
Yeah. And that brought us as soon as it's like that, secedes.
Yeah, every state starts to say we're not American anymore. Like it immediately takes office.
It's also crazy checking in on the head yeah, dude. You got like,
well, we could make a skip until be the whole fucking
we could stop. We could stop with Lincoln. Let's stop here. And then you go on to some guys you're interested in that.
All right.
We go as long as we want. And then what? This is nice, right?
not having a great time. How much fun? Decide which one. The thing I liked about, I gave you that book about Larry. That's a great. What's Carl Sam? It's a weird kind of stream of consciousness. Telling it's crazy. And when he was coming here, there was everything hell was breaking loose. There was supposed to be a January 6th. There was supposed to be one. There was a plan to stop the certifying of the vote. And so they went to Winfield Scott. Yes. So they went to Winfield Scott, the guy running the government, and they said, we think there's going to be this thing where they're going to try to stop the. So he said, if anyone needed to be a declaration. Said, badass cops, and he had them in plain clothes all over the Capitol, all heavily armed in plain clothes. So, and people, so somebody started something like this, or elbow him, or whatever. The appearance was peaceful military presence. Nothing happened. That's what it took to get like everybody up to the minute that happened. Everyone was like, I don't know if he's ever going to take office. People believed he would never be president.
He wasn't even on the ballot in the southern states. Not even on the ballot. Yeah. He didn't win one southern state.
A lot of people, big people, who would be like whoever now wrote long things saying, don't take office. It's not real. Not even just people from the South, but people from the North. Everyone was afraid that Lincoln was going to just immediately free the slaves and start war with the South. His first inauguration, he says, first thing out of his mouth is, I have no intention of freeing the Southern slaves, chase down and bring you back your slaves when they come up here within reason. It was like a tiny thing. It's like, we're not going to like make it our obsession, but we will do it. Like, so the first thing out of his mouth.
That's what bothers me about people that are critics of him hang on to this. They're like, Lincoln didn't want to do it. It's like the whole time. That's what he wanted.
Of course he did that. But again, it goes all the way back to the framers. They had this to be a better country than it was. They couldn't create a nation without slavery. So they said, let's create a nation where people can change peacefully. They can change not only leadership, but the laws. They create a situation where people can figure it out for themselves forward and change instead of like a constitution could have been a very permanent thing. It could have been a very and that's Lincoln was like, we'll do it. Yeah, we'll do it. Yeah. Just we need some fucking time and what it costs. Yeah, it's crazy. And a lot of people didn't want slavery. Really angry at Lincoln for how hard he pushed that war, and then he didn't let them take their chances down there, or however many fucking was. Like 250,000 people died in the Civil War. Yeah, bro. We killed in Iraq that day. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, for doing nothing less than millions. Yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly.
Lincoln's the best.
It was really something. I mean, it just took a lot of fun.
Fuck. Yeah.
Jesus.
Trying to talk to these fucking cunts from the South. It's just like, clearly this is for money. It's wrong. Yeah, it's
1865 was the ultimate time. They know it's wrong.
One folks not wanting to say and him like not make say it, but getting them to just one guy at a time, one guy at a time. Just go around. It's where you put muscle in where he had it, and the more fucking necessity.
One, like, they keep running into you. Close enough. Here we go.
Where they was shot
Yeah, he got his fucking head blown off.
by next to his wife.
Yeah. Combs.
Was not a very alive.
For a while after.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Just died right away. Really? Yeah. He was like alive and then the hotel was like, hey, yeah, we'll play with you. Fuck, I do know. I was the play. It was like, something good. He was fixated. You didn't notice the assist. He was sitting there like, what is it? Trying to be like, thank God. Christ, this shit sucks so bad. So that brings us to Johnson.
So Johnson was the first guy to be impeached.
Was CMP? Oh yeah,
First guy to be impeached. Yeah.
shows up. This is great. He was like a tough guy. He was supposed to be.
Since the war was prolonged, we could just get rid of Lincoln. Johnson was behind him. You know, Johnson would have been settled in a minute.
Johnson started his life as an adventure shit and worked his way up. How sick is that?
That's impressive.
And then before he's been fucked up on whiskey, and just couldn't even talk. His inauguration was in the rain and the mud right after Lincoln got shot down. It was like,
First, he's the one who proved you can impeach a president, but you cannot get the fucking votes. It's a waste of time, and he ends up strong. It's the dumbest move in the world. It's vanity. It's just Congress hates the president. It's just bullshit. But it doesn't accomplish it. I don't remember why they went after him. Whatever. He's very corrupt. Fucked up guy. I don't know who knows. It's all bullshit that I heard because of them. But I know nothing else about him. But I don't know either. But fucking Grant, amazing guy.
great guy, amazing guy. I feel like his presidency was a bit of a fucking letdown for how cool he was.
He did so Christy.
To help the South, he was pretty good.
Well, and he was. First of all, some people get on him because he owned one slave because his father-in-law, his wife's father, hated him because he was an abolitionist. He wasn't like didn't have a slave. You were taking the circle.
So you were like, put on a mask. You were that guy. You were like, why do you have slaves?
Yeah.
Why is this guy making me feel uncomfortable?
So he hated him because he had slaves and he didn't want one. So he gave him one for his wedding present, like to spite him. Yeah. So Grant made the guy his partner, and they started a little business together, which he then freed the guy and gave him the business. So he gave that guy.
He would go work with the slaves and be out there with them working. And then while he was like financially ruined, he freed his slaves instead of selling them. Wait, he had one though? I'm not sure. He might have had one at that point.
The story I just told you. I think his slave story. He had a bunch.
He had one slave and he freed him instead of selling him. But his
and he gave him a business. He started with it.
his father-in-law,
That's right. That's right. And then he was the army, and he went. One of his first jobs was outpost near San Francisco. It was in the middle of nowhere. There was no. I mean, it was in the desert of California. He was the only one missed his family so much that he started just getting drunk. And somebody came to drop the mail and found him passed out drunk. And that was his whole experience with alcohol. He was a very rigidly living guy, and he was thought for the rest of his life.
Really?
There's every time he had it, he'd go drinking.
There's arguments. There's rumors he was fucked up in Shiloh.
Because he sat under a tree, right? They found him sitting under a tree in the rain outside of the military hospital.
It also was funny. Shiloh, he part of the day too. Or maybe it was when it started. He was late to get there, so it was like he was hammered. But if he was hammered, that's very funny. Oh shit! There's a he had the Civil War, really reconstruction. Like started like when he was in earnest wanting to get opportunities and equity for black people, and equal opportunity for black people. And then he retired and was in New York, and he became a New Yorker, became a big part of the city. Yeah. And he had a son named Kermit, who I think his name was Kermit. That was 1800s. Yeah. So Kermit invested his money and all of his father's money with some asshole guy who took it and just left town and just took all of their money. Every penny they had. And so Grant went to visit Vanderbilt, right? The statue. He was Vanderbilt. Went to the richest man in New York, who was a hard guy who didn't care for charity or anybody. He brought the sword that was in his congressional medal and the Bible. He took the office and he gave them. He said, "I want to sell these to you because I know money." And Vanderbilt said, "The president, we're not doing that." He said, "I'm going to donate these to the national museums, and I'll give you like he bought them for the needy." But did he buy his biography? Isn't that what he?
No. So here's what happened with the biography. It's the best part of his story, and it's actually his greatest legacy. But his autobiography is like the greatest ever written. So he met two guys on a train. He'd do anything for money at this point. Because his wife was very young. He was broke. That's everything. Broke, and his wife was young, and he was going to leave her destitute. So he met two guys on a train. They're like, "Why don't you write your autobiography?" $1,000. It's like done.
What?
So then, about a week later, he meets Mark Twain, who's like his best friend. And Mark Twain said, "What biography?" And he said, "I'm doing that. These guys." He goes, "What do you need?" He goes, $1,000. He's like, "Dude, what is wrong with that?" He says, "Give me the book, I'll publish." Because Mark Twain had started his own publishing company because he hated publishing. He's like, "Did you sign something?" He goes, "No, but I did. I gave my word." So Twain, or his real name was Clemens, travels to, I think he went to see Sherman. I need to see somebody trust, listen to. So he went to visit Sherman. That's all. So he wrote his autobiography, and the remark, no adjectives. It's like all verbs. The entire book is verbs and nouns. He just says what happened. And so Clemens did this special edition that you had to work to get onto, and it was the first blockbuster book in the history of months. Meanwhile, he had his growing information. Died of throat cancer, like right as he finished the first check. Twain was like $400,000. Yes, money, and he's buried in Grants too, in Harlem. And when there was the
this huge funeral, and it was Southern soldiers. Southern soldiers were like their Southern uniforms because it was a big thing that his casket was carried by North and South. It's too bad you can never get away with wearing a Confederate uniform in Harlem these days. Because that would be a treat with. Yeah, but he was fucking awesome. When Lee surrendered, he was very like. I mean, it was unconditional surrender. So he was like, "You guys are gonna fucking give up," but he was like, "Keep your guns, go home, start rebuilding." Like he could have fucking destroyed the South, and he was very chill. I think Custer stole the fucking sword. He hated Custer. I think Custer stole Lee's sword. Maybe he got it back, but I think the story was Grant wouldn't accept it. Or something along those lines. And yeah, Custer was bloodthirsty. And then on the parade back into Washington, Grant was obviously out front. Custer fucking rode ahead, and Grant was like, "This motherfucker." Custer was the blonde hair. If you looked into Custer, he was pretty fucking. I don't know much about him. He fucked up Jeb's story to Gettysburg, which was pretty cool. Because Jeb was the man. He wrote in about him. He was the Michigan cavalry, and he was like, "Come on, you Wolverines." He fucking led him into a charge. That's why they had to do Wolverines, all that shit.
So then you got Hayes, who undid all of this cool stuff for black people.
It's all
and
very.
just he didn't want to deal with it, so he just did away with it. And then you got fucking who else? Then it goes
Garfield.
Then I get Leary.
Yeah, this is like the Gilded Age. It's all shit. But this is where shit, like it goes from we ended slavery to now, just right back into just racism. Not slavery, but just every law against the
Subjugation, just everything became the same obsession as before.
Yeah.
But without slavery, it just became all about not letting them vote, keep them off.
And that goes all the way up until like now.
Yeah,
Like we're
until
just
yesterday.
figured out yesterday. Thank God. Finally, Arkansas.
Nice little nation.
Yeah. Louisiana cleaned up.
President just jumping Wade is my favorite dude.
He's
He's the best. And again, as a character,
yes.
Nixon gave the country one great gift that I wish it was taught. Like the speeches that Lincoln and those ask not what your country and all that shit. The great live is that when Nixon was shamed and destroyed and had to leave office, he had to fucking resign. He had to get, after a couple of I'm not a crook in this whole bullshit, he had to go and say, well, all right, I'm going to go.
Still not good, but I'm going to get out of here.
Gerald Ford would take the oath of office at this time in this office. And he left. Before he left, he gave a speech to his staff. To the White House staff that was impromptu. It was just on his way to the helicopter, and he's copiously crying in the speech. There's video of it that you can see. You have to try to find the whole thing because there's clips that you can find on YouTube. But I actually ordered from C-SPAN DVD of the whole speech, and they're all like the whole standing behind him, and he just tells them, look, he's encouraging. He said, this is a tough moment for all of us. He said, first of all, I don't want to discourage you from being able to service. He was afraid of what has happened. Yes.
He was right.
He said, don't be discouraged from public office. It's a great calling. And he said it for not one person in this administration gained financially from being here, left richer than when they got here. He made it first, so he defended everybody that was there, and then he just starts reflecting. He reads from Teddy Roosevelt's autobiography, from his diary, when Teddy's wife and mother died at the same night. They both died of cholera or whatever on the same night. He was going from one room to the other, and they both died. And he was like 21 or something, and he wrote this quote that was like, "The light has gone out, and it'll be darkness forever." And he said, so he read it to his staff, and he said that's how he felt having lost his wife and his mom. And he went on and had this incredible life. So So he's trying to say don't. So he says never, don't be discouraged, never be petty, don't hate your enemies because that's when you start to destroy yourself. He gets really introspective about everything that happened without talking about it, and then he says it's horrible. He goes, he says they'll never write a book about my mother, but she was a saint. Oh man, and I think of her like one of his brothers had tuberculosis. They had no money, so her hair was better, and she was a wet nurse. She nursed other people's babies for money in order that her son could live in Arizona. And he talks about his father who was a lemon farmer with a failed car. He just talks about his parents and did for him and all that shit. He just cries. Oh, it's fucking beautiful, but it shows you a man at the height of American experience, destroyed from that height, which is the worst thing that can happen to a person. Get that high and fall, and he just went, here's how this feels. He just told the world, this is how this feels, this is what this looks like. And here's all I can say. And then he went and then he left. Incredible. I mean, he was one of the most influential people in American history.
Yeah. He ended Vietnam, right?
Yes.
So
He was fucking Eisenhower's vice president.
There's a guy we know that's a bit of a conspiracy guy, but he's been pretty correct on everything so far. He's got a book coming out on Watergate. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that was a little darker than it seemed.
So I know a guy back when I started in the city as a comedian. There was a guy named Frank Gannon wrote speeches for Nixon and was a very close friend of his. And weirdly, he became the guy who books the comedians on Letterman. And when I moved to New York back in 1990 or so, being on Letterman was all anybody wanted. So Gannon was the most important person in comedy at the time. He was a strange guy who was very serious, and he would just come in and watch you. And if he liked you, he'd get more to come. Maybe he'd be on the show. So he liked me. He never got on the show, but he liked me. So I went to Letterman's office and met him, and I asked him about Nixon. He wrote, Nixon has one big biography on RN that Gannon co-wrote. And he told me that when you get a few drinks in Nixon, he says, the same people that got Kennedy's got me. It's the same people that got, he says, it's the same machine that took out John and came after. He said they just couldn't use bullets anymore because it was getting too. They were on that what we said. We said that. But now Watergate was. He said Watergate was something that happened all the time. It was just like it's still. I mean, it's not like. It's how things are done. It's the same for the $1 million. What president doesn't have a say for $1 million? It was. So that's. Nixon's story. That was Nixon's story. He didn't say anything to Kennedy, which Kennedy stole. I mean, suitcases of money to delegations and stole the president. And Nixon knew it, and he was like, "I'm not gonna," and that's why he doesn't talk about it. That's the story. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good, most interesting president.
Most interesting, I think. Yeah, I mean, Johnson was also good. Yeah. Johnson was, and Reagan was kind of an empty-headed genius, incredible. Knows how to just be. As long as somebody else is in the room, Reagan was brilliant. But I'm not sure he had any thoughts. Yeah, I mean, there are people like that.
Yeah, he was like an actor that was, I guess, I'll be a Republican while he was there. And then, which was pretty admirable at the time because he was, actually no, it wasn't because that was in the middle of the Red Scare. He was like one of the guys being like, you're a communist.
He just became the man. And saying, so what do you feel about this guy? He said, well, I just pray for him. He's a sick man. He's just, I found out later that he's sick, he's mentally ill, so and we hope that's for me. He says this big. Oh yeah, we're fucking that. On the next one. We gotta do ads on this one. Let's do it. Yeah, can't do ads on the next one. You know that. Can't drop an ad. So, Matt Shade's Secret Podcast is brought to you by Hawthorne. I bet you think it really stinks in here. And it did. But now we've got Hawthorne. The fuck? Why did they say we stink? Why did they say now we've got Hawthorne. Good, feel good, and smell good. Hawthorne makes it quick and easy to beat. You want to tell you how to create milk. Maybe jizz on myself. I doubt it. I'll tell you what, I used to love Manscaped. Sometimes I like Hawthorne, dude. Hey, I like Manscaped. Hawthorne, let me tell you something, motherfucker. Hawthorne stands by their customers, so if you're not completely satisfied, they'll retailer your products for free based on your feedback and pay for the shipping. So there's truly no risk. That's a Hawthorne way. Normally when you're buying cream and cologne, there's a pretty high risk. Right now, there's no risk. Not at all. Not at all, dude. Just make sure. I can use the face. Look at that. Really? I thought you could receive by somebody. Oh, bro. It's good. There's the club. You should go to a lot of their clubs before we go to others. Friends have spray ourselves. So make sure you're today. So make sure you're ready to fucking if you're in Walmart. Make sure you're ready for anybody. Go to hawthorne.co and use promo code DRENCH to get 10% off your first purchase. That's Hawthorne, HAWTHORNE.co, promo code DRENCH. Hawthorne.co, promo code DRENCH. You want to smell good? Yes, good. You get the smell good going on. You got the rap about Lucy. Like, you know the favorite flavor. I love this my shit. Because although I'm addicted to it, I'm still a fucking fruity. I'm still a bit of a fruit man. You don't enjoy it. You gotta be healthy. For sure. That's how I get my fruits. Yeah. Yes. So you guys, you're addicted. That's a fun. You're addicted. You gotta lose. Be sure to use that promo code DRENCHED. If you're a listener from Canada, Lucy is now available at ca.lucy.co. More news products and but also that's why you like it. That's why you like it. And probably the baby is probably on the team. Yeah,
Glasgow, Scotland. May 12th, Dublin. 13th, London. 13th, London. So there's been a big confusion for a lot of people. The first show is at Leicester Square. I believe it's sold out. The second one is at O2 Shepherd's Bush Empire. Don't worry about what fucking time it says on the tickets or whatever. Just get there at night. And wait, I think that's the first real theater I've ever had in London. So yeah, please come to that. Because if that doesn't sell out, I feel like a fucking doofus. You gotta get Jason Statham out too. Oh, I get Statham out. You gotta welcome to the show. Welcome. June 3rd through 5th, Philly, Arkansas, June 6th through 11th, Brea, California, whatever. St. Louis, Austin, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, San Francisco, Brisbane, Australia, Sydney, Australia, Adelaide, Australia, Perth, California. Let's go. And then I'm dead. Yeah, true. After that, it'll be place you in the fucking hallway. This is lovely. Bananas Comedy Club. That's the end. That's the absolute end of my just one show a month. Where are you going? How is that? It's so. I don't know. Reagan City. Literally. So. Nice. We're going to stand up at the end of it. Well, the end of the show is nice. That's it. That's this week. Yeah, this weekend. Bananas. Bananas out of North Jersey. I mean, New York is not sold out yet. So get tickets. I don't know. I think it's close. But it'll be fun. It's a new room. That's why. Yeah. I thought it was tiny. It's a new room. The other one used to be. It's not the one. It's not. Yeah, someone was right. Whatever. Right next to it. Yeah, it's really Randy. SS. Super. I was disappointed when he yelled Adolf at the Chris when he got so did it. Someone yelled at him with a smile. Went outside to hear. Yes. He's a response. No, he's turned. That me too. That made me true. Also, I would like to get the ground on going for Bush. That's what I was thinking about. Like, we call it Gus. That'd be nice.
Trip at the stand, May 4th at 7 p.m. It's gonna be fun. It's on my Instagram. And then the Doghouse at Sesh Friday, May 13th.
That will be a spin-off. Guys, what about this something? Your lives for thank you for listening to us. West. Hello. World War II. Oh, no. It's unavailable yet. There was we have five of these guys. They kind of suck. It also just named them. He destroyed Reconstruction. He stopped that slave. There's one of the black people. So the reason he did that in the election. Yeah. South Carolina. One of the three Southwest states that still hadn't counted in the electoral college. If you give them names. And they did it after those who were still having this fucking. Well, that's a deal. They were fucking shit up. federal troops down there, which actually kind of helped the Republicans get votes. Because if black people were allowed to vote at this point, they had the troops down there protecting them to get their votes. And obviously, that's the guy that was when the guy pitched the name, looks like, yeah, KKK. Republicans voted. Basically, he ended Reconstruction. He didn't do much, but this is where this is actually important because this is kind of the end of a lower presidential power in the White House. These guys kind of backstep to Carnegie, Rockefeller. This is the rise of these capitalists.
Yeah, like now with the tech guys, we're still with the Bezos and the Elon Musk.
Elon Musk is sick.
Oh my God!
What are you gonna do? Well, he bought it, right?
He bought Twitter, you guys.
What are you gonna do?
He bought Twitter from those really great people that own it. Like now, it's not going to be democracy because people like the people before were like a bunch of monks or something.
They were.
Yeah, they're a bunch of monks like the were.
Yeah.
Now he took it, and he's a piece of shit.
Although I don't think
Elon Musk.
I don't think Trump's getting back on, which is the only thing I want.
You don't know yet. You don't know.
Yeah, could be.
Which one? Trump.
Maybe I'll go back. So this is 1877.
Yeah, so those guys, the corporations start having more power than the federal government as soon as it has the fucking industrial north that plowed the south under, and then it just became belt machines.
Yeah.
And started. Yeah. And bucket. It just there was no just soil.
Yeah.
What year?
This is 1877.
Okay, no cars or anything, but like really big horses.
The horses got bigger.
They were like 10 feet wide horses.
When these took over,
Trains.
and railroad cut employee pay by 20%. So right there,
They were Amazon.
the Amazon strikes, and then Hayes sent in federal troops to put down strikes. So the government sided with the corporations, obviously, and they used, they went out and shot guys that were striking. That's real truth.
Did you ever see I'm just reacting to shit I don't know about. By the way, this is when people get excited and like make pop off remarks like I've been the last 2 minutes. It's because they actually don't know what they're talking about. I'm only hearing about it from you.
Well, what are you looking at your phone? What is it? Yeah, strike list of research.
Yeah. Send in to beat the shit out of the
Head open fire on
which industry?
mostly railroad.
You ever see Madeline? Great by John Sayles. Nobody knows Mounts.
White Sox. Black Sox. No. I know about it. Shoes, Joe. Yeah.
So he made it Adams.
What? Ireland's. The Jews behind.
I mean, I think Jewish.
You think that's what he was Jewish?
Yeah.
Looks like he's serious. I think that might have been just Black Sox. Yeah.
Madeline. So Madeline is a movie about strikes, and these guys are trying to make a union. And so there's a kid in it who's a preacher. It's a child preacher. Yeah, touched child. It's really fucking rock. Tim Kiss, preacher. Kid. No. Yes. No. Tim Kiss, preacher. Brings Christ. Yes. And he did it with man, Lord, what's that? Talk about Jesus Christ. If you don't find Jesus Christ, one of those guys, he does it and he flashes into it. And then cuts his mother in the audience like this. She loves him as a comic, she loves him as a preacher. But it's the same energy. Okay, so kid preachers, like they're one of them. Okay, yeah. Well, now played these, not any younger than me. He was the spiritual leader of the town. This little Pennsylvania, where you're from, town of Myers. And
there's so some guys start to organize to make a union, and the church, which was common also, the church would in on the union, so they wanted to help the union. So they were a walkout or a strike or something. So the company sent these two fucking to go down there and go to the meeting to just eavesdrop on the plan. So they want to know what the plan is. So he tells the Bible that it clearly knows the Bible, says what time, when, how they're going to do it. I don't know the Bible story, but if the guys because the guys in the back don't hear it because they're idiots. So they haven't had any faith. The truth is right in front of them. They can't hear it. It's a great study. That's my only thing I'm that's good though. So that's what, back then it was like it's wicked. But it's important for Israelite America because once we were all kind of thrown into the same place, then it was this thing about the industrial rich that we all with also. So I did it over there, and here we have our worst the same thing. 3-year-olds in the apartment and that against the impossible structure and people trying to organize that organization was not a sort of liberal, just needed capitalist leverage. They needed their part in the cabinets and the jihad that you couldn't just get some other guys if these guys wanted to do it at the price. This is 10, 12 years after the Civil War. That's right. I have these guys were veteran. Yes, we're getting richer. Every class of veterans has come home as a total confusion and haven't no worth in the society that they protected. Every class of veterans, they got hard. Like all the guys, the blacklisted guys who came home and saw had some idea about it on the system. They got thrown in prison for that, whatever. But so yes, they so anything else pushing west. But cities like the Northeast and places like Chicago are like churning out black smoke industry, and in the West we're still guns are fighting each other. In the 1870s, still there. That would have been the Indian towards the end of the Indian Wars. Yeah, I mean the Comanche was still going wild. Like it was still these American professional soldiers. Yeah, who fought in the Civil War. Some of them went west to fight the Indian Wars. Yeah, and then some of them said, "Fuck all this," and just became gunfighters and used this ability they had, which is exactly the same. It's why you can. I don't know if you watch Kurosawa movies, like samurai movies. You need to watch. Japanese movie, black and white Japanese movie called Jimbo. This is not in the 90s. Jimbo. Magnificent. So okay. Magnificent 7. Yeah, 7. Not like you know it. You don't even know what I'm talking about. Well, made up, but nothing good. It all has breath. Well, no, we're still in the 80s. We're talking about Japanese movies. The 7 series is the Magnificent 7 remake of 7 Samurai. Watch it. It's the Japanese I think it was called Mini America. It's the same as our West because they had with Sam's dynasties like broke up into chaos and corrupt. They all became corrupt. Yeah. And so the samurai just wandered the little son called Ronan, and they became swords for hire. Yeah. And so got this. So these great things about these swordsmen who were just in these towns where there was no law were precise and these kind of things happen all over the world. Okay, so things we can have 1880. Now this is a good one. Okay, this is a cool fact about him. He could write Latin with one hand and Greek with the other simultaneously. And they were like, this guy's gonna be smart enough. He could be the guy to get us out. This is after he's a nerd. He's a nerd. But this is after 3 straight. This is after Johnson. He was at the DC rail. He's going to college. This is Joe. He's gonna go wild. He was shot twice in the back by a guy named Charles Guiteau. And Guiteau is very interesting. He was a moron. He was a traveler. They started trying to get speeches on behalf of Garfield. So then when Garfield won, he's like, I'm an ambassador to Paris. They were like, no. He was like, how about me? They're like, who are you? So then he got angry and then bought a gun. But he was kind of aware of the something. Bought a and he yelled like, who was the vice president? Chester Arthur. Yeah, he was like, Chester Arthur is the best. Killed him. Okay. Chester Arthur, 1884's outcomes Grover Cleveland. This is the first major media election. Papers are now starting to be partisan. Cleveland gets accused of having a kid out of wedlock. James Wayne was a crook, whatever. Cleveland barely wins. He hated the press. One thing. Someone was married a 20-year-old. Yeah. Then he won the popular vote and lost the electoral. 21-year-old wife said, don't fucking move anything in the White House. We're going to be back in 4 years. Pretty odd. Benjamin Harrison, she's still around. Grandson of William Henry Harrison. He didn't do anything. He actually did nothing. He leaves the office every day. And just go on. Yeah, is there anything else? Okay, so him and, yeah. So this is still just a run of horrific presidents. In the late 1800s, 1893, Cleveland's re-elected. Yeah, people like his hot daughter, and now their new daughter. There's hot right, yeah. And now their new daughter, Baby Ruth. Okay. The other came up. Yeah. David, that's how you say that to his daughter. Maybe after Baby Ruth yelling at him. This is closer to the truth. Did they even have candy bars back then? You don't mount holes, you know, mount that same after you do. Strong. What? Okay, so check now. Okay. Mountain is named after. It's just sad. What if it's Mississippi? What if it's a Mississippi? What if it's a Tibet? Yes, but these guys are destroying the country. Unemployment's at 80%.
Yeah, right. But there was like a run of Ohio.
Yeah. He started in 1898 just because guys like William Randolph Hearst, all the major people were like, we gotta go for it. Fuck that. So he sent the USS Maine and the Cuba was born. Somehow it exploded. No one knows how. 250 guys died. Media demanded war with Spain. So that's what remember the name, all that shit comes from. Kennedy created the situation in the White House. That was pretty tight. So they could, it's exciting stuff. Nice work. This is a 10-week war. The U.S. fucks them up. In his thing, he annexed Puerto Rico and the Philippines, also annexed Hawaii in 1898. 1900, he wins the election, this time with his vice president, yes, and we can get Teddy there.
So Teddy was born deformed.
Yeah.
His lungs and his organs were too small for his chest cavity. And his doctor told his father, he's got to stay in bed. He'll probably die in his teens.
Yeah.
So he told Teddy, bodies, you'll have to make your body. Teddy just became insane.
Yeah.
He walked up the metaphor, just walked up and did. He was a ball of insane energy. He would just do anything. He was. And he was kind of an animal.
Yeah.
But also very intuitive, very brilliant guy. Like, he was the first guy that did, like, parody stuff. Like, he saw, because he had this, so he was the first guy that they felt like this funny version of him, and he liked it. He thought that's cool because they're thinking about the fact that there means that I'm an icon, I'm up and above him, you know? And he liked it, so he let that proliferate. But the other thing about him is that he liked being, he didn't like being in charge. He liked being number two. So, like, they asked him to run police department, and he became a commission. He's like, I'll just be number two. But he ran everything. I'm uneducated, and I read this, but I think he invented the police academy because New York City, you had to be a family of cops, where you just walked around in uniform, and cops used to sleep like in alleys, and they never stopped crime. And they just get paid. And show that they were honest, that is to have them enforce a law that everybody hates. The law was that you couldn't drink on Sunday. So he had the cops go around New York City and bust anybody who was drinking on a Sunday. And 100% of New Yorkers hated him. Yeah, and they ran him out of town. But him, it was like, Teddy would do everything until he was despised. But you have to go past the point because his goal was the goal. The goal was the cops were better, not everybody loves Teddy. Yeah. So then every time you get fired, you just go to Montana. And they wanted
let's say that's serious. He's running this company. He's running this. And then they came over and asked him to run USA. He did a similar thing at the same stage, which I don't like. Yeah. He was obsessed with War in 1812. He wrote Boston because we had everything ready. His whole thing was he did. That's right. Like the war in Section 36, he gave a speech to the Gita Westwood at the Naval Academy where he was like, it's probably the Naval Academy. He was like, there's a vacuum right now. It's failing. There needs to be one. Someone needs to be somebody in the world. Yeah. He did two things that have lasted until now. Jump our national. No one needs to be one of that. It didn't exist. The idea of like the government protect vast tracts of land. No one did that. Teddy Roosevelt invented that idea. So that exists because they still don't have it in the Amazon, but they don't do it. That's why it's a nightmare because there's no. Everyone just wishes. That second episode. Yes. Sam Blackwell. So what's cool is the Rough Riders were it was all West guys, yes, like gunslingers, Buffalo hunters, Native Americans, mixed with New York and Irish cops, like just the nastiest. House, big family, first class. Teddy got yeah, I got it. It's like, so at the beginning, I told him, was it Kermit? Was another Kermit? Like his son. Yeah, he went to the Amazon later with his son. Kermit went on rowboats to the Amazon River and almost died. He got malaria, and he weighed, Teddy weighed like 80 pounds this after he did president. As in retirement, like he ate certain tracts of the Amazon River. And he was fucking nuts. So wait, so then when his brother was a drunk, Elliot was out of control, and he was the one who was supposed to be son, right? When he got just did what anyone was doing. They were and that's why Teddy was the son. Yeah, it's Joe Kennedy. John F. Kennedy was supposed to be Joe Kennedy's brother. Donald Trump didn't even order me one of the John Q. So yes, that's where this Jimmy Carter's brother. Okay, Danny, you're right. That Roger Clinton, but yeah, a lot of these guys, older brothers, just couldn't make it. There's for me to not say, wow. Think about it, Danny. Talk about it. He had like he was trying to jump out of the window, but he kept just running up and down the steps. I don't know. He had like a seat. Okay, so when Teddy was where Teddy Bears come from. Okay, Teddy Roosevelt was in Pennsylvania. Yeah, okay, state might be for that much. So Teddy was there on tour, and there were some people. You know, every time a president comes to a town, they always like they get so excited, plans. So so when Teddy hunted way up in the mountain, some journalist there drew a picture that was like a sketch of paper of Teddy and this little bear. And it was they put that together, Teddy and Bear, and started making this. Since 1860, so the last 40 years. Yes. The people are like, this was a good movie. He died of infection. Yeah, a lot of things are bad mess. Yeah, back then, you could cut the president on the finger to death. Yeah. Because it's a remake of Seven Samurai. It's a new remake of Rothschild. Because the Japanese medieval era was the same as our West. Because they had wars with samurai, and then all those dynasties like broke up and it became chaos and corrupted. They all became corrupt, and so the samurai and also got called Ronin, lived just exactly the same as Ghana. So these great Japanese movies about these swordsmen were just out for hire in these towns where there was no law were precise, perfect. I'm just saying that these kind of things happen all over the world. Okay, so I think it's fucking 1880. Now, in fact, when they get agreed with the other simultaneously, and they were like, this guy is going to be something good. The guy to get us out. Because he was another nerd. He's a nerd. But this is after 3 straight films. This is after Johnson Graham. 200 Days of His Office. New office was on TV. He was at the DC rails. He was shot twice in the neck by a guy named Charles Guiteau. And Guiteau was very interesting. He was a moron. He was a traveling moron who came out it's like a village in he just religious shit cult. They're like, this guy fucking sucks. And he would be like, I'm gonna start with that cult in a different town. He failed. They were gonna yell at people. It didn't work. He was in DC. They started trying to get speeches on behalf of the government. He's like, I should have Paris. And they're like, no. He was like, how about that? So they got angry and bought a gun. But he was kind of aware of that. So he bought a revolver in the head. He couldn't afford to hide. Ivory handle. So the guy's handle was like this. Somebody lost it. There's a picture of it. And then I think back then he was walking up. There was no cigarettes. He just walked up behind. I'm here for Arthur. His place. Chester Arthur. It's like Chester Arthur. Because he's going to kill these guys and make me Professor Jim Garfield died 2 months later. So he's the 4th guy. So he was the second guy to get killed in all. Yes. But this is after. Second guy. Okay. Chester Arthur takes over, doesn't do shit. 1884's now comes group. It's the first major media election
neighbors are now starting kids accusing them of a kid out of wedlock, Jake Flame was a crook, whatever. Harrison's still around. Grandson of William Harrison. He didn't do anything. He actually did nothing. He always every day. Just go on. Just go upstairs. Yeah, just hanging out. Okay, so this is still a story. There were late 1800s, 1893. People like this hot daughter. There's hot wife, and the other daughter, baby Ruth. I mean, it's just sad. What if it's a shame? What if it's a
So they just very certain clauses could be.
I guess it, but this is these guys are destroying the country. Unemployment is at 8%. Depression. Kinley comes into office in 1997. His dad is campaigning entirely from his front porch in Ohio. Yes, it's pretty fun.
He's the first Ohio guy, isn't he?
Great. Who's great? He's from Ohio.
It would have.
But there was like a run of Ohio guys, not straight through. A lot of Ohio.
All these guys.
So McKinley's from Ohio.
His last prisoner served the Civil War. He didn't want war. Everybody seemed to. He is still the press. He first got mastered that. Yeah, he understood Cleveland before
So let's get to Teddy, okay? Because he's the only one who's more to say about McKinley.
He started. The Spanish Empire was falling. Cuba was up. There was Cuban rebels. He didn't want to, but eventually got talked into it. Those guys like William Randolph Hearst. All the major media. Like, we gotta go. Fuck that. So we sent the USS. Exploded. No one knows how. 250 guys died. Yeah, all that shit comes from Kelly created the situation. Like, it's exciting stuff. Like, it's a 10-week war. The U.S. fucks them up. And as they annex Puerto Rico and the Philippines, also annexed Hawaii. In 1898, 1900, he wins this time with his vice president, Teddy Roosevelt. So Teddy, fascinating about Teddy. First of all, Teddy was born deformed. Yeah, his lungs and his organs were too small for his chest cavity. And his doctor, his father, he's got to stay in bed. He'll probably die. Yeah. So he told Teddy, well, you weren't born with much of a body, so you'll have to make your body. Teddy just became insane. Wanted. No matter what. And he was kind of an animal, yeah, but also very brilliant guy. Like, he was the first guy who did like character. Like, he saw, he's got this crazy big teeth in his head. So he was the first guy that they drew like this funny version of him, and he liked it. He thought that's cool because they come out. Fact that they're caricaturized is that really great. But the other thing about him is that he liked being in charge. He liked being number two. So like they asked him to run New York City police. And he
goes on.
He came with admission. He's like, I'll just make one. He was like number 2, but he ran everything. And number 2 started. And I don't know. I'm uneducated. I read this one time ago, but I think police academy. Because New York City, you had to be in a family of cops, or you had to be somebody, because it was the easiest job in the world. You just walked around in uniform, and the cops used to sleep like in alleys. And they didn't do it. Stop. And they just get paid to New York City. So, and they were all fat, often quite old. So Teddy said, there's things you can't be old. He's in shape. And I started at the police department, and he pushed it through. The police department's point. But this is where he was better than the politicians. He wanted to test them that they were honest. And the only way to do that is to have them enforce that. Teddy would do everything until he was despised. It was the point, because his goal was the goal. The goal is the cops are better, not Teddy. Yeah. So that every time he got fired, he could just go to Montana and have fucking hunt. And then they went with Senate adversaries and said, please run this company. Always say that. And then they came to him and asked him, which were US name. He did a similar thing to the States name, which I know less. Yeah. He was obsessed with the more they when it was out. Thinking of us, but they looked at programs like it was rather different. He was like that vacuum, this failing. Someone needs to be somebody else. He did 2 things that have lasted until now. I mean, a lot of things, but 2 are national park system. Like the government should fast track of land and not allow anybody to fuck with them. No one on the earth did that. They invented that idea. So that's exists because they still don't have it in the Amazon. They don't do it. That's why it's a nightmare, because there's no one out there that say you can't do this. Like drafted into running for vice president. Let's talk about this. Spanish one, yes. Yeah, he was nuts. He got everybody. Yes, he did. So what's cool is the Rough Rider work. It was all West, yes, like slingers, buffalo. There's Native Americans mixed with New York, Irish cops. Like just they help them. Well, back then, I felt like just bought them. I brought some guys, and we called ourselves Rough Riders. The Army's like, okay, you're part of the Army. Yes, he had a family, he had a sick wife and a family. And they were like, what are you doing? Why the fuck you can go to war? Yes, he's like, no. He was also a British patriarch in Oyster. He had this beautiful house. He was responsible for a lot of people. Yeah. He took over when his dad died. He became like the man of a very sprawling Hamlin's brothers. I don't remember. Was it Kermit? Was the other Kermit? Kermit was his son. Yeah. He went to the Amon later with his son, Kermit. He went on little roads in to the Amazon River and almost died. He got malaria, and Teddy weighed like 80 pounds. This is after he was president. This is in retirement. Like, he named certain tracts of the Amazon River, and he was fucking nuts. So then when he was, when his brother was a drunk, Elliot was out of control. He was the one who was supposed to be the good and the son, right? But he got like, he just did what anybody, they were at Roosevelt. Number one always fucks up the air. That's why Teddy was the number two son. Yeah. It's like Joe Kennedy, John F. Kennedy. It's supposed to be Joe Kennedy, brother. Donald Trump. And brother John, they're drinking. So yeah, that's what this brother's doing. Roosevelt, Jimmy Carter's brother Billy. Drank himself to death. Roger Clinton, yeah. But yeah, a lot of these guys, all older brothers, just couldn't make it.
But it's funny, his brother ended up like in a mental hospital in like Paris. And according to this documentary, he drank like 6 bottles of brandy. And the way he died was like he had delirium. Alcohol. He was trying to jump out of the window, but he kept just running up and down the steps. He got a heart attack. He got like a chance to see here.
Okay, so when Teddy was, here's a story about Teddy, the way where teddy bears come from. Okay, Teddy Roosevelt was on in Pennsylvania at fucking state line. So Teddy was there and on tour with the president, and there were some people, every time the president comes to a town, they always they get so excited. So they loves hunting the bear. Yeah. So when Teddy hunts bear, he's way up in the mountain alone with a gun, and it's him and the bear, and he might die. Yeah. But these people think he's like a gentleman hunter, so they take him on some bear and they give him a gun, and they take him into the woods, and there's a bear chained to a tree. The little bear was kind of emaciated, and it was chained to a tree, and they go, shoot him. And Teddy breaks down into tears. Yeah, and he says, for the love of God, let that poor animal go. And there was some journalist there who drew a picture that was like a little sketch in the paper of Teddy with this little bear. And it was, people put that together, Teddy and bear, and started making these stuff bears that looked like Teddy because of this. Jesus Christ. So that his first day as president.
Yeah. Oh, let's begin. He got shot by an anarchist. Sure, whatever. It was interesting. I think him or
Now we've lost 3 presidents.
3 guys got shot since the last 40 years.
Yes.
And the people are like, this was a gunshot today. You would have survived in 2 days. Yeah. So like Roosevelt found out about it. He was out doing some fucking hiking bullshit. Right. Somebody came running up the hill like, he's shot. You're the president. They get there. The guy's fine. I mean, he died from infection.
Yeah, a lot of these are bad medicine. The fact that you could cut the president on the finger to death.
Yeah.
Because from bad medicine wasn't how it affected.
Yeah.
So
They're in Buffalo, New York. He gets sworn in.
yeah,
Teddy's the president.
President of the United States, his first day in the White House, he's like walking to Booker T. Washington. Black fellow.
Oh, Coke. Why is it all this Booker T? Black.
And so Booker T. Washington says, hey, I have some issues I want to talk about. Teddy's coming to dinner. Just come to the house tonight. Come to dinner. First night in the White House, he hosts a black man. He never happened in the history of the country. Black man being a guest for dinner in the White House. The whole country. That's the first event of Teddy's presidency. Is that the Senate, and I could be having some of these things wrong, but the Senate unanimously censured the president for having. There was nobody in the mix. And like if it was happening today, and even like fucking AOC was like, oh no, you're having the White House. Everyone like all the way across the board said that's not okay. You're like, maybe we should impeach him, but the best thing they had a black man against the White House. So this was what went on at dinner constantly,
he went on a speaking tour with him. He made him like he elevated him more important because he was just like, you know, he was on the sports. Everybody else was like, so they took one hill, and then he saw Sam or whatever it's called. He was like, we're gonna take that. He went all by himself, right? 5 guys.
Okay.
3 of them got shot. Yeah, because he went all of a sudden. He's like, we're doing this, and they had to shoot him. He didn't order it. No, he's right. So then he came back, and one of the guys was laying down. He was like, how are you gonna lay down when I'm up on this horse? Get up. And as soon as the guy stood up, he got shot in the head. He killed him instantly. And then he led the charge, and they were all, you know, a lot of them died. Some of them did it in breath. He did it purely out of like, I wanted to be in. Which is really terrible. Terrible. Yeah, I mean, it worked out. It did work out. And then another great story about him that I heard was that he went fight whoever was the heavyweight champ. He went bare knuckle. So like Jack Johnson, I think, had just won the championship, so he doesn't know this is going to happen. He's invited to the White House. So he got it on the Oval Office. Yeah. Comes to the Oval Office later, and Teddy was like, oh, terrific. Fucking started. And Jack Johnson's like, what are you doing? He's like, come on now. Because to him, it was like, it made sense that the president should fight with the heavyweight champion. And he fought him, and Johnson blinded in one eye, and Teddy begged him, please don't tell anybody. All he has is Teddy. He's not supposed to do it. He's really can't leave the room. And he fought him, and he was always blind in that eye, because he was always in denial. He was sort of ashamed of this. Yeah, this guy's insane. He was not, again, to me, I'm approaching these guys as characters. Yeah, fast. He did a ton of great shit. And then he started going after all these trusts and started trust all these monopolies. So he's the first president from this fucking all of just garbage presidents to start to act like reform shit. Right? So really, well, that's what he did. We had governor of New York. He was doing something that was like huge. His aide said, if you pull this off, you could run for president. And Teddy just snapped and said, don't ever in your life say something like that to me. He said, if I had my own career and potential to be math, my decisions, and it'll destroy everything. He said, we never think about to his lady, because he was in D.C. Before his vice president. He was in New York. That's what he did. He was in New York, that guy. And he was in his political party. I forget the guy's name. It was like Senator from D.C. New York. Yeah, he was a fucking no, he was united. He's quite a comfortable place to possibly be, but president of the United States. Every time I walk past the White House, like, I could be there someday. Yes, he had that. But the greatest piece of film on Teddy is he was the first president to fly an air, and there's film of it. He went in with a hot barnstormer guy, and just show him, you know, shitty black and white footage when he gets to the plane and corks screws in this. He was already retired, he was kind of older, and you see him out of it, you see him like, oh, that's great. And then elected, and then left. Then he decided not to run the third time because he didn't like Republican politics. And then he ran for a third term. And he split the vote on his. What was it called? The party, something like that. Yeah, shot. Yes, he got shot. White chest in his chest. And he had his thing of his speech, and he had something else metal. I forget what it was. Something that wasn't a plasma. Yeah. He had some shit in his locket. Didn't get it out in his chest. Right. but it was in his it didn't get into his it didn't break his muscle. No, it's stuck there, and then he apparently cleared his throat. Finish the speech. It's gonna take a lot more to kill people. That's what he said. Pretty fucking wild. Not the middle of the speech. Clearing your throat. Great moment. Then he personally elected the next guy, which I'm Taft. Kevin Taft. And then Taft is okay. But fat guy didn't die in battle. No, he got stuck. How about him at the top? Did he get stuck? He got stuck. I think he got buttered out of the top. And that takes us to Wilson because Taft ran against Wilson. Roosevelt decides he wants to come back. Wilson was split. Governor? I don't know. It's West stuff. I don't know much about him except for me, like some of the sources from what I know of these guys come from different places. So what about Wilson? Because I read this book about it was called Peace and Enemies. Book that everybody should read. How World War I, the end of World War I, was how most of the countries were drawn. Iraq and Iran and Syria and all these places only exist because British, French. These are lines that were, these are countries. That's why we don't have like Kurdistan. There's no Kurdistan, but there's Kurdish people. Yeah, they just didn't have a place at that table. So we just made Iraq. Iraq is a bunch of different. What's it called? It's something. It's two names. But yeah, it was a conversation. They just were like, yeah, that's true. But anyway, World War I was this just bizarre. Until World War I, Europe was still all French. There was still a country called Russia, and there was guys that went with like helmets with brushes on the top, and they marched around, and he was like the prince of, and it was still, and they had some funding democracy, but they still gave an enormous amount of power. They're stupid fun. Yeah, it was one family. Yes, they're all related. Yes, and they were all leaders of each other. Yes, and the leaders of World War I were cousins. Kaiser Wilhelm was an uncle to Nicholas Tsar, Russia. And so they fought this ridiculous war, and now they had some mechanized sheep. Some of the sheep over here, and they just started crazy weapons. And the U.S. But the real thing about that war was, at least, it was the Turkish Ottoman Empire. It was falling apart, and all of these European countries wanted a peace. But what was going to be? I think they started to figure out the oil was in the Middle East. I don't know how all this worked out in my head, but Wilson refused to get into the war because of the imperialist bullshit. At the time, America was the central place where imperialist America hated. It still wasn't that long ago. We were colonists. So we finally did it. I don't know why. Which was hard for the U.S. Senate because half the population is German. You know what I mean? Yes. Half's Irish. Yeah, you fucking hated it. Yes, all this. And it was like a Lusitania. That was one of these throwing bullshit. I don't know. I think Lusitania did have weapons on it. But we were selling weapons. We were making money. But when we entered the war, we didn't fight in the Middle East. We're the only allied country that we didn't send any troops. We made up for it later. Sure. But that was our position. We had like, there was like a rally to what we did, at least living. Sure. Because the goals reference. I don't know. I'm getting it right now. I don't know that much about Wilson. I don't know. Wilson would be. Don't know her up. It was really corrupt. It started leading to fucking whatever. Then Coolidge thing. So shit going well. Pandemic during all those guys, but these guys are all
serious. Like if they thought that man,
yes. One was after the right Herbert Hoover, and then this shit started to turn around. Yes. And then here comes FDR. Okay, so FDR is Churchill. So it's Churchill. And it's called Franklin about their relationship. Yeah, Churchill was a nerd. He was a Lord. Yeah, great nerd. Franklin was also rich. Yeah, he was a nerd. And he's also a really. And he did a lot of things like up here, upstate New York. He had Hyde Park. There's all these massive estates, Hyde Park, and the Vanderbilts live next to the He said, just let it be a museum for a time when people live like this and persuaded next door neighbors of Vanderbilts to do the same. You got all the upstate rich people that live in the city and give these places for the people. So that's the kind of guy he was. But so Winston Churchill worshipped Roosevelt. He just like was the American type, really. But then and Churchill was not just where he did. And so there's a few intimate stories that are great about the two. One of them, Winston came to Hyde Park. Coming to the war because Franklin wasn't coming to the war, so he was, and it was Churchill's feeling like the first time that Franklin maybe liked him. And so the moment that's in his book is that he was in his car, Churchill, at night, and FDR was seeing him off, just like at the window of his car. Churchill said, I feel so good to have spent time with you. I feel a connection. And Roosevelt said, take it. And then the other one, the other great thing was at Yalta, the conference in Yalta, where FDR and Churchill were trying to get Stalin to come into the war on the Allied side. It was stayed out. But the same thing that happened to it's what killed Napoleon, because Russia is just this deep forest, and Russia just gets absorbed, and it's the winter. It killed Napoleon, and it killed eventually. It's not where they lose, but it's where they get their brains. It's like they've been fighting for longer, and he's been mechanized through like going to do this. And so when they get to Yalta, he goes to Roosevelt and says, let's talk to him how we're going to get Joseph. And Roosevelt just said, sometime what? We don't have much effort. He's like, okay, when are we going to? We got to combat him. We're going to try and get a combat. What do you want to do? And FDR's like, sorry. I got done. We'll talk about it. We'll definitely talk about it. And then they're at lunch with Stalin.
You robbed the band. In a very nice way. Like you walk in, not like they held it up, like they walked out. It wasn't an arm drop. It was like a free church. Like you shot the beer. It was like way that.
And Stalin shot his Churchill. Just laughs and he fucking drinks vodka and they fucking sing the song. And FDR and Joseph are like best friends. Churchill is a fucking loser. And then and FDR's like, so you come in to our side? And Churchill's like, yeah, I come in your side. And of course I come in your side. He just read the room. He knew what had to be done. And it was throwing fucking Winston Churchill.
So, like, this is really
well, he was bad.
Shane agreed.
He was bad. Churchill was bad. No, but he got. I mean, he won World War II, and yes, he did. But it.
that's what I cool more about Churchill. Roosevelt. Not really Roosevelt. Just after Pearl Harbor. Churchill said cigar. As soon as Pearl Harbor. Right. It's like sitting on the deck of an aircraft carrier, lowered his yacht into the water, middle of the ocean, and they put it over to Churchill. And they were sprayed by, like, the Nazis had come along. There was like 1,000 guys just for a meeting with those two guys on a yacht drinking with the ocean. So that's all I got. Okay. Truman. Fucking their deal. Talking about the guys, not the Americans. So this guy bought a car from me. Was his third vice president. Truman was, Missouri. I think. And he was considered kind of fucking Missouri. He was he was like a way that like Ted Cruz is. Like that kind of like, if you talk to people in Washington, they're just like, oh, I can't with that fucking guy. For different reasons. But Truman was, FDR was like, we're not gonna fuck things up, And we picked Truman. Truman was a guy who was at a haberdashery. It didn't work out yet. He was one of the other. His father was a farmer. He was running his farm. Went work at the bank, and he was kicking ass. Yeah, and then his father's farm failed. His father took over, and that did like 10 years of his life was being a farmer, and he had a haberdashery that didn't work, whatever. But so Truman went to the Senate, and when he was a senator, his focus was graft during World War II. Basically, all of the money, millions of dollars would be appropriated for the war and given to American industries. And they would steal them. And every senator in Washington was stealing. They're fighting over leasing their fucking pockets. Like, open their pockets. So Truman, like, had this idea. Do that. Let's try to win. Let's try to get money. What's that? Most everybody used to stay out. Yeah, everybody. So. House of legal just the building offices are in is the same it's like the first grade so Sam Rayburn he's like poker with Sam Rayburn they had a virtual and Trump is just a loser vice president nobody talks to him and it's Eleanor Roosevelt. She says my husband has died. He gets the White House. So out of habit, he heard about it. He just went out the street alone. And hailed a cab. And there was one instance in a taxi, nobody knows where he was. And then the famous moment is that he got it, and Eleanor greeted him at the door and said, Mrs. President, or whatever, is there anything I can do for you? Mr. President. Is there anything? Great. And everyone was like, this son. Yeah, so you're the
on a big ship, and he was having a big bang, and he got a report in his ear, like George Bush, that they had just drugs. Yeah, that course, no UV, and he did a little ting, 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 and everybody just so you know, dropped a bomb on the jet. Died when it's like you get deep. So that's what happened. I don't have anything about it. But that's fine. But here's the thing. Yeah, that's just what they know. They catch it on fire. Yeah, it's the scariest thing in the world. It's awful. It sucked the oxygen out of the city. And there were fires. Yes. People were melting in the streets. Yes, into the street. Like going down the drain, the pavement melted. So they'd run out of their houses and their feet would get stuck. And they'd reach down and just be stuck in the front. I mean, it's the worst thing in the world. But, you know, they might have had it coming. But the joke about two agents running into each other on the street in Hollywood, it's like, hey, what have you been up to? So I produced a special for, you know, like America. Like working with her, she's like, fucking cunt, fucking. The guy goes, so, okay, why do we get that? Because Nagasaki, Hiroshima. So we dropped Truman dropped the bombs, and one more, and then the next guy is, I only have one good idea. I was told by his son, Eisenhower, retired. General, yeah, still yeah. The president of very good times. One of the presidents that just kind of started the Vietnam War. Yes, he was. Good, yeah, leading part of our history. Never is, but other guy. Pretty good. Yeah, heroes. Vietnam knew nothing accomplished. Turns out nothing at all, but at the time he went to stop the spread of communism. Story I saw his son tell in an interview where he had made a cutting ring on his front. One, like he got Kentucky bluegrass, like he got like grass. Family looks at the general, he knows their father, they call him the general, and he just said, isn't that the most beautiful? Teddy was well, he was like his younger cousin. He was like his second cousin. That your father's cousin is your second. That crazy brother, yeah, was Teddy's crazy brother. Was her father, was Eleanor's father. Right? They were all related. They were related. Yes. And Teddy was his
Dave got glasses when he was younger. Yes. He was in school and he had a boy and he was just surrounded by his whole life rich adults. And then he got to school and he started whooping his ass. Pretty fun. So now we're on Ike. I don't know nothing about him except for that one story about the horse. Don't think about it. We're called Ike. Everybody in his family put his sibling for all called Ike. And now it's Ike. Isaac. Wait, Isaac. Yeah, but Ike is how we do it. No, he said he had no idea why he was called Ike. No, he said him and all his siblings were all called Ike. They would call each other Ike, right? It was like they're like, hey. Was he the one where it was Dewey wins that thing that happened? The newspaper headlines. Dewey wins the election. FDR. I think you're right. I don't know what Truman was old enough. Yeah, so Truman got reelected. So Eisenhower just running whatever. So then after, so Nixon was his vice president. And Nixon got in trouble when he was president. Because first of all, he was a senator, he was a co-meeting, like he started where he like started the whole Red Scare. Yeah. And he went after a lady who was a local London politician. And he called ladies the first time that they come to Beverly Hills. She's the I don't know if you watch that show, Beverly Hills. No, she was like one of the stars. She called the pink lady. So Pinko, yeah, it started as Pinko, and he called it pink lady. And he communist, and there's been looking at a piece of microfilm that he found that were being stolen by communists. He stole the Rosenbergs, yeah, all that stuff. But they had, why? No, they didn't do it. They didn't do it. When the Cold War started to lift, then he's not some guy. When the Cold War started to lift, the KGBs said, by the way, the Rosenbergs never. Like basically, nothing. There was a giant red-haired meat killed. But didn't do anything ever. Like Rosenbergs for nuclear secrets, right? Yes. But they didn't. And that's all Nixon was really into that shit. It'd be funny. They're like, we don't know anything about nukes. Yeah. We know. Still know. So, becomes vice president, and he gets in trouble, and so he has to. And he says, I'm an honest person. We didn't steal anything. Here's what happened. But there's been some comment about this dog. It's like that dog is wearing a human sheet. That was like a whole moment that trusted. Yeah. Comes way back then. So runs against yes. First, Kennedy was on the ballot. Trying to run against Stevenson. No, he was. I don't fucking know. Sorry. I think Adlai Stevenson was. I think Kennedy was supposed to. Okay, I don't care. Yeah. So Nixon debate on television. Yeah, that's like that. When Nixon had Tesla, yeah. Everybody was just like, he's a hawk. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? He's a hawk. Sometimes he looks like a goat. Like he's got wide, weird eyes. He has bedroom eyes. Yeah. Yeah. See that? I would buy that. He's got me for sure. Yeah. Well, you beat. You're a decent
decent looking guy. You're a nice looking guy. You're not handsome the way Kennedy was. I mean, that's a handsome face. That's a handsome man with that head of hair. Like that. What a that head. Not anymore. No, somebody shot him back in the suit. A lot of people. Yeah, you think like 6 guys. They a lot of guys shot him. So many good. There were like 4 people that shot him. So many people. Wait, do you have any opinions on that? Do you think it was? Do you believe it was the lone gun at the organ? I think you can take any event in human history and find all the presidential sense. So I I'm fascinated by it. Yeah, it's really interesting. There's some figured out. It's fun to look at. Of course, it's the culture of it is like the greatest. It seems kind of like some. Yeah, I always. Was he trying to end Vietnam? Just kind of kicked off. There's also civil rights and all like that down the throats of some guys. They offered him a false flag. It's like, no, right. I mean, it's great. It's a lot of what he did, what he did against the states. Like what's his name? The guy at the college, like, coming in here. There's a great documentary that everybody should watch. That's about Robert Kennedy, who was his own brother, the fucking attorney general, which is insane. And it was like 20 when they made him attorney general. And at the time, what's his name? Was fucking FBI. J. Edgar Hoover was having an FBI, and he had to work under his kid, Kennedy. There was a lot of attention in the country about that. But anyway, history has been J. Ed. No, it hasn't. He was gay. Well, he was cross-dressed. That's why people like some people. I don't know which version of this. I don't know. Just like these. John Black, like MLK. Yeah, he likes dress, dress with lipstick. I know what I'm saying. I don't do it up too. They wrote one. The FBI said what? They're getting a letter that was like, you should fucking kill yourself. Really? We're gonna help you if you don't kill yourself in the next 30 days. It's hitting my typewriter. They sent him a letter. I think. Dear Martin Loretta. Wow. Hey, Loretta. That's it. Whatever. It's close. One letter. And Loretta. Correct. And she's like, fucking FBI is trying to escape. Wow. Cheating. The fucking FBI again. Oh, I see. Yeah, fucking all these women. It actually was the FBI. Right. But man, that probably was a tough sell. And probably one of your ladies. Like, this is like, this says he's been fucking all these women. He's like, but here, this is the way the FBI is trying to help him. He's like, wait, honey. This is very good talking about this later part. That's cool. So, Kennedy, here's a great Kennedy story. So, Peter Salinger, he was the same one. So, Peter Salinger, he was great. He was a journalist. Hung out with Kennedy a lot. So, there is Kennedy's, the Oval Office. And what Kennedy really liked about was that he could get the White House operators and any human in the world. So he said to Peter Salinger, hey, I can get him on the phone in 10 minutes. And he happened to know that Modi was operating for the cabinet was cut off. And give you and just hangs up and it's a fucking helicopter and they lowered it. So that's what he liked being president. He liked it was cool. He was a cool president. And the thing about him, because
Nixon and Kennedy's stories are just attached. Nixon was a very and Kennedy was, and it's another thing. Like Churchill and FDR, and Nixon was always referred to murder Jack because he's a poor guy. There's a little story that's in Kennedy's. I think no, it's in Nixon's. What do you call it? His library about how the two of them, when they were senators, they were sent to Philadelphia. Like they used to do this, the Senate would say, they get a Democrat vote, you guys vote them. We're going to sneak a car together. Or some city that had to be a sneaker card. And who gets the top? This is the story, and then they flip the coin and Kennedy won. That's a funny story to people. Yeah. But I picture this story like a fly on the wall. They're in the sleeper suitcase. And he's hungover, good-looking dude, smoking a cigarette, and he's like, this fucking Nixon hates us. And Nixon's like, so I guess so. Just still decide. And he won. Well, you won. Okay, Darren, get up. We can get on fucking up there. Climb up there. Yeah, so that was them. They shot in the head. Yeah, it's the guy. He brought him a little weird, but it has an executing kind of it's the first one. Yeah, also, he got an art paralyzed the guy. Or, but he got it's also good whatever they said in today's magazine, it would have made it. So then LBJ comes. So LBJ was a fucking fascinating dude. How long we've been at this? Yeah. No, we're exactly right on time. So let's do this. Yeah. We're gonna read some ads. Okay. All right. And then we're gonna switch over to the Patreon. Join the Patreon. That way. You need the money? Yes. And really? No, I don't. You're gonna make him listen to ads and then switch to Patreon? Hold on. This is like when I watch a fucking fight on DAZN, which I pay for, and there's a fucking ad between the rounds. Hold on. Is this a fucking ad? Shit, there's three ads. Yeah, well, it don't happen when it's on Patreon. Wait, it don't happen. It's not. Sean, all credits you get from Patreon. How much really? Tell me. How much they have to make on this on Patreon? If one people join, yeah, the Patreon, that's $5 a month. It's $5,000 a month, and then you have 12. And then just get 1,000 people will join your Patreon. 5,000 people on ESPN. Concept is guys. Support the greatest history podcast. Guys, this content, this could be the greatest history podcast of all time. And thank Christ, it's brought to you by Manscaped. Fellas, is your bush? How would you have to try to write it? Fellas, is your bush super growing? The kilometers and below. Ice cream. 180. You were John Hancock. Holy shit. Their performance package 4.0 is the ultimate. Go to manscaped.com. 20% off. If you use trash. This is a bit of a nightmare. Get the most. Why did they do this? I didn't write this. Get the most precise shave on your Ulysses. That's huge. Waterproof lawnmower. John Hancock wasn't a president. No, I don't doubt that the product is whatever it says it is, but they're kind of clear your holes with the wiki wow. Just stick to regular Manscaped president. There's a lot of stuff. Clean yourself up with the crop preserver.
It's skinny, spray stuff on your balls. Anyway, get me with the code trench to dance off. Or if they use it, manscaped your balls will be as golden as the devil bones. I don't know what. Hey, they're doing this. They change it for all. Yeah.
And so as soon as I get
Hey,
out,
also brought to you by Sheep. If you listen to our show, you probably got a huge.
this question, like he dropped all for 3/10 of
And you're probably sick of reaching down and unstuck your balls with sheet underwear. Sheet underwear keeps your balls off your legs. The idea for sheet was founded to go sorry, Robert Cat. That was second port, Iraq. The founder of sheet underwear, Robert Cat. Yeah, and it worked for him. So it'll work for you. Support the show and support this awesome veteran-owned company like an American. Sheetunderwear.com. Use promo code DRENCH to get 20% off your first order everywhere that comes from Sheet Underwear's 100% money back guarantee. That's Sheetunderwear.com. Holy shit.
everybody I know right now, the doctor. Oh, hey doctor. But this isn't a lot with his donation.
DraftKings.
Yeah,
that's fine. NBA playoff action is non-stop at DraftKings Sportsbook and original sportsbook betting partner in the NBA. What are you betting on, Sean? What have you won?
I can't tell you. I would have me off air. Yes, of course. But like him, like I've got like
no idea. There's never been a better time to get on DraftKings. This week, the customers can bet just $5 on any team to get $150 in free bets if they do. Looking to turn a small bet into a big day? Use DraftKings same games parlays. They're just that. You can buy multiple bets, like which team will win, total threes made, total rebounds, and boom, you got a shot at an even bigger payout. Right now, all customers place the same game parlay. Trainings get free. Just bet money. Just gamble. Download DraftSportsbook.com. Download the sports app now. Use promo code DRENCH and bet $5 on any NBA game. The game you get $150 in free bets if they do. That's promo code DRENCH. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Also, you know how to get my phone.
people who don't know the Emperor.
Call 1-800. So we're going to switch over to Patreon. That way we can get up a lot of episodes. Thank you for listening. Age of consent. It had to be like the powdered wings and stuff. That had to be a rough day for the. It's like some guy coming up first, like from Rhode Island, 12. I was like, I don't know why I have to go first on this one. It's like the hardest one to go first on. Just tough shit. It's exciting. I felt so excited. I panicked. You got this haircut. I wanted an insane fuck up. My hair was fine. It was totally fine. And then 2 days ago, I was like, I gotta salvage this. This right here, I thought the hair, like, my hair was. I was like, if I fix my hair, I'll look good. That was the final piece of the puzzle. For me. There's a Dominican barbershop by my house in New York.
first white guy that's ever been in there. It was basically Christopher Columbus with his barbershop. That fucks me up, dude. You're white, don't get the Dominican haircut. You end up just looking more racist. It was nice that he kept trying to reassure me the whole time. He's like, oh my God, it's cool. That's all he kept saying your head is good. I was like, oh, thank you. Whatever. Fuck this. How are you guys? Look, it's good. It's good. I'm happy. It's nice. Everybody's back inside, all that shit. I don't know. I had a nice time. I live in New York, so I left. I went back to my parents' house because I have white privilege. Some people didn't get to leave the city. I did because of my privilege. I used it. You gotta use it. You know what I mean? Does it feel more disrespectful to waste it? You know what? Then we're all just being racist for nothing. But no, it's good. I went home. My parents, I haven't lived with them in over 10 years. They got old. They're old as fuck. Milk though, back on milk. Fucking crushing milk lately. I got milk fat this year. It's a weird time in life to have a milk renaissance. It's 33. But it was nice. I think my favorite part of the year was I got to watch my dad watch the news. It was a rough year. And my dad and the news. He's a Fox News guy. Oh, yeah, it's fine. Also, I see you guys. Most of you have Fox News dads. How dare you deny your fathers? That's a good dad. I don't watch Fox, but that's a good dad. Fox News mom? That's bad. Fox News mom. That's a bad mom. She smokes in the house. But a Fox News dad, that's a good fucking dad. Can you imagine if you got a fucking MSNBC dad? Some guy every night at dinner, like, we need to start focusing on renewable energy. Like, what are you doing, dude? I didn't know dad was gay. About solar panels like a fucking lady. She might have her straight as hell, fucking hate the environment. That's how straight we are. What we talk about is eating pussy and fracking. He watches it every night, like every Fox News. That's how long they watch. Might not watch for like 2 hours, then out of nowhere. What's going on? He's all about it. He loves it. It's like every Fox News day, my dad watches Fox with one goal. He's just trying to get one fact. That's all he's doing. He's sitting there, he's trying to retain one piece of information that he can then relay to whoever's unlucky enough to enter the living room while he's watching. And you'd think it'd be easy to get one fact, but every once in a while there's like a commemorative coin just fucking wipes their hard drive out. What was I watching? It's all those patriotic coins. My dad drinks too, so he can never get a fact. Ever. Come in the living room, he's hammered watching the news every night, which is the one take in politics. Like just hammered on a recliner. It's like footage of rocket attacks in Israel. What are they doing over there?
What's these guys' problem? But he can never get it back. Like he tries. He uses like that. That's talking. Can't say it that good. He can never get it back. He'll walk in the living room. He's been watching the news for 3 hours. He'll be like, all right, what's going on in the world? He's like, you want to know? I'll tell you. Fucking Nancy Pelosi's a bitch. Alright. Settle down. So that was the news that's the news of my dad. They're just like breaking bitch. I don't feel it. Like everything they say he agrees with. He's all in. I realize like Fox News is basically black church for old white dudes. You know what I mean? Like literally everything they say, my dad just sits there like, yes, preach, Tucker. Every once in a while he gets hit with the Holy Spirit while he's watching the Holy Ghost. Visits and he's just like, oh, wall, build a wall. Yeah, I got a wall. He needs a wall. Why that needs a wall? For a guy who lives in central Pennsylvania, securing the southern border is like oddly important to him. I don't know what he's worried about. Like he's gonna lose his job. You know, like some guy from Honduras is gonna walk the whole way to Pennsylvania, just slam a resume down on my dad's boss's desk. So you're here for the sales position. Also, I was just at the border of Arizona and Mexico. There's a wall. I had no idea. I got down there, I saw a wall. I was like, oh shit, he built it? They're like, no, it's been here. It's been here for like a century. So, what you gotta tell my dad? Welcome to Fox. He's fired up every night. It's a crazy way to go to bed. Every night. With his apnea mask on. Every night. You walk into the living room in my house right now, my dad made it. You go, it's all the best right It's crazy. When I make room for it, then I hit the thing just with my phone. Every night I look at my phone until I can't. I'm like, every day. Just get on. Opinions from the know or dumb. Like in person, I know that I'm still reading their Twitter, their political opinions. And my Twitter's crazy. It's half where I'm from, which is Pennsylvania, so it's white trash. And then half, no, I live in New York. So it's crazy. Like, all, I still just got Twitter. Funded at like 0 followers to just tweet into the void. And that's so it's wild. And my son was like, I'll go on Twitter and the first tweet I see will be someone back home that's just like fucking Colin Kaepernick, you better stand up. Support the police. Share it. Exposed to just what I do. Over white friends, that's just like, I'm not racist.
That's it. Every day. We got this article I shared. It's my Instagram story. Sure. I don't know if you know this. Like, being racist isn't like a yes or no thing. It's not like you have it or you don't have it. It's more, it's like being hungry. That's it. I go online, read opinions from people. The news, like other news, is kind of like, this is the most divided this country has ever been. The red states and the blue states. It's like, why? Because we tweet at each other. You know, we had a war, right? You know, this country had a civil war. That was pretty divided. Like, at least nowadays we're communicating with each other. Back then, those guys never. They got. Fuck that. I don't. That. Here my God. I'm gonna go down there. I'm gonna walk down there. Shoot the first fucking guy I see. That's what happened. The north was like south. Chill. The south was like hell. So a bunch of guys had to walk down there and shoot them a lot. They're like, we'll let them go. Until we find out they're good at football and then roll tide. Football is great. It's about, well, I don't know if you should say it's great, but look, run around catching it. Look, I'm not knocking them too hard because I still have a little bit of that. You know, like if a white guy catches the ball on Sunday, I'm like, oh shit, go, 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 go. They got him. They got him. I'm trying to smart run. It's a run then. But no, they took it too far. And so the documentary focuses on that. Focuses on Bear Bryant. Bear Bryant, legendary head coach. He was the head coach that brought the first black players onto the team. So they're always like celebrating Bear Bryant. They're like, fucking way to go, Bear. You did it. What a hero. And then you find out it was 1971. Late drive vibes on this one, fellas. Holy shit, 71. Like, we'd been to the moon. There were literally people on the moon before Alabama had black guys in their secondary. Does anyone understand that white corners, white cornerbacks, you understand how preposterous that is? Some of you are too young to have ever even seen a white corner. They're extinct. They don't exist. There's two left at the San Diego Zoo. You'll never see a white corner. And that's what happened. It wasn't like the reason they desegregated the team. It was that's what the documentary focused on, which is great because it wasn't like, oh hey fellas, it's 1971, maybe we should get with the times. What happened was Alabama scheduled USC, Southern Cal. Alabama was confident. They're like, oh, white boys are we'll take all in. And then USC came down to Alabama with a bunch of black dudes from LA and just beat the fuck out of Alabama. And then after the Bear Bryant gave like a speech, he was like, hey y'all, that's racist. Look, there's a Disney movie, Remember the Titans, dedicated to the whole point of that. Dude, that was season. Remember the Titans was 8 weeks. That whole town looked like centuries of don't let them in our school. Just oh shit, the high school team's 4-0. Those are my brothers. The point I'm trying to make is if you want to get rights in America, you just got to put together a good football team. You know what I mean? If the transgenders got together and put together just right down your throat ball club. The transgenders for yards in a cloud of dust. If the trans community could just somehow upset Alabama, everybody down there tomorrow would be like, those are some tough bitches, actually. We got out of that. There's some rough matches in there, that's alright. This won't go great either. You know how every show and movie now it's of something they just remake an old thing and just make it more they remade Ocean's 11 a heist movie with all gorgeous women. That movie should have been 10 minutes long. I should have got to the casino and just blown the security guards. Here's the keys to the safe. Take everything. I love you. You guys feel crazy bitches. I love you bitches. That's it. That's all they make. They either make that or they make slavery movies every year. Those are for no one. I have black friends. I was like, dude, you guys like these? They're like, no, we thought these were for you. I was like, no. You all hate those. Stop making them. It's uncomfortable. Civil rights movies are good. I like Judas Black Messiah was sick. Remember the Titans is great. Hidden Figures was good though. The movie about the black ladies in NASA. Where's my dad likes to call it? Medea goes to the moon. He said that as soon as he said it. You don't talk like that. Just remade it's more progressive. I just think it'd be funny if the right started remaking. It'd be funny if the right Gooby and the gang going around ripping the wings off the transgender people. It's that's not a woman. Some guy went out with it. We solved the case of the Starbucks school. Has enough time passed that we admit that Trump was funny? Can we finally admit that he was funny? Hold on. I don't like the tone of that. That's not what I'm going for here. He was funny. And whether or not that's great quality for the commander-in-chief, that's definitely up for debate. But he was funny. We saw it. And I lived in New York, so the whole time he was in office, I'd be like, something would happen, I'd show my friends, look at that. What? It's funny. There's nothing funny about Donald Trump. I don't know. During Hurricane Dorian, he was like, maybe we should nuke it. That was a real suggestion for the president. Said that. The president of the
guy's 6. He's like, hey, we got a big storm coming. You guys want me to blow it up? I was like, no, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't know. I fuck around. That's what I do. I don't know. Now that he's gone, I'll never watch a debate ever again. Can you imagine, like, just a regular debate now? After we witnessed the good. Undefeated in debates. And he never said a fact. You know how impressive that is? He was funny and he argued like a 5th grader. He was unstoppable. People would try to hit him with statistics and facts. He would just go wrong. Dude, how was someone prepared for this? Go back and watch those debates. Forget how good that shit was. Don't tell your friend in Austin, don't be mad. 6-pack and toss on a Trump highlight video on YouTube. It's a good value, dude. I went back, I watched the first debate. That's like my favorite one. At the time, Trump was polling at like less than 1%. Like he was, no one liked him. You guys like him now. He did it back then. But because my dad, I watched my dad. My dad at the time, he would like, anytime Trump even came on TV, my dad was like, get this fucking joker. Get him off the fucking screen. And now my dad's like, guys can't go to the guys can't have fun anymore. And it was come to the debates. That's what did it, dude. That's how we got Trump. These debates. The first one is the best one. So it's a Republican primary. Everyone's up on stage. The political from Kentucky. The crowd's like, nice. We didn't know what was coming. And the next guy's like, I love religion. The crowd's like, pretty good. This is a good one. It's a heated debate. And then finally got to Trump started talking. It was just like, Rand Paul is ugly. And the whole crowd was like, oh. We didn't know you could do that. You could just do that as your thing. And Rand Paul was like, all right, everybody settle down. Where the whole crowd was like, shut the fuck up, Rand Paul. And we just kept throwing on stage to make them debate Trump. It was not fair. It was mean for us to have done that to people. These guys were in politics their whole lives. Debate a fucking maniac up there. And I hate to fun to cheer for him in the debates. It's fun to cheer for him in the debates. Because they're going up against guys who've been in politics for like 40 years. And then he showed up. No clue. Every week, no fucking idea. There's one debate. He's like in the middle of it. They're literally talking about the economy. And in the middle of it, he's just like, Ted's ugly as a dog. Ted was like, I'm from Texas. You don't talk about a man's family like that. You got a dog wife, Ted. Everyone knows. Yeah, a week later, Ted Cruz was on TV. I support Donald Trump. You pussy. One thing that sucked about Trump losing was just figuring out kind of how to do his voice. That's kind of where it's not hard to do Trump. It's all you have to do is do that. Do the second off from where it should be in the sentence. And then all you like, you don't have to sound like him. All you have to do is like get his cadence down. All you have to do is like try. Room this is. I walked in here. I said, "Wow, what a big room!" Austin.
What are you guys doing about it? Whatever you guys are doing is not. So switch. I don't know what to do either. But there's something. Why? It's been making me laugh thinking about Trump, like, not understanding why people must. Living in tents, I can never die. But I will say this about Trump. I don't want you guys to get. I'm turning this into a rally. I don't want you to. I will say this, and don't freak out. Just listen. I think say that of all the presidents we've had, I think it's fair to say that Trump would have been the funniest one to see get shot. Yeah, dude, the Patriots got fired up on that, dude. I was having fun at this show. Look, I didn't even say it would be funny. I said funniest. It's a huge difference. Technically, there's a funniest of everything. There is. It doesn't make it funny, but there is. Like, think of the worst thing you can think of. There's a funniest one. I'll go first. I'll think one. But maybe there was one where, like, the horse girl in the class, like, could sense something was coming. You know what I mean? And they're like, what's wrong? And she was like, oh. Back to what I was saying about that. The shooter would be coming out and sit down. Get a hit. He'd definitely make a funny noise into the plug. He'd get hit like, all funny. This is a body shot. My dad's, he's a good guy. He's an alcoholic. But he's good. He's like a good. And you'll be like, damn, it's Monday. You're getting fucked up. He's like, it's fucking Monday Night Football. You see one like a Tuesday, you'll be like, damn, it's Tuesday. Football. What the hell? And my sister does heroin, and that one where like you do need to, you know, you need to stop doing that. Which sucks for her, is that she played guitar, but instead she's a hairdresser, so it's not as cool. Relax. It's my family. Don't worry about it. Actually, based on this crowd, I'm sure it's actually. And that's all right. We're allowed to talk about it. My sister, since she was doing heroin, we had to have an inner trigger to come home. You gotta trigger. I don't know if you know these guys. They're not just fucking stopping by. They're very busy. They're the busiest people. They get a bad rap for being lazy because they take a lot of naps. They're fucking married. They're scurrying around, dude. You know, it's like a fucked up game of Zelda every day. You just wake up to a new quest. Other coppers. Find a scrapyard. Pretty dark. Scrapyard. That's like level 1. Towards the end, the quest you need to get titty fuckers behind the Home Depot. Come up with a plan to trigger. The plan we came. 7-hour bus ride. It's nothing to them. Like a lack of trust. So I took her to Six Flags. The day I ran her back. When that day, she and I went to Six Flags together. And I thought that was a nice job. Interventions was the worst day of life. Not like you're tired the next day. Humanly, I mean, she took heroin and rode roller coasters. It was impossible. We fucked up. If you know anyone from Pittsburgh, you know what she was wearing. She was wearing a Steelers jersey. Steelers pajama pants. Also off her finest Heinz work for the occasion. We get in there. It's one of those waters. It's just like a fucking straight drop. Like no sides on it, no rack, just by yourself. Also, I figured that would stop her. She was wearing a Steelers jersey and pajama pants. Trying to get all they did was make her take her fucking Crocs off. So she climbed up this ladder. She gets to the top of this fucking giant water slide. You know how, like, when it's your turn next on a water ride, you get there. And then water laying in front of some high school lifeguard that's like, ma'am, it's your turn. And he just set her down, dude. A slight flying down this thing, dude. There's a ramp at the end. She hit her. We all got to watch her wake up in air. She did the whole fucking. I don't know how that wasn't fucking rock bottom. It's like in air. Nobody said she's good. She's done. She stopped using it. She's sober. She's all good. 2 years ago. Yeah. She's good. She did get cancer though. So Cancer and COVID. So, and I'll tell you what, this was cool. Like, I was with her. She was at home. She went back to my parents. Because when you have cancer and COVID, you gotta go home. You have to go home. You can't keep hanging out. But no, I was with her. It was crazy. She did. Crazy, dude. Every week, my whole family was like, "Give up. You're never gonna win this." She got COVID. I was like, "All right, you're definitely dead." So yeah, no COVID. I ain't hear no bell. Wailed on it. She's got a hell of a chin. Hell of a chin on my sister. That's what better quality could you ask for than a human? Anyway. Damn, dude. Fuck that music across the street, dude. It fucking bothers me. I'm an old man now. Turn it down. Turn it down. What is that, rap? Turn it off. I'm trying to talk about my sister over here. This would make me laugh. I'm thinking about like the first time everyone did music so much better than God. Fuck, dude, that shit crushes what I do. Some fucking idiot dressed like Cam Newton pressing play. It's so much better than this. You guys want to hear about my problems? This guy's like, take a while to figure someone. Press play. You guys. Get out of here, you motherfucker. Go dance. I knew you wanted to dance. I wanted to dance all night. I had to go to my niece's 7th and 8th grade girls volleyball match recently. I'm kidding, dude. Shut up. Relax. I don't want to fuck you. But if you ever want to get out of something, that's all you have to do. Like, so when I went to this fucking kids volleyball match, we knocked on little kids. It's weird. It's gross, dude. Just gym shorts. That's all. No, dude, it's gross. Because, it's just me and the other uncles. Up in the bleachers. Kind of making eye contact with each other. Such a funny way to just destroy a show. Give it up for Trump. No, I truly am serious about the volleyball. Whatever. Gym shorts and the shorts they're wearing is gross. She was like, no, we need those shorts for speed on the court. So I was like, I know that's not true. I watched the NBA. None of you are moving as fast as like a ref. Those guys are wearing like slack dress shoes for some reason. She was like, no, we need those shorts. Tight, like a helmet in football. I was like, I know they're not essential because I Googled the Special Olympics volleyball team. So for them,
What's that about? How baggy do you think? They look like the fucking M1 mixtape out there. Offensively baggy is how I would describe all their tires. All sweet. We all agree special Olympics isn't good. They came up with it. It had to be like a real. You know what I mean? That's a wild thing to suggest for the first time. Seeing like, I got an idea. We should be racing these motherfuckers. Now make fun of the Olympians. The concept is wild. It's a wild. Like if your best friend invented the Special Olympics and told you about it first, you'd be like, don't ever tell anybody. How are we gonna tell them to? How are you doing? I actually volunteered to coach a little while, so yeah. What'd you guys have? No, don't clap it. Please. I did it first. Yeah, I'm kidding. I'll be right back. No, I did coach. That's another thing you're allowed to talk about. It's happy. Everyone there is sportsmanship. It is funny. Don't let anyone tell you it's not funny. I was there. They do. I don't know if you know these guys. They'd be like, what do you think John Cena's up to? You're going to have to get way worse before you meet him. I told my guy, if you see Cena coming, you get the fuck out of there. He's taking souls with him. Every year, Hooters would sponsor our one basketball tournament. Alright, so every year Hooters would bring like 3 or 4 waitresses and they would present like a big cardboard check donation to the Special Olympics. So as soon as the girls entered the gym, the game changed. Got them fucking ripping down rebounds. Just hitting layups. And then at the end of the game, they look like, you know, between the waitresses and the players. And yeah, that went about exactly how you would imagine that one. My boys are ragdoll with those young sluts. And I'm not knocking it. They were totally in the right. The girls were hot. The waitresses, like every year, I would sneak into the hug bar myself. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Give it up for my big step, y'all. Advertising!
Anything really what to do. It was terrifying, man. I never led anyone credit. No one looked to me for ever. And all of a sudden, I had a family. At the beginning of just like a crisis. And I still, time will tell, but like my wife freaked out. I remember the day she found out, she came up to me like she was like, "You said we can't go outside. What are we gonna do?" I didn't know no research, dude. I looked at my wife and I was like, "It's all bullshit, right?" I'm not saying I'm right for that. I'm just saying that's what I did because I wanted to go do something. We were watching the news and it'd be like 37,000 people died today. That's just statistics. Talking to a friend or trying to be like, my aunt just died of COVID. I'm like, I'm so sorry to hear that. On the way home, I'm like, your friend's a liar, dude. Crazy. Yeah, that was a weird time to have a kid, like my first kid, dude. Just like have to deal with all that. Then I had to be a new father, which it's difficult, man. Everyone kind of laughs like, "Oh, you better take a nap. You're gonna be sleepy." It's like that's not fucking funny, dude. I have brain damage from the lack of sleep. I see shit out of the corner of my eyes now. So you're very sleepy, and also no one talks about this part. You're also as a new dad, you're weirdly horny all the time. You are, because don't be shy. Sir. She knows. Yeah, because your wife just gave birth, so it's like the pussy blew up, dude. The pussy is out of order. Led Zeppelin, dude, fucking crash. Your body doesn't know that. Your body's just 3 weeks into the thing. It's like, yo, man, we all let's come. What's up, dude? What are we doing? Right now. So Said you go on like a 40-day out of necessity. People started at 5. Metastasize. So figure out how to be a dad. You don't know. Because in order, here's the thing about become a dad, you have to be a guy. It's not a guy who is trying to get pussy. He's trying to get pussy. You know what I'm saying? Like case in point, the dude from Maroon 5, Ad Levine. He fucking blew it. You know what happened to him? He messaged ladies on Instagram. He couldn't help it. He had 2 calls, clothes on. He was like, I deserve more. He couldn't do it. He was a millionaire with a beautiful wife and family. Even him, he did a finished basement on Instagram being like, I gotta see this lady's butthole. I don't fucking care. He fucking threw it away. So I said, Dad, you gotta lay low. And you want people fucking make 37 with 2 kids. Should I wear like a neck jeans and cheat on my wife? Dude, what do you want me to do? I studied the art from my father. My dad is guessing to make sure he never gets pussy. He's saying, dude, he's unbelievable. No, he comes up with these clothes. He's like, dude, this is a button-down Fisher. They have vents in the back for sweat. It comes right out. My dad just steps into a pair of Skechers and comes. It's crazy, man. It's like, here's the thing. Like, you don't realize how part of your life until you have, like, kid. First kid, you still don't. Second kid, that's when you're like, oh, I'm not in control of this at all. Because after the first kid, it was such like a, I was so.
Congress had to come up with age of consent. Wow, Wes. Hello. The president. Performance, durability, performer frame. Wow, Wes. That was it? Hold on, let's wait. Let's talk Washington. Adams. Jefferson. Monroe. Adams. Jackson. Aaron. Harrison. Tyler. Polk. Taylor.
Johnson, Grant, Hayes, Roosevelt. No, second. Hoover. Yes, Roosevelt. Second. Truman. Trump.
Say Obama now.
Wow.
Obama now.
It took me all night. Damn, dude.
You studied for that all night?
No, a half hour, but it's pretty good. I was doing it before bed. Like I was ready. Adams.
Are you seriously going to try? A quiz question. Who is Johnson? Lyndon Baines Johnson, vice president, after Kennedy was shot, became the White House. Your mother's cunt. It wasn't your mother. It was her cunt.
You're telling me Jones got
Yeah, because he only needed her for 1 year. Because then when he ran, he got somebody else. He called her, Joan, I need your cunt. Leave my vibes. He called her from Dallas. You know that famous picture of him on the plane? He called her right before that. I need your vagina. My vibes, president.
all right, so let's start from the top. Mom, I'm so sorry that you said that.
I'm not, I never met her.
Mom, if they're held back,
Never tried?
Sorry, Washington. What do you guys know about it? What he said?
I mean, Washington is like a transitionary guy because he was so British. It wasn't like he didn't create America with a good idea.
Yeah.
He was just a tool. He was a first general president.
How you guys born in the U.S.?
No, I know, but he wasn't like he was a British.
Yeah, he was British. Or as British.
Yeah.
He's a more. Actually, kind of sucked
In that war,
also, kind of.
everybody sucked at the wars.
Everything he did was for
It was luck to win anything. And otherwise, he would fight again because he retreated. Guys, it was so hard. Like a lot of the army didn't want to be there. It didn't have to be there. It's great. Like 1776, the year that Washington did all that insane shit. It's crazy that people kept expecting the army to flee.
Yeah.
But it's not like they were like, we're making America that's come later. Yeah. They had no fucking idea. So he's as good as they were, basically. And it's not like you picture him on this horse, like, no, most of them didn't even look at the guy, they didn't see him. You know, like in the movies when they show a guy making a speech to a whole army, there's 3 guys can hear him, and the rest are like, what's he happening? And they're all shitting.
Yeah, it's like around pretty hard.
They're all dying.
Yeah. People can hear, but like, shut up.
Yeah,
The dudes, but like, yeah, they should do that.
I feel like turn that in.
We were there.
For any of their speeches, so what's really these guys all got together? I don't know. They got together. They decided to keep doing it.
Someone spent too much time on Washington.
Yeah, Washington. I just like that. I never really. I mean, the great thing he did was leave him when it was time to go. Yeah, it was like the thing because a lot of them wanted him to be. Yeah, a lot of them wanted him to be permanent, to be Adams. Yeah, wanted him to be Your Majesty or Your Excellency.
Yeah, they went by His Excellency.
And he said, Mr. President.
No, Jefferson was the first Mr. President.
Yeah, Washington. Mr. President.
Washington went with His Excellency because His Majesty, all this shit. What I look at that.
Mr.
this does command some respect because this is the first time in his life he started to get criticism. Really? Because when he was in general, everybody globally, outside of England, said this guy's the fuck.
By the way, president, like to talk about that word for a second, what a president is, like just an overall president thought. What I love about presidents is that it's a human being, it's a person. And to me, like it's like like some college professors teach the Bible. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like they don't teach the Bible as religious subjects about that kind of thing. I look at U.S. presidents that way. I don't have a political view about any of them. I just think they're fucking fascinating. And president, the word by president is nothing. You're not a leader. You're not a ruler. People that are running the government by the people will, and you preside. You just happen to be there. It's like in the Senate president over and over again, and they're speaking to whoever is presiding. It's never the vice president. It's literally the president of the Senate, but it's whoever takes the chair that day who's presiding. It's an incidental title given to an equal who is chosen for that minute to preside. That's what I like about it. That's what I like about how they frame it. Yeah.
When did they say that? Because he just left.
Right, he was the first one to go. I could stay, but let's get this started. There's some famous moment where he was speaking to the Congress, and they were trying to get him to sell. And he was on. So the moment that's supposed to be was shocked that he took out his glasses and put them on it. He said, like, fear, I didn't see you for what you are. That was supposed to be this big moment. I like to think that like he was really hoping and he missed. It's like, I fear, I didn't see you. Moment. See what I'm saying? And they're like, George,
It's also a good. You should know. How do you turn down? What? How do you turn down? Like that's what makes you the king, and you're like, that's what makes it. Wild. That's what makes it.
well, also, he wasn't, again, none of these people knew the future America. Later, he thought we were taught.
Yeah, they're all separate.
Like if Louisiana became a separate nation, the first president of Louisiana might be like, I don't know, like there. Adams is like my favorite of those guys. I like Founding Fathers.
I like Adams from the show. I love him.
I read his biography. As a president. Oh, he was a different kind of strengths. He was a great, did many very important and gutsy things. And he was also the only one of those guys who was not rich. He was a poor farmer. His education changed his life. He's like one of the first Americans who had that, where he was, but not much, but he made his brain work. And he excelled in has that. By America, but he didn't give a shit. He never would have shed fucking any blood and sweat and tears for the country. He just was interested. Saw a guy in his own autobiography. What? He saw. I just watched it and it's on. I'm pumped on it. Okay, so he saw a guy do the kite. What? And he was like, "That's cool." And and he paid the guy for like the license to the gag, and then he got one of his sons to go around doing it for money. It was just a thing that he picked up on people's ideas, which is his own. Well, and he also all of his inventions he would never patent. Or he was pretty sick. He was like, all my inventions are for everybody. And he was for what do you call it? He'd get a little jealous because all of a sudden, because he was a man, he was the American, and everybody loved Freddie. And then Washington became the French were like the General Washington, the guy. So he got a little. Did you ever read his autobiography? It's amazing because he has no judgment himself. So he's the only, like a lot of people that write autobiographies. He was living in London, and there was a guy who worked for him, kind of like a half tradesman guy. He befriended, and the guy had a woman he wanted to. His mother didn't want. I don't remember all the logistics, but it was that he asked Benjamin if he could move his wife into his house so that they could marry, and he said sure. And he said that she moved into my home, and then I took it of my pleasure to to partake of her sexually, and she spurned my advances, so I threw her out. And that was the end of their marriage. I never saw him again. He was real upset. I never saw him again. But I know both their lives were destroyed. And then in May, I met this other guy. Like, he just talks. He did awful things to people. And he was there's some pretty sick quotes about slavery, too. That he was like, I am racist. He was one of the first, if not the only founding father, like, constantly be like, I am big. Right. None of them, everyone else was like, this is the law. This is economics. It's not about race. He's like, oh, totally about race. Look, our hands are tied. We have the key to it. Right now. When he showed focus, he was of use to like the revolution. And the same with Jefferson. Jefferson was like a depressive fucking freak. And so he would just like Washington. He would just go like, my wife is dead, whatever bullshit. And he would get on his horse and just a man of great wealth, and he had his life in Monticello and in Virginia was we'll get to him, but the point is that Adams was just a doggedly hard-working. He was the only one who worked constantly, and it was really the three of them in Madison, but he was the guy who did the hardest work to get this shit. He also called it cursed. The guy who invented sometimes cursed, which I feel shameful for. Also, when Adams did the Constitution of Massachusetts, the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is like the most liberal document in the world. Because Adams was like, I'm going to get it right, everything that I couldn't get done in the American Constitution, I'm doing in this. And there's stuff in there about Jews having rights, because he could simplify it. Like he was anti-gay rights of Jews. Back then, pretty gay. Pretty gay to be a Jew. It's gay to be into Jews. To be into Jewish rights in the 1700s was gay. That's part of what I undeniably back then. I don't know what about Jews. You're like, get the fuck out of here. Back then, brutal dude of our race, be like, boo. And the Jews looked exactly, they looked the same as they do. Like black coats, exact same outfit. Same outfit, same thing. With Adams, while he was in office, he was worried that his logic was another country could just come and take us. And talk shit on the government. We can jail. So he started arresting journalists. He started because he's the first liberal who got funneled by guys that back then it was on the Democrat was Jefferson going like fixed. Yeah. So it's been like the American democracy, the different kinds of people. The people who are like, we got to get this right. We got to take office. We just need to win. It already was that fight. Adams was the first one-term nerd president. There's a few of them. Yes, exactly right. Bush the first is another one. So one-term guy. He was from 97 to 01. Yeah, let's move to Jefferson. He's number 3. That's 01 to 02. Two-term guy. Adams was a Federalist. Washington was obviously independent. Jefferson was a Democratic Republican. He was the first Mr. President. Right when he got in, the French and the British started going to war. So everybody in America was like, fuck it. Also, France just helped us. Yeah, fuck it. Let's join it. He loved the French. He loved the revolution in French. Adams didn't because it was bloody and horrible. And Jefferson loved the revolution. He loved all these friends over there. He spent a lot of his life there. Yeah. But they started, Americans started being like, fucking bored. He was the only one with the foresight to be like, we have 40 guys in our military and 3 roads. Yeah. Let's shut the fuck up. So he declared neutrality. And England's blocking his like fucking ships. I think he might have been the one who said, we're just not going to trade with either. So then our economy, the American economy, just plummeted. England started just saying, if you're not trading with us, we're just going to confiscate your ships, steal, kidnap all the sailors, make them join the British Navy. So he's getting punked by England. You're talking about Jefferson. Well, it's interesting because Adams, what ended his presidency was a fake rumor that Jefferson started. That Adams was trying to start a war and start a navy, and it was all fake. But then it ended up kind of haunting Jefferson. Yeah. So the truth about all that ended up fucking him a lot. One thing interesting about Jefferson is because he's so famous for having had a slave, having had like 50,000 slaves, or whatever, not that many, and having had children with a slave, and I don't think he ever even gave him freedom. Free the kid. Free a couple married too. Yeah. And the rest he kept enslaved until he died. And what was interesting about them, is the ultimate because I said so. It's so that's not being a slave. He's like, no. I said no. We're like really his slave children. The woman he had kids with, Sally, was like half white. Or like was very like him. Yeah, I think her mother, because her mother was in his family for a long time, and his dad was fucking like, yeah, it was like, but she was kind of a product of his father. I'm not sure about that, but one interesting thing about him from slavery in American politics is that his first elected position was in the Virginia legislature. He was like a House of Reps guy in Virginia. And the very first act the first thing he ever did as a politician was to propose a bill for Virginia government to push slavery in the state. So the first thing he did, of course, he got shot down, but it was his desire and his dream. Yeah, because he was big on that with the French Revolution. Yes. Yes, and all of these early guys wanted slavery out, but there was no way the South was going to do it. And they wanted the Southern, so the choice was to have like just 2 countries or 4 countries over here, or have a unified country and just deal with it. We're going to have slavery, but create a framework where in the future, when it becomes possible, when things change, when things get more modern, we can get rid of this. And I could be wrong, but I think the North had abolished slavery in 06, which is why Jefferson's I could be wrong. I don't know. It was around the exact same time as England. In fact, maybe before. Oh, really? The North, we were right. Us Northerners, we got it right. A fun Jefferson story that I like is that when he was in Paris, he had this girlfriend named something. His wife died when he was pretty young, and she made him promise on her deathbed that he would never so horrible thing to do. Yeah, so that young man that you're fucking, it's like not even something take care of the kids they had. Yeah, I know, but he's for the reason that all of it, like Sally, his love, because he was ashamed of every woman that he loved after that. And so there was a woman in Paris. She was a British painter, and her husband, she was married, but she was a painter, and she fell in love with Thomas Jefferson. They were very much in love with each other, but then the way they broke up was very funny because letters, she was in love with him, he was in love with her. But then the French, when he was leaving France, they wanted a great portrait for the National Gallery. And they said, you can choose any painter in the world. And he was like, no, I want a real guy. His girlfriend was like, why not me? He's like, babe, I want it. I mean, you're good. Fucking hell, I'm not bring it straight.
The weirdest thing out history behind, they were like knowing they were going to get sucked into history.
Yeah.
So here's a good one. We got to speed up.
Yeah.
So Napoleon in France.
Yeah.
This is the Louisiana Purchase. They sent James Monroe over. That was his brother. They thought they were negotiating the sale of just the port of New Orleans. This is all the fucking Haitian Revolution, which fucked all of the Louisiana. Like, it's from New Orleans to the Rockies to Canada, and they didn't have time to consult Congress. So Thomas Jefferson put it on the spot, which he was like, I have feelings.
What is SWR?
He was against any.
Well, that's what Jefferson's whole life was like, doing fucked up things and saying nobody should be able to slavery. He's like, just people need to stop it. He's like, it's fucking a slave. It's like, somebody's got to stop this.
We gotta stop this.
Somebody's got to stop this. Somebody's got to stop fucking these slaves.
Street worker?
Should it be me? At 6, but I need to fight this one right now.
Argument's supposed to be great. But yeah, that was things that secured the Southern Port. I mean,
And Monroe was Secretary of State.
Anti-sex worker?
And then was given
Strangest members are flocking around anti-sex worker.
Jefferson was Adams' vice president.
Yeah. So that's two straight vice presidents. Then we got James Madison. He was a dork.
Yes,
He was a huge dork.
he was a nerd.
He was a frail, nervous thinker.
really?
This is sick. So basically, had the first. They said his lady was the first lady, Dolly Madison. That was like really like they would have parties at the White House. They would like try to get
And also, he was Jefferson. Another guy like Adams who was there all the time.
Yeah.
He was like a worker. He kept shit going. And he would write Jefferson, say, in France, go, can you fucking come home and be president? And Jefferson would write back and go, I'm just enjoying Paris. I don't want to do it. And they would float in and just take the fucking big job. And yeah, Madison gets 4 years. And people are like, dude, you're boring. No American has ever liked
Madison gets two.
don't touch me. Put your fucking hands on me.
Two shooters out of respect.
Fucking hands on me.
I'm gonna rip you.
God.
So Jefferson said, "Shut the fuck up." Shut up. Sean, don't look at me. Everybody was calling Jefferson a pussy for not fighting England. So he's like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. What? So America just declares war on England. He nerd rages on England. England immediately marches down and burns Washington. DC. They burned the White House. What? He's smashed, guys. He's like, nobody's gonna go back. But then everybody was actually on the call because they burned that shitty White House. So first off, Washington DC was a swamp. It was literally a swamp. It was a shithole. No one lived there. Well, we fucked England up. Star Spangled Banner, all that shit. Battle of New Orleans, we smashed it.
Battle of New Orleans was, what's his name?
Jackson.
Yeah. Jackson, they were fighting the Battle of New Orleans before it had already over for a while. Yeah, the war had already started. The treaty was signed
January of
and he was still fighting.
Yeah.
To get to Jackson, he fucking spread out. So it was probably
That's our first war as a country. Yeah. So now America's
Also,
not
before
that
that,
confident.
Porque tebe na enema como se dice chama de nuestra vamos bajo la tepon.
like outside of like a Baltimore, wherever, just start heaving fucking fireballs for no reason. Like where Hudson, New York, it's a town of the Hudson. It has a weird maritime feeling to it. It looks like Nantucket, and that's because it's all people from Nantucket. It used to be this little whaling village in Nantucket, and in the 1810s, the British would just park a ship and just set houses on fire for fucking fun. So all the people that lived in that town they founded Hudson, and they would go out and whale in the ocean, and then they drag a whale up the Hudson River. They would slaughter it and then send it down the river. It's a great way to send whale meat and oil down to here in New York City, and that established a hub in New York, and upper New York City. Hudson became a very big port, and that's where you heard it. Like Diamond Street was like the first four streets.
Section to one
Hudson became a place for farmers to bring their birds and get laid and just fuck and gamble and slaughter down here in Boston. So that's what was going on. That's how much things like just English, but one English ship, mob and fireballs changes a ton of things. And then finally it needed to stop. Yeah.
Some guy did that. I'm never gonna be able to face me, wife.
Anyway, so now you go kind of
Unified. That was the first time
Madison.
Madison, the War of 1812, it was a draw. I mean, they signed a treaty after 2 years.
Nothing changed. Nothing changed. The English stopped harassing us.
But we declared war. They came over.
Yeah.
We kind of fucked them up, though. The casualty numbers, it was like double.
That doesn't matter. Those hits drove them slow.
Of course. But I always let everybody always acts like, because they got over here, they all died of disease, kind of again. Like, they got fucked up.
It was hard.
And they were like, this week we can afford to fight this while we're fighting the French troops. That brings us to Monroe. Monroe was kind of made father to be a president. His father was at Valley Forge. He came up with the Monroe Doctrine, which is neutrality. We got the Americans. Nobody fucked with us. Because they were all worried Europe was going to Spain or Europe was going to come back and take us.
Well, that was all the sorts of all our problem. European countries being involved in their wars. So he was the first guy to go.
We're never going to go get involved in their policies of any of it. It was like American neutrality. You have your war first. Fuck that. Obviously, it lasted 100 years. Added Florida. Monroe got Florida from the Spanish.
So the reason that happened, though, was because Jackson, I don't know if they had telegram yet, but it was taking 8 days to say leave Florida homeward. But finally, Monroe decided to go to Florida anymore. They're asking the Spanish on it. We can't afford to buy it. I can't justify it. I'm not going to get it through Congress. And Jackson was writing back and saying, I'm just going to take it. I'm just going to take it militarily. I'm going to attack it. And Monroe said, no, you may not make that. And Jackson just ignored him. And so he did it. He took Florida, and then he showed up in D.C. It was like, right, it was good, right? Monroe's like, yes, thank you very much. Yeah, he's like, but good job. Yeah, also, I think he paid for it.
While Jackson was like fucking with them, the Spanish were like, too quiet. So he killed him. So you know what? Yeah, we're going to sell it.
There's 2 generals that did that. Him and MacArthur did that too. Just did shit without permission, and then showed up and said, right, Mr. President, wasn't that the plan all along? Yes, it was the plan all along.
So I got that. But this is interesting because Monroe was the first part that this is where the slavery issue starts to take issue because it was the Missouri Compromise. So Missouri was becoming a state. It was another slave state, pro-slavery.
Yeah, so just every time they added a slave state, they'd have to add a free slavery.
To make sure it was balanced. Yeah, that's when we added Maine. Missouri got to be a slave state. That's it. John Quincy Adams.
Yeah, so Quincy Adams was Secretary of State. John Quincy Adams had a big role in Florida. He had a big role in that compromise. That was a big part. He was a statesman. John Quincy Adams was a fucking fascinating guy. His biography. The thing about him and his father is that they wrote this really long diary entries. So we know a lot about those guys. But he was like the last link to the great, because he was with France. He ended up being a diplomat. He was the first American ambassador to Russia. St. Petersburg, Russia, and him
Kind of revolutionized.
I don't know exactly remember that. Okay. But he was in Russia with it. He would take like a sleigh to countries that aren't there anymore. Like, and he traveled all over. He traveled more than any like human being. In fact, he went across the ocean several times. So like it's an amazing guy. He's a incredible guy.
His opponent was Jackson. This election, Jackson dominated. He won the popular vote by a greater margin than Reagan won. It was a landslide victory. The Battle of New Orleans came out and said all the guys from Kentucky were in. So then when it comes to the Electoral College, the guy counting the votes happened to be like a senator or something from Kentucky. What? I was like, fuck this guy. And he just swung like 10 states. Because back then the Electoral College made perfect sense. Nobody in any state had ever heard of one of these guys. There was no news. There was no fucking anything.
I needed somebody. Yeah, you needed
Just get your local guy.
Yeah, you go figure it out.
Yeah. But that was enough for this to swing all these dudes in the meetings to be like, dude, Jackson, the fucking. We need John Quincy. Yeah. So he swung. I mean, it was.
John Quincy Adams was another nerd, one term. Because people just thwarted every single thing.
Jackson tried. The whole country loved
That
Jackson.
dude was so much.
He was Trump.
He was. Imagine if Trump like dueled much as Jackson died with something like 12 bullets in his body. Never left his body. He dueled all the time.
Let's just go straight to Jackson. He's the next
Wait, John, he cannot be mentioned, John. John Quincy Adams. Well, after his presidency, he was in Congress forever. He died at his. He died at his death. He was because his thing. He was a huge in the Congress, willing to be an out and out. The slave states had so much power. They passed a law, a gag law, that said you can't say the word slavery in Congress. It used to be there was a thing in Congress back then called petitioning. Anyone could send a petition to their congressperson, and they had to thing to Congress saying, I want retards to be allowed to drive, whatever you want retarded people to have driver's license. Yes. And he would say, he'd have to go, okay, the petition from Shane Gillis, he wants retards to arrive. And everyone would go, move to table it, and they just table it. But they passed a law. You wouldn't even mention a petition that said the word slavery. Because that's how electrified the like we don't want anybody. We know you're trying to get rid of slavery. We don't even want you to say they passed. We're over to read petitions about slavery. He would get sent, and they would all vote for going against the rules, and he got censured again. And he represented got homicide on slaves. Got them. Yeah, the slave ship that was taken over by slaves. It was he got not only trouble. Those slaves asked him to represent them as their lawyer because they were Virginia slave masters who were waiting. They were Haitian slaves that they were waiting for. They paid for it, but he found a way just with. It wasn't like a slavery trial, it was, you guys don't have a trial. It was like, former president to write on steamship. He used to ride on the steamships. Yeah. Look at all these guys. I got his characters. They're all great, amazing characters. They all did awful things, of course. But I mean, Obama fucking bombed fucking weddings. But yes, Jackson was crazy, but shrewd. The great thing about Jackson was that his inaugural party, this is wild. They stormed the gap. He invited everybody. That's exactly right. He invited everyone. He said anyone that wants to come. No invitation needed. It's the people's house. And the house ran with common people getting drunk, killing the shit, destroying. And they wouldn't leave. There's a honor code. Don't ask someone to leave. You don't ever throw anybody out. So they couldn't get the people are shitting on the floor and eating the fucking pantry and just fucking people and whatever. And so and they said, "Hey, come on, let's drink under the stars. Let's have." And they all came outside and like, he was a people. Yeah, like in his first one to appeal to there was an English guy. I read his biography of him, and they one account of an English traveling in Washington. And he thought, what is it like when you meet the president? And he just, there wasn't a fence around the house. It was just like, is he expecting you? He goes, no. Well, there's an out. And he went in and did like 20 minutes. And Jackson came out of his office, which was like full of people. He said, I'm in a pretty, like, who are you? I just wanted to meet you and say hi. He's like, can you wait an hour? I was like, sure. So he went, whatever, fucking signed the thing to kill all the Indians. And then he came and had sandwiches brought. He sat with the guy who was talking around. He also went, he was the first president, I think, to ride on on a train. He took a train. He was the first one to do this. He went all over the country. Yeah. He went up to Maine. Presidents never travel. He was the first guy to do that. Like, he thought people should see the president. People should have contact with the president. The Trail of Tears. Flub that. Yeah, flub. Yeah, a bit of a play. He didn't do exactly what his goal was. He tried to do. He fucking flubbed. That was a bit of a flub. No, he was not. He didn't make mistakes. I looked it up. They had slaves. Yeah, fucking dudes on the Trail of Tears. They were like, we gotta bring our slaves. If slaves are available.